In a small town plagued by corruption, Tim and Jeie seemed like any other couple. But beneath the surface, their lives were entangled in a web of betrayal and vengeance. Tim, determined to protect his family from ruthless drug lords, devised a plan that would expose the darkest secrets of their enemies. Little did he know, the real threat was much closer to home. Jeie, his devoted wife, harbored a secret so dark that it would shatter their world. As alliances formed and enemies closed in, Jeie's ultimate act of betrayal would leave Tim fighting for his life. This is a tale of love turned to vengeance, where trust is a fragile illusion and betrayal is the only truth. Dark clouds covered the western sky as the yellow school bus traveled down the winding hill toward the crossroads of Texas 29 and US 281. This point marked the middle of their journey. On the bus were 36 basketball players, 3 coaches, and 3 student helpers. They were heading northwest on a 3-hour trip through the hills to play their last game of the district. There was a chance they could win the district championship. The Mustangs were in first place with just 1 loss, while Coach Tim Kelly's Cougars and the Bulldogs were tied for second with 2 losses each. If the Mustangs won their game that night, it wouldn't matter what happened in the Cougars game. But if the Mustangs lost and the Cougars won, they would need to play another game to determine the district winner. If the Yellow Jackets won and the Mustangs lost, 3 teams would have the same record, and a coin flip would decide who goes to the playoffs. Everyone knew the Mustangs were unlikely to lose to the team in last place, but the Cougars were ready to play just in case. They were worried because the weather forecast from the Austin TV weatherman said that a rare storm could bring freezing rain. In fact, they mentioned that blizzard-like conditions might form. Most people laughed this off because it rarely happened. The morning news said the freezing rain wouldn't start in the western hill country until after midnight. So the team rushed northwest to finish the game before the storm hit. If the bad weather was as expected, it would catch up to them on the way home, but it shouldn't cause any problems for the bus. However, the weather report about a strong cold front from the Arctic meeting warm, wet air from Texas was complicated. Coach Kelly hadn't heard an update in almost 8 hours since he last checked at noon. The Bulldogs coach told him there was still no change in the forecast, so the games would go on. Now, they were driving toward a winter storm in a 10-year-old school bus with a heater that didn't work well. They were hoping the weather would stay good until the games were finished and they got home safely, likely well after midnight. Coach Kelly parked the long bus next to a big store. He turned to the kids and reminded them to act well and represent their school and families when they were inside. He then told them that because of the bad weather coming, they wouldn't have time to eat after the game. So grab some snacks now to keep you going. You can eat a burger or something more filling later at the snack stand. After their team got off the bus, the 2 assistant coaches went inside with the players. They wanted to make sure the kids behaved in the store. The store workers were worried they might cause trouble or steal, but the well-raised kids were not going to do anything like that. Still, it was good to help the store owners feel better. The coaches stood by the doors until all the kids were back on the bus. Coach Kelly stood up, stretched, and walked around to get his blood flowing before driving the last 90 minutes to their destination. As he walked by the bus, he checked the tires and looked for any leaking fluids. Tim hoped nothing would go wrong on this trip. The roads were winding and steep, with no safe place to pull over if they had a car problem. He looked towards their destination to the northwest and felt more worried about the weather. The clouds seemed darker and closer than just a few minutes ago. The way the clouds quickly covered the sky made him doubt the weather report about when the winter storm would arrive. He wished he had one of those new mobile phones that Martin Cooper had created a few years ago. But no big phone companies wanted to invest in the networks needed to make them work well. Tim thought differently. He would invest in the first company that took the risk. But so far, no one wanted to go beyond just talking about it. Maybe he should invite those company leaders to join him on some trips. They might understand the need better. While he stood there, he noticed players, trainers, and coaches leaving the store, so he hurried inside to use the restroom. When he came out, he made sure to tell the cashiers how much the team liked their service. They smiled and thanked him for being so polite. The store manager was excited. It's great when your buses stop here, Coach. You can see that the parents have raised these kids well, and you coaches make sure they represent your school right. Tim promised them the team would stop by again on the way home after the games. He felt good as he walked outside, but then he saw 2 sheriff's deputies waiting for him. The eyes of the 39 kids and 2 coaches on the bus were all on him as he greeted the deputies with a smile. The bigger deputy spoke first. "Coach, we just got a call from your transportation director. The cold front is coming in faster and stronger than expected, so the games have been postponed." "Sure. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite. You need to go back right away and make sure the kids get home safely to their parents. Nobody has said it yet, but we are getting reports that a bad storm is coming from the west. It will arrive around 10 to 11 p.m., not at 3 or 4 a.m. like we thought." "Let's hurry, Coach. Can we follow you back to the sheriff's office? We can use the phone to call parents instead of waiting outside in the cold," he asked. "We can have 1 player from each team call. This will help us a lot," the deputies said. "That sounds good. The important thing is to get all the kids home before the strong winds, freezing rain, sleet, and snow arrive later," Tim replied. They started the phone calls to the parents. Tim also called the bus barn to let the transportation director know they were on their way back and thanked the deputies again. On the drive back, the teenagers talked excitedly. They were disappointed about not playing, but now they thought about all the fun they could have if it snowed. They planned what to do that Friday night without any games to worry about. Even though the phone calls worked, 2 girls and a boy needed rides to a new neighborhood by Lake Travis because their parents were in Austin and wouldn't be back for a while. Since no one else was going that way, Tim offered them a ride in his pickup truck. He drove the 40 miles round trip. As he drove, he thought about the storm and the chance of losing power. There were no natural gas companies in his area, so like most homes in the school district, his house used electric heating. He made sure he had plenty of firewood ready on the covered patio and stacked some by the fireplace just in case. He reminded the kids to do the same before he dropped them off. Afterward, he headed back home. It was almost 8 p.m. when he pulled into the carport. The only lights on in the house were in the living room. This meant his 2 young sons were already in bed. He and his lovely wife, Karen, would have some much-needed time together on the carpet in front of the fireplace, as she liked to say, enjoying their quiet moments together. They often began their adventures on Saturday. This was a time to relax after a tiring week of being teachers, but today was different and exciting because they got to start early. After months of busy football games and basketball every Friday, having a whole weekend together felt wonderful. Even with a blizzard blowing outside, they truly deserved this time. Karen, a special kindergarten teacher, worked hard to help each of her young students learn in their own way. Tim was the best science teacher in the area. He also helped coach the football team and was the main coach for basketball. Everyone, including students and other teachers, thought very highly of him because he cared a lot about his work and his students. But all this hard work took a lot of his energy and time. Because of this, Tim and his wife sometimes struggled to keep their marriage strong during the busy week. They made sure to set aside time for their family on Saturdays and Sundays. During the day, they spent time together, and at night, it was their time together. Sometimes this included a special date, but usually they just enjoyed being with their family at home. One evening, when Tim got home, he went to the woodpile beside the fence. He filled his wheelbarrow with logs and stacked the oak firewood neatly under the covered patio. He worked hard, building the pile until it was 6 feet high and 8 feet long. To be extra prepared, he made one last trip, parking the wheelbarrow under the patio close to the sliding glass doors. When he entered the house through the laundry room, Tim hung his coat on the hook. He tiptoed quietly through the kitchen, moving toward the living room. He wanted to surprise his lovely wife, who was 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighed about 120 pounds. She was enjoying some TV time with her eyes mostly closed and softly snoring. He hoped she would be wearing something nice under the warm blanket. He thought she would be snuggled under the blanket instead of wearing her favorite flannel pajamas. If she was in silk, it meant she was feeling playful, but flannel meant she was too tired. However, the person on the couch wasn't his wife at all. It was their favorite babysitter, Sharon. She nearly jumped when he walked into the living room. "Coach, what are you doing here? Don't you have a game far away?" Tim was shocked because he thought Sharon had finished school early and was off at college. "Hi, Sharon. The game was moved because of the coming winter storm. We might play again on Tuesday or just end the season now. So what are you doing here? Why aren't you at college? And where is Mrs. Kelly?" Sharon looked a bit dazed. "I'm living at home and going to a community college this semester to earn some credits. It's cheaper to finish general classes here before I go to UT for my major. Mrs. Kelly is at your game like usual. I guess you missed her on the way." "I hope they're okay," he replied, noticing her worried tone. Sharon's voice faded as she realized Tim was troubled. "Just to be clear, Karen and some others went to our game tonight. They've been attending all our games while you babysit for her. And who is they?" "Sure, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite." With a sudden look of understanding and fear on her face, she covered her mouth with her hand and said, "Oh my gosh, they haven't been going to your games. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, Coach, you have to trust me. I never thought about this before. I'm really sorry. I should have known better. I'm so foolish. Sharon." "You are not foolish at all. Let's not jump to conclusions. Who is this woman she's been going to the away games with?" he asked. Looking down, she said quietly, "Coach Rogers asked me to babysit. I don't know who asked the other girls. He said it was easier for him to ask since your wife is at the elementary school. The first time I babysat, it was just them going. I should have been suspicious and told you because of his reputation. But you two always looked so happy that I didn't think anything was wrong. I'm sorry, I should have spoken up," she said. "You said this was the first time. Sharon, who else was involved?" "I've only babysat 3 times. The first was 2 days after Christmas when your team played in the holiday tournament. And tonight was the first night they left with Coach Rogers. The next time they said they were going with Coach Slaughter and his wife. Tonight I only saw Coach Rogers, but Mrs. Kelly said they were picking up Coach Slaughter and his wife on the way. Coach Slaughter even talked to me at Dairy Queen today. He said he needed to be there as the athletic director, and his wife wanted Mrs. Kelly to go along. So I thought nothing of it," she said, pausing and thinking before continuing. "There were other babysitters for other games, but Coach Rogers asked us not to talk about it because your wife didn't want anyone to feel bad if they weren't called. Looking back, we should have been suspicious about that," she added. "But did you talk among yourselves?" Tim asked. "Yes. Since I graduated in December, I don't see my friends as much, but we still meet every week or two. When we do, we can't help but talk about your boys. They are so cute and sweet. We always share stories about them. From those talks, you heard that my wife was going to all the away games with Rogers and the Slaughters, right?" Tim asked for clarification. "Yes," Sharon replied. Tim looked closely at Sharon, who seemed more embarrassed as the conversation continued. "When did he pick her up?" "Tonight. He dropped me off at 4 o'clock and they left soon after," Sharon explained. "Mrs. Kelly had a casserole ready to put in the oven and told me to feed the kids at 6. She said she wouldn't be back until around midnight since the game is so far away." Tim sighed heavily. "Sharon, can you wait here until one of us comes back? They might not have known the game got postponed, so they went out anyway. Or maybe they found out before leaving and stopped by Coach Slaughter's house for a drink. Maybe they stopped to eat somewhere too. There are so many options. I need to look for them before the bad weather hits. If she calls, please don't say anything about the game being put off or about me, okay? Oh, and what was Coach Rogers driving? She said she was busy until midnight, so she planned to stay and mentioned that they left and Coach would pick up. Where are you going to look? There are just too many places. I don't know where they could be, so I'll drive back to the high school to check if Coach Slaughter's car is there. That way, I'll know what car I'm searching for, and I can drive around to see if I can find it. I'll also see if the transportation director knows if they got the message about the game being canceled. If they did, I won't worry about them getting stuck on the road. So I'll check houses, bars, and restaurants even if I don't find them. Sharon, I promise I will come back and take care of you and the boys. I won't leave you alone in the storm." She smiled at his promise, but then frowned. "What will you do if you find them, Coach? Please don't get angry and do something that might get you in trouble. You are my favorite person, and I don't want anything bad to happen because of me." Tim reassured her. "Sharon, you didn't cause this. And don't worry. I just want to make sure they're safe. There might be a good reason for everything that's happening, and I want to let her explain. But I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to talk." She gave a small nod. He asked her to check on the boys and to take the flashlights and lanterns from the guest bedroom closet. This way, they would be ready in case the bad weather coming from the west caused a power outage. As she walked down the hall and into the bedroom, he opened the coat closet by the door. He pulled out a big safe and took out a special pistol, a 12-gauge shotgun, and a Winchester rifle. He brought the guns to the truck, then came back for his bag of ammo. He put on a heavy coat he had bought for a hunting trip in Colorado. A fire crackled in the fireplace. He lit the wood and closed the screen, then put a warm hat on his head. When he turned, he saw Sharon standing behind him holding a flashlight. He said, "Maybe you should get in bed, cover up and rest. We might be up late tonight. This way you'll be close to the boys' room in case they wake up and need something. Keep the phone by you and keep the fire going. If anyone calls, act like everything is normal. I'll be back soon." She touched his arm gently. She looked at him with her big blue eyes and reminded him to be careful. Then she walked down the hall to the bedrooms. He grabbed his camera and some rolls of film and rushed to the truck. Even with the carport protecting him from the cold wind, it was still very chilly, and the worst of the storm was still far away. With the soft light coming from the kitchen window, he put on his belt with the pistol, took the plug out of the shotgun, and loaded it with 7 shells. After checking that the gun was ready, he climbed into the pickup truck. When he looked back at the house, he saw Sharon standing in the open door. The cold wind blew around her, messing up her light blonde hair. She looked worried. The shorts and light sweatshirt she wore were not warm enough for the bad weather coming. He promised himself he would get her home as soon as he could finish what he needed to do. The road to the lakeside ranch, which John William J.W. Rogers got from his grandmother, was rough. It was narrow, winding, and tough to drive on. So even though he felt angry, anxious, and impatient, Tim had to drive slowly. The radio from Austin talked a lot about the winter storm that was coming. It had already dropped a lot of freezing rain, sleet, and snow in the Concho Valley, a big area in the western hill country. The announcer warned that the storm was getting worse quickly, bringing more freezing rain as cold air met the warm air in the area. He repeated a warning that everyone should get ready in case they lost power during the storm, but workers would be out all night to fix any problems with power. These warnings made Tim even more determined to get back to Sharon and his sons fast. He thought carefully about his plan. He couldn't leave them alone all night without lights or heat, so he needed to be smart about this. He had 4 questions to answer. Who was she with? What were they doing? How long had it been happening? And why? Even if he had to be tough or threaten with his gun, he would find out the answers. The pickup was warm, but he felt a knot of ice in his stomach as he got closer to the last house before the Rogers ranch. Tim slowed down and turned off his headlights. He didn't want anyone to see his truck. Another vehicle was at the Rogers ranch house. The house was a bit off the road, but it was well lit. He could see the TV in the living room and the old couple sitting on the couch facing away from him. A quarter mile past the house, he turned his headlights back on and felt thankful for the little natural light left before the storm came. Of course, please provide the text you would like me to rewrite. He was able to stay on the narrow road without using his headlights. Just before he went over the last hill, he turned them off again. He drove close to a brightly lit house, then backed in and parked on a dirt road surrounded by bushes. The dirt road was next to a small stream that flowed under the county road through a tunnel. The house was over the top of the hill, so he couldn't see it, and no one there could see him. The sky to the northwest was very dark now, except for occasional flashes of lightning, showing that the storm was getting closer. However, above him, the sky had only light clouds being pushed by strong winds. He could see the road he would walk on in the moonlight. He guessed he had about 40 to 45 minutes, maybe less, before the winter storm came and made it hard to escape. He took out the belt and sheath from the center console. He strapped the belt for his Bowie knife across his left shoulder, keeping it ready. He threw the rifle over his other shoulder and hung the camera around his neck. He pulled out his cassette recorder from his bag, used for preparing lessons, and placed it in a pocket of his hunting jacket, while putting the flashlight in another pocket. He felt like a pack mule, which made him laugh. He remembered the times he had worn the same gear and dragged a deer out of the bushes in the dark. He reminded himself to be quick, holding his shotgun in his right hand. He ran across the tunnel and up the hill to the area where the ranch house was. There was one light on the electric pole, and hidden in the darkness were 3 pickups and a car parked in the corner. Tim looked at the house and, seeing no one around, moved quietly towards the lighted windows at the front of the house while staying away from the light seeping through the windows. He peeked carefully into the living room. Coach Rogers, Coach Slaughter, and Mary Benton, a very annoying school board member and lawyer, were in the middle of the room, chatting and laughing without any clothes on. Tim took out his recorder, found a window in the old ranch house that he knew was slightly open at the bottom, and placed the recorder on the sill. The laughter got quieter and Benton started talking excitedly. "Wow, she is something special. J.W. Steve, thanks for inviting me again, isn't she?" Slaughter replied, "Yes, she's beautiful and always wants more. Thanks to J.W. and me, we have the best party in the state. Tell me more about it," Benton said. "How did you two get her interested?" Slaughter explained, "It all began at coaching school last summer in Dallas. She kept wearing these short dresses and fun outfits, making it hard to look away. Then we saw her sunbathing in her swimsuit. I told him we needed to be a part of this. We came up with a plan. I needed her husband, Tim, and the new coaches to go to the All-Star game that night, which messed up their plans to go out with friends. She was really angry when he called to tell her. She was already dressed up, waiting for him at the bar. She had on a shiny jumpsuit that showed a lot of skin. It was cut low in front and back, and you could see the outline of her underwear. When I walked over, she hugged me tightly. I said sorry and explained that someone had to take the new coaches to the game. I also said her husband needed to focus more on football if he wanted to keep his job. So I picked him. I bought her 2 drinks and asked the bartender to make them strong. Then I convinced her to sit in a booth in the other room where the jukebox was playing. Everyone else was at the bar enjoying free snacks, so we found ourselves alone. I asked her to dance with me a couple of times. I kept giving her strong drinks and tried to charm her. The bartender accepted a $20 bill to close the room, and I began to talk to her. But suddenly she pulled away, said she was sorry, and ran back to her room. After that, she did her best to avoid me, but she had an idea for later. When basketball season started, things changed. "J.W., why don't you take over?" We began our plan. Most women have told me I'm a good talker, right? Some agree, others think I'm just trying to impress them, Vincent replied. So I started chatting with her at the early basketball games. I would stop by her room after school just to talk, then call her when she was home. At first, it was all very normal, but I gently hinted at how her husband left her alone a lot with their boys and how she had to clean and work full-time. You know, just the normal ways of flirting. I turned up the charm, and by early December, we were having suggestive conversations over the phone. It wasn't too much, just things like, "What are you wearing?" and "You looked great in that dress at school today." I would compliment her voice and say nice things about her legs. The high school basketball team had a tournament in Taylor from the 27th to the 30th, so I increased our phone chats when her husband was at practice on the 26th. On the 27th, I showed up at her house with a babysitter ready after persuading her to grab a drink with me. I gave her a strong drink as soon as she got in my truck and drove her to a nearby bar. She complained a little, but I reminded her that there might be people at the bar who knew us, and I asked if she wanted people talking about her. Once we got inside, I made her another strong drink. "Sure, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll make it clearer and simpler for you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He forgot to mention that she took off her dress before we even reached the 10th block from their house, and she rode without clothes through the edges of town and onto the highway, being with Steve the whole time. We heard a lot of honking, but she didn't mind. She just kept being wild, crazy. Steve didn't last long at all. That was the day we got Frank Hughes, her principal, involved. She walked from the truck into the living room, completely naked. Not only did she surprise all of us, but she later told us that she had quite the night with her husband when he came home. That woman is something else, and thank goodness she's part of our group. Frank walked into the living room while the story was still going on. He joined the talk saying, "I have big plans for those guys. I've already told her that I want her to wear shorter dresses at work, and she needs to stay late at least 2 days a week for meetings with her boss and his friends." Benton asked, "What will happen when her husband finds out?" Steve replied, "I hope he'll throw her out. We could really use someone like her full-time." JW added. But we're trying hard to keep him from finding out. My brother coaches near his town, and people say he's a good friend but a bad enemy. They say he could really hurt someone if he wanted to. JW continued. They even say there are secret places where bad things are hidden, things that could prove it if anyone could find them. Benton sneered. I'm not scared of that guy. If he gets tough, I'll take him down. Karen will get the house, his little bit of money, and he'll end up with nothing if he fights back. He then added, I could call some of my business friends to teach him a lesson, might even get his kids involved. I don't care about him. If that's what it takes to get Karen's talents all to ourselves. Remember, she's not just with guys like us. Think about the influence she has on Congress Avenue in Austin. JW gave him a friendly pat on the arm and said, We're counting on you if he tries to start trouble. But if he never finds out, it won't matter. Eventually, we'll get her to leave him and help her find a place to live. We can make exciting movies, and she can entertain us and our business friends, as you call them. They laughed and patted each other on the back before heading to the kitchen for more drinks. Tim pressed down his boiling anger as he leaned against the building, trying to calm himself enough to follow through with his plan. He felt the wind pick up, and a few drops of rain hit him as he pulled out his recorder. Then, he quietly walked around to the side of the house where Frank had just come from. The curtains were pulled back, the blinds were up, and neither window in the old house was fully closed. He could see and hear everything clearly, and could easily take pictures through the open windows, even though he already had an idea of what he would find in the bedroom. Seeing it was still shocking. How could this woman, who had been a loving wife and mother for 5 years, end up like this? His stomach turned. He took a deep breath, using his anger to help him do what he had to do, and started snapping pictures. The big superintendent and the school board VP, John Allen, were standing beside the bed while his wife was with a younger man. Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll help make it simpler and clearer while following your guidelines. Allen had a video camera on his shoulder, filming a young man who had just finished and was getting off a bed. Tim recognized Larry Barnes, the difficult husband of Jeie, a nice teacher and friend. Barnes slid off the bed and stood up. He turned to Joe Warden, who was next for Karen, and loudly said, Isn't it great that her husband can't make her happy, so she comes to us for what she needs? I enjoy cooking for that man. My wife always says what a great guy he is, but I know she ran to him after I had to set her straight last time. I thought they were sneaking around, but I guess I can stop worrying. He can't even take care of his own wife. Karen stopped Joe from coming closer by putting her foot on his chest and then said sweetly, Come here, Larry. I want you again right now. Larry looked at her with a grin, but just laughed. You wore me out, woman. After you take care of these guys, maybe I'll be ready again. With a sharp tone, Karen replied, So, big guy, if we were married, you wouldn't be able to make me happy either, would you? You are my 5th for the night, and you didn't even come close to satisfying me. I exhausted you just like I did the first 4. She continued, And just like I'll do the next 2, and then I'll start over, if any of you can keep up. So, Larry, let me give you something to think about while you try to recover. You are barely half as big as Tim's. You lasted about 1/10 as long as he does. If I offered Tim more time, he would be here pushing all my buttons until he's ready again. He would be with me after just 5 minutes. And remember, if you ever insult Tim again, I will make sure you regret it. With tears in her eyes but strength in her voice, she said, It's not Tim's fault that he married me, but believe me, he does a better job of making me happy than you all ever will. Larry insulted her, and she simply replied, Exactly. Then he left the room, looking less proud than before. With the mood changed, Karen got off the bed and went to the restroom before heading to the living room. Tim moved back to the window just in time to hear Karen say strongly, I'm done. You need to take me home now, JW. The others were unhappy to hear that. Frank and Benton tried to convince her to stay, promising to get rid of Larry if that's what she wanted. They said they would take care of her for the rest of the night. If you could just stay a little longer, JW said as he put his arm around her. We promised you we would send you home satisfied, not angry. Have a drink with us. Take a few minutes to rest, and then we can think about what to do next. There's no hurry. We all care about you, and we'll make sure you're okay. If we film the scene with 5 people tonight, we can take a break for a few weeks before we finish up. Larry, You need to say sorry to Karen for your talk, then gather your things and head home. We don't want your lovely wife worrying about where you are, do we? Tim was down to the last 10 shots on his second roll of film, but with everyone in the living room trying to persuade Karen to keep playing, he decided to sneak into the bedroom and grab the videotapes from the 2 cameras they used to film everything. Once inside the bedroom, he took the tape out of the camera on the tripod by the bed. He put one of the blank tapes from a chair into it. He did the same with the camera that John Allen left on the bed. As he turned to leave, he noticed more labeled tapes on the shelf by the door. Tim grabbed a stained pillow, took off the pillowcase, and hid the pillow under the bed. He quickly looked through the more than 20 tapes, taking all those labeled with KK, as well as one called Party Highlights. He gathered random videos and stuffed them into his pillowcase until it was full. He twisted the cloth at the top to carry it easily. As he slipped out the door into the cold wind, he felt the freezing rain and sleet. He realized he was running out of time. He hurried back to his truck, holding a shotgun in one hand, with a .30-30 rifle slung over his shoulder and the heavy pillowcase in the other hand. As he walked up to Larry's BMW, Tim saw the car owned by that guy who had gotten away with a lot. This sight made Tim feel a surge of anger that he had kept inside all night. His blood felt like it was boiling. He took out his Bowie knife and slashed 2 of the car's tires. "Take that, you mean person," he whispered. "Good luck trying to change 2 tires in a snowstorm." Feeling a little better, Tim turned back toward the road and started walking to his truck. He took a couple of steps but then stopped again. He thought about how much he hated them all. "Let them all walk home in the snow!" he shouted into the strong wind and pouring rain. With that, Tim moved from one truck to the next, stabbing every tire on every vehicle he could find. He even punctured the last 2 tires on Larry's car. Using the tip of the knife, he scratched the paint on the sides, trunk, and hood. Instead of feeling regret, he felt powerful as he thought of other ways to get back at them without causing too much harm. Although deep down, he thought that maybe hurting them was starting to sound like a good idea. They had threatened to hurt him and his sons if he found out the truth. And now he knew. It felt like it was either him or them. The light from the street dimmed as the cold wind carried the icy rain, making it hard to see. Then, another idea filled his mind. Blow up the power box and leave them here in the storm without light or warmth. He raised his shotgun, but then recalled that JW had a spare generator in the pump house. He hurried into the small building. He grabbed an axe that was resting on the wall and smashed the generator until it was broken beyond fixing. Gasoline spilled from the broken tank, flowing across the floor and pooling against the south wall. Tim felt a rush of excitement, as if the spirit of his warrior ancestors was surging back into him after being kept inside for so long. He looked around for more things to break, but all he saw was junk. He swung the axe at the electric box for the pump, smashing it because it was useless, and let him let out some anger. Still holding the axe, he stepped outside. He followed the telephone line back to the house and cut it, knowing they would be unable to call for help when they found their cars had no tires. After he dealt with the transformer, things would be really bad for them. Tim now had a plan for revenge, but he wondered if he could really go through with it. He thought of how the whole group, including the mother of his children, could be in danger. He stood in the snowstorm, thinking about his feelings of betrayal as he looked at the bright lights of the house. Inside were the woman he had loved for 6 years and 7 men who were there with her. Sadness washed over him, but it quickly turned back into anger. Even though Larry was supposed to be out of the picture, no one had come outside, so Tim decided to take one last look. He saw Karen lying on the bed with Joe Wardens. They were all there. Tim felt a mix of anger and pain as he watched the woman he loved being with 5 men just a few hours earlier. His heart raced. For a second, he couldn't believe that the man she had belittled minutes ago was now with her. His last feelings for her faded away. He made his choice. Tim muttered to himself, "Forget them all. They deserve it. Every single one. My sons will be better off away from their bad influence anyway." He took pictures with the last of the film. He walked back to the light pole, bracing himself against the strong wind while lightning flashed and thunder crashed. Tim took a few steps back toward the road, aiming his 12-gauge shotgun at the spot where the transformer line met the house. He waited for a bright flash of lightning and then pulled the trigger, hoping the shotgun blast would mix with the sound of thunder. Chaos erupted instantly. The line seemed to explode, sending sparks flying in all directions. He watched the lights in the house go out while backing away quickly from the wild swinging of the live wire. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to simplify, and I'll be happy to help." Happy with his work, Tim ran towards his truck. When he reached the edge of the trees, he stopped and looked back through the snow towards the house. He saw flashlight beams as a man stepped out of the back door and shouted to the others. "The blizzard is here. The power line is down and it's hitting our trucks. Get dressed. We have to leave now." Tim's loud laugh was lost in the storm. He turned to his truck. The rain and sleet had turned into a heavy snowstorm, making it hard to see. He walked about 100 yards when he heard a loud whoosh and the sky lit up. He looked back and saw a fire blazing somewhere behind the house, probably in the pump house or one of their trucks. He laughed again and continued on. The bushes on each side helped him stay on the road, and soon he spotted his truck through the snow. It was covered in ice, and even with the strong wind, the snow stuck to it. Tim started the truck and turned the heater on high. He reached under the back seat, took out a can of dicer and an ice scraper, sprayed the windshield, windows, and mirrors, then scraped them clean. He got back in, put the truck in four-wheel drive, and turned towards town. He felt sure no one could see his lights in the blizzard that made it hard to see more than a few feet. He turned on his low beams and fog lights and drove home. He couldn't see the ranch house and hoped the old couple there couldn't see his lights either. Suddenly, the dark sky behind lit up and then faded. There went one of their trucks. He laughed madly again and focused back on the road. It was slow, but he made it off the dirt road and onto the pavement leading to town. There was no traffic, but he had to drive slowly because he could barely see in front of him. The headlights seemed to blaze and then vanish into the snow. As he moved along, he thought about the strange group that his lovely wife was with. If he had found her with Burt Reynolds or even someone good-looking, he might have understood. But this group was made up of old, unattractive, and small men. The first guy was shorter and heavier than Tim, and he wore size 42 pants. He might have looked decent 40 pounds ago, but now his face made him look older than his 33 years. Steve was about 5 feet 8 inches tall and looked like he was carrying a heavy weight in his stomach. Frank was 6 feet 2 inches tall, but very thin. He had a red face, a big nose, and wore a strange hairstyle. Steve should have chosen a better look. Instead, he had that silly comb-over. Frank was tall and thin, and he was also in his mid to late 50s. Vinton was short, thick, and not very nice-looking. He worked as a lawyer, but most of his money came from his family. His current wife was his third one. After the large amounts his first 2 wives took from him, he knew he couldn't afford to lose a lot again. If his wife asked for half in a divorce, he wouldn't have enough to marry someone else. They had a prenup, but it was really strict if he found out she was unfaithful. She agreed, but wanted the same deal for herself. She thought this would keep her safe while he still had fun on the side. He said yes, but if anyone saw those photos from the party, his wife would find out, and he could lose everything. John Allen was like a typical insurance agent, kind of charming but also a bit sleazy. He looked fine in a suit, but his body wasn't great. He had a round belly and skinny arms and legs. The school principal, Joe Ward, thought Steve looked worse than he did. Joe had to wear suspenders to keep his pants up. He liked to talk about retiring in 2 years, but he also liked bragging about his skills with women. So, it was hard to tell if that was true. Larry was the best-looking one in the group. He was in great shape. He was about the same age as Tim, who was 26. Steve was in his early 50s. Benton looked to be in his late 50s. Ward and Frank were probably in their early 60s. J.W. was 33 but looked much older, like he was 15 years past his age. Tim wondered why his beautiful wife, who could choose any man, was with this group of losers. Then he realized he had answers to some of his questions. Who were these 7 losers? How long had it been since coaching school? The worst problems began 2 days after Christmas. And why was this happening? It was a mix of a young woman who was curious but inexperienced, along with some bad men who took advantage of her and threatened her. Tim was clear in his mind that she couldn't come back, even if she wanted to. The fact that she could host wild parties and make videos for 2 months without telling him showed she was not trustworthy. Her actions that night made him wonder if she really loved him at all. 2 of the men were fellow coaches, 2 were school administrators, 2 were school board members, and 1 was married to his second favorite beautiful woman. After that night, she became his favorite beauty. The men's betrayal and disrespect hurt him and his family deeply. They had seduced, filmed, and blackmailed his wife, and they had to pay for it. As he drove home, the streetlights still shone, but he suspected that wouldn't last long. The strong winds were whipping the electric lines into the nearby oak trees, and soon there would be blackouts. Tim took off his insulated pants and warm coat, hanging them up in the laundry room. Then, he used a hidden spot in the laundry room to stash the tape recorder. He stored the videos and camera in the attic, tucked away behind some empty moving boxes. "Sure, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help." It was close, but he made sure to come back in time to take care of his sons and their babysitter before the storm got really bad. The storm was definitely here, but he could still wake the boys up, and they could all drive their 18-year-old babysitter, Sharon, to her parents' house. Sharon heard the door open from the laundry room and met him in the kitchen, looking worried. She hugged him tightly, asked if he was okay, and told him to take a hot bath and put on warm clothes so he wouldn't catch a cold. Tim wondered if all women thought and acted that way naturally, or if they learned it from each other. "Sharon, it's really bad outside. Won't your parents worry if you don't come home?" he asked. "No, Coach. I called them when the storm started. I told them I would stay here tonight because it was too dangerous for you to drive me home. They said that was fine. We should build a big fire and stay warm until the storm passes. The electricity is going to go out soon." Tim smiled and lifted her chin so she would look at him. "You are very smart, Sharon. I can't thank you enough for what you have done for me and the boys tonight. Just make sure you get out of those wet clothes and get things ready before the lights and heat go out." "That's thanks enough," she replied. Tim saw that Sharon had already started a fire. He could feel the warmth spreading in the room. She had also gathered lanterns and flashlights and put them on the coffee table. Tim took a hot shower while he still could and changed into warm sweats. He took the mattress off the guest room bed and moved it into the living room near the fire. Then he made a cozy area on the floor for his sons using sleeping bags, comforters, and blankets. When the electricity went out, the house would get too cold to sleep in, so they would all need to stay close to the fire. "Sharon, come with me. We need to get you some warmer clothes. Karen has some warm sweats in her closet. Take a hot shower and put on a set of fleece sweats and wool socks. You should layer up to stay warm. I'm going to move the boys onto their area and cover them with blankets. Bring some blankets from my bed when you come so we will have enough for the mattress, too." Just as Sharon came into the living room with the last of the blankets, the lights went out. Tim put more logs on the fire, lit a lantern, and he and Sharon sat cross-legged on the mattress, facing the fireplace with the lantern glowing behind them. She cuddled close to him, wrapped a blanket around them, and said, "I like this. The flickering lights are nice, and it feels good to be close to you. It gives me a cozy feeling inside." He knew he shouldn't be holding her like this, but he felt angry, hurt, and betrayed. She needed comfort. He picked up a big glass of water from the coffee table and told her to drink it all. "I filled up 2 big water jugs so we have enough to last. The city gets water from the lake, and I worry that the system might break if the storm gets really bad." Tim said we can't get thirsty, which is easy to do in this heat. We have plenty of water to drink and enough to fill part of the tank to flush the toilet if we're careful. Sharon drank from her glass but didn't say anything. He could feel her watching him, so he looked down at her. "Coach, did you find them?" he asked. He held her gaze and replied, "I looked everywhere. I even drove to the nightclub. She likes nothing. I have no idea where they are, but you and I are not fools." Karen had been sneaking away with them for 2 months, lying the whole time about where she was. So there was only one answer I could come to. Let's leave it at that. What was really on his mind when she asked was very different. "I saw my wife with 7 men and took photos of them together. What did I do about it? Something I might regret, but it wasn't what I wanted, which was to hurt all 8 of them right there." He sighed and changed the subject. We both need to get some sleep. If you wake up and the fire is low, wake me. I'll add more logs. I don't want you to do it because the wind is so strong. The door might slip from your hands and make the house even colder." Suddenly, Sharon jumped up, grabbed a flashlight, ran to the bedrooms, and came back with pillows for each of them. They said goodnight, climbed under the covers, and tried to sleep. Tim knew he should sleep, but he was unsure if he could. He was surprised when he woke up 3 hours later to find Sharon asleep next to him, and the fire burning low. He carefully moved out from under her arm, put on a long coat and rain boots, and stepped outside to get some wood. The storm seemed worse now. The lightning and thunder were gone, but the wind was loud, blowing the snow sideways. The air was very cold, so he had to close the sliding door to keep the snow out while he brought in a wagon full of wood he had prepared earlier. He wanted to get the wagon inside without too much snow coming in. He parked the wagon next to the fireplace and started a new fire. When it was roaring, he checked on his sons. They were warm and cozy, almost like little bugs in a rug. Mark and Patrick were so excited they could barely talk. Tim told them it was like camping, but inside our house. They clapped and laughed until baby Mark looked around and asked, "Where is Mommy?" He said, "She likes to camp with us, and I miss her too, Mark. She spent the night with friends because the storm got really bad, and it was too risky to drive. Maybe she can go home today, but I think she will be here by tomorrow. Sharon is staying here too because she can't go home because of the snow. You all can bring your toys inside where it's warm and play all day." The two boys shouted that they didn't agree. This was their first snowfall at home, and they wanted to do all the fun things they had seen on TV. He tried to wait for an hour, but they kept asking, so he helped them get ready to go outside. Sharon put on one of Karen's ski suits and boots, while Tim quickly put on his heavy hunting jumpsuit. He grabbed the Polaroid camera and took everyone outside to have some fun. But the excitement faded fast when the cold air made it hard to enjoy making a snowman and throwing snowballs. They hurried back inside, shaking off their wet gloves and clothes, and warmed up by the fire while Tim and Sharon changed. After their chilly adventure, the boys happily played with their toys on the carpet near the fire. By 10 o'clock, the strong winds had calmed down, and a bit of sunshine peeked through the clouds. Tim knew that the sun would start melting the snow. He expected that Karen's friends would bring her home as soon as they could fix their cars or find rides. Tim turned on the radio again and listened to different news reports. Some caught his interest. The snow was lighter south of Austin, but it was worse to the north and west. Places like San Marcos and towns south were getting back to normal. But Williamson, Bell, and Lampasas counties were still without power, and many roads were closed. The hill country had been hit even harder. There was more than 6 inches of snow on top of a slippery layer of ice from freezing rain. The high school where he worked had some roof damage, but the police couldn't find the superintendent to get instructions. They asked anyone who knew where he was to contact the sheriff's office right away. Tim smirked, hoping that the roof had fallen on that guy and his annoying friends. He did not wish that for his 304, though, because he didn't want to upset his son. Karen's choices had hardened his heart. Tim knew he needed to act, so he decided the best next step was to talk to his lawyer, who lived less than half a mile away. His practical side told him to stay put. He thought about confronting the 304 and the man who brought her home, wanting to sort everything out that day. But his sensible side insisted he talk to his lawyer first to avoid making mistakes. The sensible side won just barely. "Sharon, I'm going to get dressed," Tim said. "Get in the truck and see if the roads are clear." "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll simplify it for you." Here's a simplified version of your text. Tim needed to find out what was going on with the electricity. If it was going to be off for a few days, he might have to go somewhere that still had power and stay there until it came back. He decided to go alone because he was unsure how safe the roads were. He told Sharon he would be back in 2 hours or less. She looked worried, but he smiled and reminded her to keep the boys busy so they would want to take a nap after he returned. Tim started the truck and went back into the laundry room. He took his guns, tape recorder, bag of videotapes, and camera from the attic and loaded them into the truck. After hugging everyone goodbye, he carefully drove out of the cul-de-sac. The roads were better than he thought. With his four-wheel drive and good tires, he got to his lawyer's house without trouble. Andy Robbins, Tim's lawyer, was only a few years older than Tim. He had gone through a tough divorce a year before. He found out his wife was keeping secrets, and it hurt him deeply. One day, he returned home to get some papers and walked in on his wife and her boss in his bedroom. They were not just talking. He saw them together in a way that broke his heart. Andy got very angry and confronted them, which scared his wife. He was arrested for hitting her boss. When he got out of jail, he discovered that his wife had emptied their bank accounts and taken their daughter. During the divorce, he got to keep the child and was told he would get his money back. But the problem was, his wife and daughter were still missing. He managed to get the boss fired, but then that man also disappeared. People thought the boss and his wife were together, living off Andy's money. Because of this, Andy worked long hours. When he wasn't working, he was very upset and thought about revenge. So it was a surprise for him when Tim showed up at his door on Saturday. It was snowy and icy outside, and Andy was shocked when Tim shared his sad story. After Tim calmed down, they talked about what he could do next. This version uses simpler words and shorter sentences, while keeping the story and feel intact. Andy looked through his law books to find information on cases that could help Tim. They came up with a plan to help Tim reach his simple goals, to get rid of his unfaithful wife, gain full custody of his sons, and avoid losing all his money in the divorce. He also had other plans for 2 coaches, Benton, the principal, the superintendent, and a school board member, as well as for Larry Barnes. These other plans were not the main focus right now, but they would be important later. Andy knew they would lead to trouble, and he was ready for that. He promised Tim he would have the paperwork ready by Monday if his laptop and batteries worked. Tim had probably been seen driving his truck today. Alan suggested that Tim should report his wife missing to the police. When Tim entered the local police station, all the officers gathered inside were surprised to see him. He knew most of the people there well, and they quickly showed their worry when he explained why he was visiting. Some people looked curious, and a few gave him a knowing glance as they thought about why his wife hadn't been seen by her family during the snowstorm. The chief told him they had many reports of missing people. This was likely because the phone service was down. Anyone who wasn't home when the storm got really bad couldn't call for help or get back. They mentioned that rescue teams had found several missing people who took shelter as the snowstorm hit. The sergeant reminded him that his wife was young, healthy, and smart. He felt sure she would be okay. They promised to add her name to the list right away, and the police and rescue teams would start looking for her. The chief asked for a recent photo of Karen. Tim flipped through his wallet, laughed, and said, "I hope this doesn't end up in the news." He showed everyone the only photo in his wallet. It was of his wife, standing on the sidewalk in front of the Barton Springs pool, wearing a white swimsuit. They all passed the photo around, looking closely at it. When Tim was about to put it back in his wallet, one young officer said quietly that he understood why Tim wanted to find her. Everyone chuckled, and the sergeant asked if Tim had any more details that could help. Tim remembered coming home early because the basketball games got canceled. He found his young sons with the babysitter who didn't know where his wife had gone. He told them he had driven around looking for her, but when the winter storm hit, he had to come back to care for his kids and the babysitter. He had planned to take the babysitter home, but her parents insisted they stay inside because of the bad weather. Tim said he built a big fire, made cozy spots to sleep, and they all spent the night in front of the fireplace. The babysitter was with his boys now, but he needed to get back so he could take her home. Now that the roads were clear and he had his 4X4, the officers assured him they would keep an eye out for Karen and wished him luck with his 2 active boys stuck inside. He drove down the county road to his ranch and saw that the snow on the road was untouched. He smiled and headed home. Sharon greeted him with a smile but reminded him to be quiet since the boys were sleeping. He told her that his lawyer said he needed to take the babysitter home right away to avoid problems with his upcoming divorce. "Of course, please provide the text you'd like me to simplify and rewrite, and I'll be happy to help." They talked about what to do if Karen came to her parents' house, whether she had people with her or not. He shared his plans for the weekend and Monday. She promised that she would never tell anyone about what they did or his plans, even if someone tried to force her to. When he walked back into the warm living room, everyone was awake and finishing a snack with Sharon. They loaded the truck and headed to her house. The drive on the snowy roads was calm, and her parents were really happy to see her. They told Tim that they had a fireplace, plenty of wood, food, and water, so everything would be fine. Her family started toward the house, wrapping their arms around themselves to stay warm in the cold wind. Sharon opened the back door, gave the boys a quick kiss goodbye, and said to Tim, "I want to help you in any way I can, Coach. Just let me know what I can do." Tim looked at her, said, "Actually, I have something for you," and gave her a task. Sharon smiled and said, "You can count on me," before heading into the house. Tim stopped by the police station to tell them he was taking his sons to stay with some relatives down south until the power came back on. The officer on duty, Jimmy, used to live nearby before he moved to a bigger neighborhood closer to where his wife worked. Jimmy asked how to reach him if his wife was found, and he looked confused when Tim gave him Andy's number. "I don't know exactly where we will stay, but Andy will know how to get in touch with me. He's my neighbor," Tim explained. "And yes, he's my lawyer too, but right now, he's just my neighbor and friend." Jimmy noticed Tim's bare ring finger and raised his own hand to show his wedding ring. "I get it, brother," he said. "When I saw her name, I wondered where she was. Do you have any idea?" "Not really. I came home about 7 hours early because our basketball game was postponed. The babysitter said Karen was picked up at 4:30 by a man in a pickup truck, but she didn't say where they went or who he was." "Please tell Andy as soon as you find her. I just don't want the boys to be here if things go bad, or if I find out she was somewhere she shouldn't have been," Tim replied. Jimmy patted Tim on the shoulder and wished him a safe trip, reminding him there might be people on the road who didn't know how to drive in the snow. The main highway to Austin was covered with fresh snow. The traffic lights were out, and there were several cars stuck in the ditches, but Tim's 4X4 with all-weather tires had no trouble. He was low on gas, so when he saw an open gas station just south of Austin, he stopped to fill up his tank. He bought an American Statesman newspaper and automatically flipped to the sports page. He quickly saw the big words, Mustangs. On Friday afternoon, the first and sixth place teams played their game before a storm hit. The first place team won, which meant they would not have to play the postponed game since it no longer mattered for the playoffs. Tim felt both sad and relieved. He was sad because his team was out of the playoffs, but relieved that he was done coaching for the year. Now he could focus on some hard tasks ahead of him. When they arrived in San Marcos, there was a little bit of snow, but when they reached New Braunfels, there was none. Tim drove straight to his friend's house. He left his sleeping boys in the back seat and knocked on the door. Will, who his friends called Wild Willie or Wild Man, greeted him with a big bear hug and tried to pull him inside. Tim told him that his sons were in the truck, which is why they needed help carrying the sleeping boys inside. Will's wife, Laura, told them to put the boys on one of the double beds in the guest room. Then they went to the kitchen table to talk. They discussed the winter storm when Will asked why Karen wasn't home. He was shocked when Tim explained that he came home early because the basketball game was canceled and found out their babysitter was at his house. The babysitter said she was there so Tim's wife could ride to the away game with his boss and another coach, as she usually did. But Tim shared that his wife and the coaches hadn't gone to any away games all season, nor were they going to this one. Laura looked at him with worry and then came around the table to give him a hug. Tim explained that he needed a place to stay until tomorrow or Monday, and why. They told him that he would be staying with them and that Laura would help with the kids. This would be good practice for them since their first child would arrive in 7 months. Tim was happy for them and gave both of them big hugs and kisses on the cheek. They talked about becoming parents for a few minutes, and then Tim went to see how his son was doing at the table. Tim asked, "Will, does your friend still have the camera shop downtown? Is he open today? I need to print some pictures." Will nodded and said, "Yes, he does, and he's open all day today. Do you want me to take you to his store?" Laura quickly offered to look after Tim's sons while Tim drove Will downtown. Even if the shop was closed, his friend would still be there. "He lives above his shop now," Will told him as they drove. "He got divorced about 6 months ago. Even though he was unfaithful, his ex-wife got the kids and the house. He only sees them every other weekend and for a month in the summer. It feels unfair. Life can be strange, and Texas divorce laws are tough." With a serious tone, Tim said, "Will, there's more to this story, but I need you to promise me that you won't tell anyone, even a jury, that I shared this with you." He took his right hand off the steering wheel. He lifted his hand, made the sign of the cross with his left hand, and promised he would never speak about it before moving away from the stop sign. "I found them," Will said with no expression. "I took 2 hard drives of videos. I even stole some films. I think they are private videos with Karen and maybe some other women and girls, but I haven't seen any of them. I want to make some copies of important things and hide them in different spots. This way, if the police ask for them back, I can keep some of my money and stay close to my sons during this messy divorce. I really don't want to drag you and Carl into this, but I need your help." "I'm always here for you," Wildman said with a big smile. "Brother, we've got your back," Carl called out as he waved them over after finishing a sale. Tim quickly shared his plan, and Carl agreed to help right away. Carl told his assistant to manage things at the front while he took Tim and Will to the back to set up his computer. Tim asked how long it would take to copy everything and how much it would cost. Carl counted and gave him a fair price. He said he had no other jobs, so he could work on it today and tonight while he hooked up the hard drives. "Let's get started," Carl said. "How many copies do you need?" Tim answered, "I want 2 copies of each." As Carl began copying, they chatted in his office when Laura called to remind them about the dinner. They had promised to meet 3 other couples that night. The boys would stay with 3 kids and 2 babysitters at Harry's house, so there were no excuses this time. The beer garden was lively with lots of German beer and friendly people. They were the only ones outside on the chilly night, sitting together at pushed-together tables. Inside, there was a jukebox playing sad songs, mostly old country music with some Elvis and Johnny Mathis mixed in. When Betty, Harry's wife, asked where Karen was, Tim, who was on his 4th beer, shared his troubles. He got home early to find a babysitter, but no sign of Karen. He worried she was out with other men, but he left with the boys before she came back. They all knew it had been snowing a lot in Austin, but they didn't realize how bad it had gotten. Tim didn't explain everything clearly. The other men were shocked. "I can't believe she would do that," John exclaimed. Harry added, "I never thought Karen could do something like that. Are you sure?" Tim shrugged. "No, but it's hard to think of other reasons, isn't it?" "Sure. Just provide the text you would like me to simplify, and I'll rewrite it for you in clearer, more straightforward language." Tim noticed that the 4 women shared looks when Harry made his bold statement and called them out. "What? You ladies aren't surprised?" Tim asked. The women exchanged glances again, and Betty spoke up. "No, I guess we aren't. Men often miss the signals from women, but we understood each other well enough the last time we all met. She was always playful and flirty when you weren't around." "So what?" Harry replied. "You all flirt too. Are you seeing other men?" He continued. "I flirt to remind you how lucky you are to have such a beautiful wife. But have you ever had to search for me at a dance? I didn't come back for 20 minutes after I left for the restroom. Remember how she said she felt sick and had to hug the toilet, but then went right back to drinking?" Betty said with a smirk. This made Harry pause, and he seemed unsure. "Okay, but you know those 2, Vic and Louie. They lie all the time." "We didn't believe anything they said." John added, "I was outside too, and nothing really happened." Laura looked at her husband and then spoke directly to Harry. "What about Karen? Did she ever touch you on the dance floor or under the table? Did she ever kiss you?" Harry turned red and stammered, "She was drunk. It didn't mean anything." "Are you sure?" Laura pressed. "Are Vic and Louie lying, or are you 3 lying when you say nothing happened? You sound as tricky now as you did when I first asked you." The women turned to Tim as one, and Laura said, "We're sorry, Tim. We would have told you if we had proof, but we do have our concerns about her. We know she loves you very much, but something feels off since Mark was born. She looks, dresses, and acts differently. Before, she was all about you, so we didn't worry. She used to tell us how much she loved being with you. You were really great in bed, and there were way too many details about that. But it was clear that her life revolved around you. Lately, she seemed ready to flirt. After a few drinks, we noticed it, even if you didn't. Maybe, based on what you've seen or think you know, she has started to enjoy being with other people too." Tim looked thoughtful, but then laughed. It's not that I don't think my wife could handle all 5 of these guys if she wanted to, or that they wouldn't be interested if she asked. But really, 5 men in just 20 minutes? That gives a whole new meaning to those jokes we used to make about the 3 men. That part can't be true, right, ladies? Betty replied with a teasing laugh. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. The other wives laughed along. Tim pointed at the 3 men and let his finger hang down, pretending it was weak. Everyone laughed, but the 3 of them looked uncomfortable and guilty. Tim was still trying to understand Will's shaky denial. The looks of guilt on the women's faces matched everything they said when Carl came over. He greeted everyone and introduced his cousin and her friend. The mood brightened quickly as Carl's cousin from Tennessee and her friend from Georgia took center stage. They were college roommates at Trinity University in San Antonio and had surprised Carl by showing up just as the place was closing. They told him that he was taking them out on the town, and since he was heading to the beer garden with the group, he brought them along. They drank a bit too much, laughed a lot, shared awkward stories about each other, danced a bit too closely, and exchanged long, warm goodbyes with people who were not their partners. Throughout the night, Tim's moods shifted from sad to happy to deep in thought, then back to happy again. Everyone tried to cheer him up, and he enjoyed the fun dancing with the women who spent time with him, helping him forget his troubles. At the end of the night, he got quite the surprise. Each woman took turns kissing him, trying to be the best. "Good night," said Serena, the last one of the night. She kissed him in front of everyone, then slipped her number into his pocket. "Call me," she said before walking away. Tim woke up on Sunday morning with a pounding headache and a sick stomach, but a couple of aspirin and a big glass of water helped him feel better. He found his son sitting quietly in the living room watching cartoons. "How did you sleep?" one of them asked casually, knowing how he had looked when he went to bed. "Sweetheart, you should stop teasing the guests. A guy like Tim might take it seriously, especially after that kiss you gave him last night at the beer garden." She said this as he carefully walked to the coffee pot to pour himself a cup. "Well," he grinned and asked, "what do you think of my wife? She looks great for being pregnant, right?" Tim chuckled, and then they sat down to eat. Meanwhile, Karen was lost in her thoughts. She found herself thinking about how Larry was eager to be close to her, but not in a special way. She had flirted with him at the New Year's Eve party because she thought Tim was paying too much attention to Larry's wife, Jeie. Jeie was part of the school science department that Tim led, but they seemed to share a bond that went beyond work. Larry was clearly taken with her, eager to get her drinks and dance with her as much as he could. Jeie looked jealous, and Tim didn't seem happy, but Karen thought Tim's attention was sweet, and she found Larry appealing too. When Tim expressed his annoyance, she called him out for acting the same way with Jeie, and that made him quiet. She was right. There was something between them. After she got home from work, Larry began calling her. Just like with JW, their conversations slowly turned into flirtatious talk, and soon they were exchanging playful words. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to simplify and rewrite." She was the one who made things happen. She enjoyed being able to get him to do what she wanted, especially since he had a good-looking wife that her own husband liked. She thought JW should ask Larry to the next party. Larry saw himself as a charming guy, but other than his nice looks, she found out he wasn't great in bed. He kissed like he was rushed and didn't care much about pleasing her, no matter how unusual or awkward the others were. At least those other guys treated her well. They valued her beauty and made an effort to make her happy. Larry, on the other hand, was almost useless in bed. She couldn't help but wonder how he ended up with someone as pretty as Jeie. Luckily, he only lasted about 7 or 8 minutes. After that, she just needed to find someone else to keep herself satisfied. Forget about the other 2 guys. She wanted to focus on filming a big scene. She had been promised that once the film was done, she could go back to her normal life as a wife, mom, and teacher. Looking back, she knew there was a chance she might want to stray again. But right now, living a straight life was more appealing than it had been in a long while. She had discovered 3 things about herself. She loved the thrill of flirting. The first experience was always magical, and her interest faded after that. She felt excited when she was with JW for the first time, and then again with Steve and JW at the same time. It made her believe that the more partners she had, the better. So when Frank showed up and insisted on joining in or she'd lose her job, she wanted to test her idea. Being with Frank was only a little exciting, but having 3 men twice made it thrilling. They would talk to her on the way home and promise her that she'd enjoy coming back for another new experience. The surprise was Barry Benson, a rich lawyer and a well-known figure in state politics. He was married to a beautiful woman, but he claimed he needed more than one partner. He wasn't very exciting, but he appreciated her and tried to please her. He showed her another side of desire. The first time had been with a state senator who had a lot of power. They met at a hotel in Austin on a Wednesday afternoon, while she was supposed to be at a school conference that Frank had sent her to. She was very excited to be with such an important man. She felt a rush of joy when he started. He wasn't the best, but the excitement made it feel special, and she wanted more. Her wish came true. 2 high-ranking officials visited her the next day. One came in the morning and the other in the afternoon. Neither was amazing, but she made them feel like they were. She loved the feeling of being with someone powerful. Sometimes that was enough for her to feel good, even if the experience itself wasn't great. On the last day of the conference, she helped an important man and then spent time with his best supporter. When they left, she felt a sense of pride knowing she had made connections with top leaders in the state. But that afternoon's experience was strange, and she told her friend Ben never to let it happen again. Her next outing was at another party at Jeie Ranch. There weren't any officials this time, but they had invited Benson and a sheriff, which made the group grow from 3 to 4, then 5. Finally, that night, there were 7 men. The idea that having more people would be better was proven wrong. After all, it was exhausting to be with 5 people and enjoy none of it. She was sure the other 2 would be just as unexciting. Now, she just felt bored and used, and she wanted everything to be over. Being a star wasn't as fun as it seemed. The only things keeping her there that night were the thought of showing Tim what she had been up to while he worked, the promise of freedom after the movie wrapped up, and the chance to earn $5,000 from the sale. If she got that money, she would use it for a family trip somewhere nice. That would be amazing. It was still money from things she didn't want to think about, but it felt like the best way to make up for how she treated her husband and ignored her kids. She was doing this for her own fun. She had been told that a special movie like Beauty and the Beast was only for people outside the USA, so it would never be shown here. Part of her believed that, but it still worried her. She couldn't stop wanting more. She accepted that part of herself, even if she knew it would lead to trouble in the end. Suddenly, Larry spoke up about Tim, saying he was a bad husband who couldn't take care of his wife. This made her angry. She was already feeling guilty and wanted to get back to being the person she used to be in her real life. Larry's words opened a floodgate of anger, most of it aimed at herself. But she let some of it out on Larry, too. After she made him back off, she went to the living room to grab her clothes and told JW to take her home. Tim would never know he was just another name in her life tonight. He had never known, and he wouldn't find out. She was careful. They tried to persuade her to stay, using sweet words and threats. But the one thing that convinced her was that if they filmed the big scene tonight, she would only have one more small scene left. It was fully clothed, and then she would be free from this work. After having another drink and taking some time to relax, she agreed, even though she didn't want to. She decided it was best to finish this quickly so she could get back to her real life and the love of her husband and sons. The scene with 5 people at once was hard to set up for filming. Sure, please provide the text you would like me to rewrite and I will make the changes for you. They were in the middle of filming a scene when 2 loud explosions surprised them and the lights went out. Someone grabbed a flashlight, opened the back door, and started shouting about a snowstorm and live wires sparking near their trucks. He hurried back. They all rushed into the living room. He put the flashlight on a table so everyone could see their clothes and get dressed. Karen had only worn a dress and high heels for the first scene, where she was just arriving to a party, but ended up in a tricky situation in the living room with JW. She knew it would get cold inside, so she wrapped herself in one of the quilts from the couch. They were trying to figure out how to handle the electric wires when they heard a loud whoosh. The shed in the back suddenly caught fire. They panicked because their trucks were parked close by. The worry grew when Benton's truck was also set on fire. It burned for a few moments before exploding, which set Frank's truck on fire too. The truck in front of Frank's and Larry's car was also burning. Fear wrapped around them like the flames around the trucks. The last truck ignited quickly, and soon the flames were reaching the back of the house. Their fear made them act fast. They rushed around, grabbing anything they could find for warmth and protection. JW started to go grab the cameras and film from the bedroom, but when he saw that part of the house was already on fire, he ran back to the living room in a panic. He quickly led everyone down to the boathouse by the lake. They were half running and sliding because of the heavy snow and steep hill. Once they got to the boathouse, they hurried inside to look around. Most things there were not helpful, just tubes, paddles, and old boat gear. But they found a propane heater. They piled boxes, rafts, and anything else they could around the walls for warmth. Then JW lit the propane heater. The small heater did not do much in such bad weather, but by huddling together and sharing blankets and jackets, they managed to keep some of the cold away. It was still hard for Karen in her thin dress, but she shivered and held on to those beside her, praying she would survive until morning when the rush of fear faded. They began to think about their situation, and Karen realized she would not be home to help the babysitter or to meet her husband. Oh no, how am I going to explain not being home to Tim? What will I say about being gone all night? He's going to be so mad at me, and then he might even leave me. Everyone was worried except JW. Steve told her they would end up in the same situation, so they spent their time coming up with a story that sounded somewhat real. Most of their weak plans were very easy to prove wrong, but no one could sleep. This gave them a lot of time to think of and change their stories over and over. Finally, just before dawn, they came up with one story that Benton believed would work in court. He was going to be the lawyer for each of them, and because of his prenup, he had to be the one satisfied in the end. They practiced the story a lot by asking each other questions. They rehearsed until it felt like their own story. Karen knew there were still many problems with the story. It had more holes than a screen door and was far from a perfect cover-up, but it was the best they could do. Maybe their spouses would be so happy to see them that they wouldn't question a story that seemed unlikely, especially when it came to Tim. Karen understood this, but she also knew that if the truth came out, it would ruin everything she cared about. So it was worth a shot. She thought maybe she could just tell the truth later and ask for another chance. The long night also gave JW many chances to talk endlessly about everything he lost in the fire. New things, valuable things, things with memories, family treasures, and so on. He was heartbroken over losing his stuff, making it seem like those things were more important than the marriages and jobs that others were trying to protect. Steve listened for a long time without saying anything. Then he said firmly, "While you're complaining and acting like a child, remember that you also lost all the videos and recordings you made. What do you think Marnie and the other investors are going to say when you tell them we have nothing?" Steve's harsh words grabbed everyone's attention. He sighed deeply and put his head in his hands, feeling upset. The other men started to talk about how to change the scenes and make the movie better. Karen sat quietly and listened for a little while. Then she spoke up. "You need a new leading lady. I'm done here. You don't have any videos or audio of me anymore, so you can't use that against me. I was foolish to let you trick me." JW tried to respond, but Karen continued. "I have learned my lesson. When something big like a storm hits you all at once, it's a sign to change your life. I have, and I won't go back to being with you guys. No way. I'm sticking to a safer path. You might think about telling my husband what I did. Frank, you might try to take my job. But believe me, if you mess with me, you will regret it. What happened tonight will seem like a walk in the park compared to what I can do. I don't know how I ended up in this situation, but none of you can compare to my husband. So don't come near me again." The men were half-dressed, tired, and so cold they couldn't feel their feet. No one said anything against her. It had been fun, and she had been great. They liked her pretty looks and what she offered, but she made it clear that she was finished with that part of her life. She was done with them. That was her choice. They knew they couldn't deal with the trouble she could cause if she involved her husband and the police. Also, they had other options for her job. There were a few attractive college girls, some other women, and the nice wife of the deputy sheriff. After the storm, they still had to face the harsh cold that would come when they had to explain why they were gone all night during a winter storm, leaving their wives and kids alone in the blizzard, not to mention the burned trucks and the house on fire. Morning brought more trouble for the outlaws hiding in the boat shed at the Rogers Ranch. Just because it was light outside didn't mean they were found or safe. It didn't mean they could go home to their families. But the daylight did mean they were closer to safety and closer to telling their unbelievable story to their unsure loved ones. It was late Saturday afternoon when an Army helicopter from Fort Hood, looking for people stuck in cars, saw the burned house and shed and then spotted people waving wildly by the lake. A rescue team and an ambulance with EMTs were sent to check on the fire survivors. They found that everyone was cold and tired, but the woman was in the worst shape because of the white dress she had on. All were taken to the nearest hospital for care. The others were treated for frostbite and dehydration, but Karen stayed overnight for more observation and treatment. The doctor who looked at her felt something was off about her condition. He called a nurse outside and asked her to see if the patient had been hurt in a serious way. He also told her to take some tests, no matter what the patient said, before she helped her. Karen said she hadn't been hurt, but agreed to be cleaned up. The nurse quietly took the samples and then helped Karen, knowing that something wasn't right. Phone service and electricity were still not reliable, so all Karen could do was lie in the hospital bed, hope her family was okay, wish for her marriage to be fine, and cry when she was released early Sunday morning. A local police officer was there to give her a ride home. She was only wearing borrowed scrubs and a light jacket from the hospital's lost and found in the cold, 25-degree weather. The officer made sure the heater was on high all the way to her house, taking care of her since she was unwell. He noticed her beauty, even in the loose scrubs. Of course, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite. Once he arrived, the young cop helped her look around the house. He wanted to make sure this lovely woman was safe. He lit a big fire in the fireplace. Just then, his radio called him to another job. Before he left, he asked if she would be okay. He promised again that he did not know where her husband was or how to reach him. He told her that the phone company would fix the service in the area by tomorrow at the latest. He also mentioned that the electricity in her area would be back on sometime today or tonight. After he left, she spotted a note on the kitchen table. She read it, and tears began to flow heavily. Karen, if you're reading this, the boys and I are fine. I have taken them to stay with family who have electricity. There are many things I need you to explain, but let's start with these. Where were you? Who were you with? How long has this been happening? Why? If you are back, meet me at Andy Robbins' office when school is out on Monday. Be ready to tell me the truth. You will only get one chance since I'll be with mine. You should bring your lawyer, Tim. The tone of the note made it clear that he knew something was wrong. Panic hit Karen. How did he find out? She realized that Sharon, who looked up to him, must have told him about Friday night and the other time she babysat. He was very smart, so he could have figured it out on his own. If that was true, she had to change his mind by using her charm. She thought about her love for him and how she loved their kids. She had to make him believe the lies she had told. She could not lose her husband and family just because she wanted to feel excitement with new people. Deep down, she reminded herself of her mistake. She had learned that she truly loved her husband, and he was the only man who could make her happy in all ways. Though she had taken a wrong turn, she now understood. From that moment on, she promised to be the best wife and mother she could be for the rest of her life. Holding on to her hopeful thoughts, she sat by the fire. She wrapped herself in the warm quilt they loved to use while watching TV. She practiced the story she would tell to help calm his worries and bring him and their sons back home. When Jimmy arrived for work, he read the report about Karen and the 7 men who had been rescued. He knew this news would only make Tim more worried, but he had promised to share the information. Andy Robbins turned white and shook his head sadly when he heard the details of the rescue, but he didn't ask any questions. Jimmy told the lawyer about the health problems that made Karen stay in the hospital for a night. Now she was back home and resting. He mentioned to Andy that the emergency workers said the electricity and phone service would be fixed soon. Jimmy wondered if someone could check on Karen or if the police should add her to their list of people to visit. Andy said he could easily check on her since she lived only a few blocks away. He promised to visit her until the power was back on. After Jimmy left, Andy put on his snow gear and carefully walked over to the Kelly house. When Karen opened the door, her happy smile turned to worry when she saw Andy. She let him in, moved 2 chairs close to the fireplace, and asked him to sit and chat with her. Karen felt glad that she had chosen to wear nice jeans and a cozy sweater, hoping that Tim might come home when he found out she was there. Andy was a good friend of Tim's, but Karen noticed the looks he gave her when he thought no one was watching. She planned to use his feelings for her to get some information. She sat up straight but turned slightly so he could see her better. Karen moved her chair a little closer to the fire, and Andy could smell her perfume as she looked at him with a worried but innocent face. She asked Andy where Tim and the boys were and how she could reach him. He replied honestly that he didn't know, but Tim had promised to call when the phone service came back. Karen looked disappointed, but then she managed a soft smile and said how happy she would be when she saw her sons and husband again. Andy looked at her closely, making her frown a little. "Andy, I know you have questions just like Tim does. I can't tell you everything until I'm with my husband, but trust me, it is not what it seems." "But Karen," Andy said softly, "the police officer told me you were stuck overnight, with the house and cars on fire. That explains why you didn't come home. But why did you leave your kids with a babysitter and go with 2 coaches? Tim doesn't trust them, especially for a trip that never happened." Karen felt her heart race, but she stayed calm. "Andy, we really were going to watch the game because it could decide if the team made the playoffs. When we stopped at a store halfway there, everyone was talking about the weather. They said all the games were canceled, so we turned back. Ranch was kind of on the way home. We stopped there so he could see if he needed to get more supplies for his pipes while he was in town. Some friends were playing poker and drinking there. We chatted with them and had a couple of drinks. Just as we were about to leave, the storm hit. You know what happened next?" "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite and I will take care of it for you. I thought I might die, and I prayed a lot to live so I could hug my husband and sons again and tell them how much I love them. There's more to my story, but I want to share it with Tim. Do you know how I can get in touch with him? I really need my family." He felt sorry for her, but 2 things stopped him from being weak and telling her everything. Tim was not only his client, but also a close friend. He knew she was lying, even though she looked as sweet as sugar. She was a good actress and a liar, and she told her story well. It was clear she would rather lie than admit the truth and ask for forgiveness. Tim had seen what happened, and he would not take any more lies. He warned her, "Karen, that story sounds possible, but I must remind you that if you want to fix things with Tim, you need to tell him the truth, every bit of it." "I don't know what he knows or what he thinks," she said. "But I believe when he hears the truth, things will be fine. He can get angry and jump to conclusions, but he will understand eventually." Andy gave her a sad look. He stood up and said he would check on her later. She kissed him on the cheek and whispered a thank you for being a good friend. As he drove home, her scent and the feel of her kiss on his cheek stayed with him, warming him. After Andy left, Karen changed her clothes and wandered around the cold house wearing a heavy coat over her comfy sweats. She noticed some of the boys' toys and winter clothes were gone. Tim had taken his things, but he planned to come back since nothing else was missing. She went back to the warm living room, added 2 logs to the fire, and lay down on the couch. She was completely worn out from everything that happened on Friday night. She hadn't slept well and had been worried all day. The excitement of being rescued on Saturday and finally coming home today left her exhausted. She spread quilts over herself and enjoyed the comfort of her home, even without electricity. It still felt good. She relaxed and soon fell asleep. Her first dream was nice, but it quickly turned into a nightmare. It started well. She found herself at a table with her husband and 5 other men. The men bought her drinks one by one. They joked with her and danced closely. When they danced, others would touch her in ways that made her uncomfortable. It felt nice at first, but she worried about how Tim felt about it. She asked him why he let them touch her. He said it was her body, and she could do what she wanted with it. This made her angry because she wanted him to stop them and protect her. So she began to dance more and more closely with the other men, getting caught up in the moment. Eventually, one of them took her back to the table, but instead of sitting her down, he placed her on the table. He wrapped his arms around her, pulled her close, and they kissed. Tim watched her with this man, but didn't say anything because she didn't seem to mind. Everyone started to watch as things got heated. The crowd cheered them on. Then a large man came up and took the place of the first. She felt scared and tried to push him away, afraid of what he might do while the crowd yelled for more. She shouted no, but the cheers grew louder. The big man leaned down and said in a deep voice, "When I'm done, you won't even notice your husband." He laughed roughly. She woke up, screaming and covered in sweat, feeling scared and all alone. Tears fell until the scary images faded from her mind. She knew it was just a bad dream, but she was afraid Tim would look at her with the same disappointment from her nightmare. If he ever learned what had happened, he might leave her, just like in her dream. After crying for a while, she slowly fell back asleep, hoping for a better dream this time. The afternoon sun was shining through the west windows, and someone was knocking on the door. When Karen woke up an hour later, she felt sleepy and confused. She hurried to the door and opened it, finding Andy standing there with a large thermos and a sandwich wrapped in shiny foil. "I have a propane stove, so I made you a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich and brought you lots of coffee. How was your nap?" Karen knew she must look a mess. She hadn't even brushed her hair before she opened the door, and she had napped in her clothes. "Thanks, Andy. Can I freshen up before I join you for coffee and food?" He gave her a playful smile and tilted his head, saying, "Why? You look fine to me." She laughed and quickly went to the bathroom. The mirror showed her that she was far from looking fine, so she got to work making herself ready. She fixed her hair, put on a bit of makeup, and changed into a nice sweatsuit. When she came back to the living room, Andy was putting logs into the fireplace. When he turned around, his face showed that he liked her new look. He went back to the coffee table and handed her a cup of coffee with cream and sweetener, just how she liked it. She thanked him and quickly ate the sandwich with great hunger. "I feel a bit ashamed that I ate the sandwich so quickly, but I was really hungry. I can't remember the last time I had a meal. Thanks again for being so nice to me." Andy tried hard not to look at the lovely person sitting across from him. He wanted to stay strong and not get too caught up in her charm. He turned his gaze away. He poured more coffee for them and reminded her that he had told the police he would check on her now and then. After everything she had been through and with no power, she watched him intently. She spoke gently, saying, "No matter why you did it, thank you. You've been a good friend since we moved here, and I can't understand why we don't spend more time together. As a divorced man without kids, I felt out of place without Dina and the children. You didn't ignore me. I pulled away from you. I spent a lot of my free time looking for my wife and kids, wondering what I did wrong that made her leave. I'm not great company anymore, and I didn't want you all to deal with my sadness. So please don't feel bad for me not joining in more. It was my choice that made me distant, not anyone else's." Karen realized her choices could lead to trouble unless she could convince Tim and Andy that her absence on Friday was just because of bad luck and nothing else. But she worried they might pick apart the story she made under pressure with some not-so-smart guys at the boathouse. She needed a friend when the time came, and Andy always seemed to like her. Maybe she could win him over. "Andy," she said softly, "it's getting warm in here with the big fire and the sun shining in. This fleece is getting too hot. Would you mind if I changed into something more comfy?" "Not at all," he replied. She rushed down the hall to her closet. Andy was standing by the sliding glass doors, watching the snow melt. When she got back, the look on his face showed he agreed with her plan. She moved the old love seat closer to the fireplace, sat down, and asked Andy to join her. He did. She turned her legs towards him, her knee just brushing his. She started talking excitedly about how the winter storm was much stronger than they thought, and how it caught so many off guard. Andy seemed unsure about her closeness, so she changed the subject and asked when the basketball team would play their postponed game. Andy explained they wouldn't be playing because the first-place team had their game at that time. It wouldn't be worth the effort to find referees for a game that was not scheduled. "Oh, no," she said. "I wanted to watch them play again. My little team has gotten so much better this year." "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to simplify, and I'll be happy to help. They work really hard, and he teaches them very well. Everyone likes him, including his students. That's why he is the teacher of the 6 weeks again. He gets this honor several times each year and was named Teacher of the Year when we first arrived. She said this with joy. Karen pressed her knee closer to Andy's leg and put her hand on his arm while she praised her husband for being such a good coach and teacher. Andy looked a bit uneasy but didn't move his leg or her hand away. "Now, Andy, let's talk about you. How are you really doing?" She added softly, "I know you say you are over the divorce and just want your kids back, but I feel a deep sadness in you. Are you really okay?" As she asked this, Karen rubbed his thigh and kept her hand there. He didn't try to move it and looked at her with sadness in his eyes. Andy replied, "I'm doing as well as I can, Karen. Finding out about them was hard. The divorce was very difficult and losing my kids nearly broke me. If I could go back, I would change a lot of things. Maybe I could have stopped it. Maybe we could have fixed things. Maybe not. But I didn't give us a chance. I didn't let her explain. I wish I had. So here I am, feeling lonely and focused on finding my ex-wife and kids, ignoring everything else in my life." Karen moved her hand from his leg to hold his arm above his elbow. She rested her head on his shoulder, letting the scent of her clean hair and perfume surround him. "Oh, Andy, I'm so sorry," she said gently, holding his hand and giving it a squeeze. Karen knew she had an effect on men when she got close like this. She smiled, feeling her charm, then looked at him with big, kind eyes, inviting him to kiss her to make everything better. Andy leaned down and kissed her softly. She could feel his excitement grow as her lips touched his, and Andy was completely captivated by her. He was determined to take control of this amazing woman. He didn't care that she had been with 7 men just a day and a half ago, that she was married to his client, or that he was making a dangerous choice. All he wanted was to see her beautiful body. They took off their clothes and started kissing. Just as he was getting closer to his goal, a clump of snow fell from the roof and hit the patio with a loud noise. Both of them jumped in surprise. They quickly looked around to see what had happened, then paused before continuing. But that short break made Andy's mind and morals come back to him. He pushed Karen away, stood up, and urgently told her he had to go. Karen looked at him with big, sad eyes. Her lips pushed out and she used her most charming voice. "Andy, I can see how much you want this. Let me tell you this as a friend, and no one will ever know. Come on, it's been too long. You really need this." Andy stopped for a moment, feeling nervous about losing control. He hurried to the door, saying goodbye to her as he left her on the couch. She wished he hadn't become so serious. We could have a lot of fun, she thought. It felt like we had switched places. At first, he was the daring one, and I was the shy one. He had been with many women before we met, but I had never been with anyone. He was my first. Now, I want to explore more. I want to see what I've missed by holding back on being with someone before marriage. But I really wish he would join me. She remembered their early times together, feeling guilty for not staying a virgin until they married. The way she was raised didn't matter much to her anymore. Each new experience felt even better than the last. Sometimes she felt guilty because of her Catholic background, but that didn't stop her from wanting to be with Tim the moment she laid eyes on him. Soon, she noticed the other handsome guys around her and wondered if she could feel the same excitement with them. But she knew Tim was her true love, so they got engaged and married. They had 2 kids pretty quickly while she was pregnant. Her emotions were so strong that she tried to be with Tim a lot, but as her belly grew, it became harder. After she gave birth, she got back to her old shape in just a few days. Now, with almost 4 years of marriage behind her, her desire for intimacy grew stronger. She thought about it all the time when she wasn't working or taking care of their sons. She wanted to be close with Tim more often than he did. Still, she didn't feel fully happy. She kept wanting more and more. Sadly, this made her think about trying new things with different men, short, tall, or anything in between. She admitted to herself that she wanted to attract them, tease them, and make them want her before being with them. Her first time stepping out of her marriage was exciting. She easily caught the attention of Tim's best friend's brother and another man at a dance. They danced with her and told her she was beautiful. One of them even touched her legs while her husband was at the table nearby. While other couples chatted happily around them, they encouraged her to sneak outside to share a smoke. She told everyone she needed to use the restroom, but slipped out the side door instead. They shared a quick smoke, and she felt high and happy as they hopped into a van owned by one of the men. It was her first time being unfaithful, and it felt wild. But when she returned to the table, she became nervous. She told everyone she felt sick from the drinks and snacks, so she took some medicine and stayed in the bathroom for a little while. Her two new friends seemed amused, but Tim and the other men showed concern. "Of course. Please provide the text you would like me to simplify and rewrite." All she received from the women was cold and suspicious looks. Still, she got away with it. The experience wasn't great, but the thrill of sneaking around was exciting, and she enjoyed that she did something very wrong without getting caught. After successfully cheating once, she wanted to try again. She noticed that the women were doubtful, but they were also very drunk. Karen made sure to control her own drinking. She played along with her husband while letting the others have fun. They were all dancing together, and there was quite a bit of mischief happening in the dark corners of the dance floor. Tim's best friend, Will, and two brothers seemed like easy targets. They guided her across the room, trying to pull her into a darker area. She leaned close to them and whispered, making her intentions clear. She danced with Will while his wife and three other women went to the restroom. Will quickly led her out a side door. The two brothers joined them soon after. It was a close call when a couple of smokers walked by and interrupted them. She was ready for anything and wouldn't have stopped if things went further. But fate took a turn when she used her charm to seduce one of the new young coaches and also got an old boyfriend, who was now married, caught up in an affair that almost ruined both of their marriages. When his brother drove up to the field where they were, she hid on the floor of his pickup. He made up a weak excuse about watching the sunset, clearly not convincing his brother, but he didn't come inside. He looked through the truck, nearly discovering her, which only added to the thrill for her. However, he became scared and wanted nothing to do with her afterward. JW was proud of how he won her over, and Steve was proud of the way they coaxed her into sneaking around with them. In reality, she might have tried to win them over herself. Despite her constant desire for new experiences, and after being with over a dozen men since her wedding, her husband was still the best she ever had. Tim called out for her time and again with his strong body, but even his incredible efforts could only satisfy her for a little while. She even bought batteries for her toys each month at Sam's Club. She had worn out 2 of her toys since Christmas, and that was while she was having fun with her husband, almost every day, and 3 to 7 other guys each week. "You're right, Tim. I can't get enough," she said, raising her voice. It was Sunday, 3 days after the winter storm. At 11 o'clock, Tim gathered his young sons around their children's Bible. Laura and Will joined them, and they spent a few minutes reading the Bible and praying. The boys were encouraged to talk to God, and they said simple prayers. Mommy was okay, and nobody got hurt in the storm. They told God that they loved him and his son. They all ended their Sunday service with a big amen. After the short service, Tim put away the Bible and book of prayer. He told the boys they could go play at a park and then eat. Even though he was still upset after hearing his sons pray for their mother, Tim tried to calm down. He focused on finding out if the boys' mom was safe. Tim called Andy, but all he heard was a busy signal. The phone lines were still down. So the adults bundled up the boys against the cold weather and took them to a park to play. Laura stayed close to the boys, worried they might run too far to the river and fall in. Meanwhile, the men shared stories about growing up in South Texas. When the boys rushed over to say they were hungry, Tim offered to buy lunch for everyone. He said it could be anywhere with a children's menu. They decided to visit their favorite place, Krause's Beer Garden and Cafe. On the way back to Will and Laura's house, they stopped by Carl's store. Tim paid for the film he had developed and the videos he wanted copied. They both picked up a box of tapes, but Carl stopped Tim with a serious look. He warned Tim, "Don't watch the videos. You already know what you need to know. You have the proof. You need to get custody of your kids. Trust me, watching these will only make you sad." Tim replied, "I appreciate you taking care of this so fast. I'll think about your advice." But deep down, he knew he would watch every tape. Even though his wife wasn't out to get revenge against JW and the other men, he felt he needed all the information he could find to help him with his plans. As they drove, they chatted about small things, trying to ignore what was in the boxes in the back of the truck. When they got home, the phone was ringing. Laura picked up and handed the phone to Tim, whispering, "It's Andy." Tim said hello to his friend and counselor, then added, "The boys will be happy to hear she's okay." He paused for a moment and said, "Hey guys, they found Mommy and she's all right. She got really cold and caught the flu, so she needs some medicine and rest. We're going to stay away from home for a few days so we don't get sick." The boys cheered, and Laura took them into the living room where she gave them some toys to play with. Then she came back to listen to Tim. Tim watched his friend's face, trying to see how the news affected him, but his expression didn't change much until a small smile appeared. "Wow," he said quietly. "It almost makes you think about karma. What does the sheriff's office think happened?" Tim asked. Then he stayed quiet for a few minutes. The fire department, the police, the insurance people, everyone is on the same page. Tim's friend had a smug look on his face when he heard Andy's answer. "Did Sandy say anything about the truck?" Tim asked, staying quiet and smiling a bit. But then his face changed. He looked curious and maybe a little angry. As Andy kept talking, Tim's anger grew. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "So that's her story? Does she think I'm an idiot? I know she's been tricking me for months, but come on, she couldn't think of something better than that. That woman has no respect for me. None at all. Well, she's about to see what's coming, and her friends are too." Laura looked at Will, shook her head, and whispered, "Do you remember that night when you drank too much tequila and told me about Tim and the Yellow Posse and the Ramones and all those drug dealers? Was any of that true?" Will nodded. "Yes." He closed his eyes and placed his hands together in front of his chest like he was praying. Tim's voice was shaky as he spoke to Andy again. "Listen, I'll be calm by tomorrow afternoon when we meet with the 304. I can't promise anything if I see those bad guys at school, but I'll take some deep breaths and maybe do some yoga before I go in tomorrow. In the morning, I'll handle the banking stuff like you said, and I'll stop by before work so you can help me relax if I'm still angry." Andy started to talk again. Tim went quiet for a few minutes, then said firmly, "Oh, we are filing those papers. Are you kidding? We aren't going back from this, and I want full custody of my kids. We'll deal with the others later. Tomorrow it's all about Karen." Andy talked for a while, and Tim finally agreed to go slow to catch everyone. He told Andy to hire whoever was needed, and then they hung up. Tim raised his hands as if to ask, "What next?" He checked to make sure his boys were busy and told Will the story the police had shared with Andy. They paused for a moment after the story ended. They decided it was all an act of God, and since everything burned up, there's no proof of anything else. Is that right? Tim nodded with a sly smile on his face, and the two men laughed hard. They laughed until they couldn't anymore. "Well, at least you didn't shoot at them when they ran out the front to escape the fire in the back," Tim joked, and they roared with laughter again. Laura watched them carefully until they settled down. "Should I ask if the weather was really the only cause of what happened that night?" she said. "No, you shouldn't ask," Tim replied. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to simplify and rewrite," her husband replied before he and Tim started laughing again. Laura thought about how she could get him to tell her more, but instead, she asked what Andy said next. He talked about Andy meeting Karen when he went to see her. Laura raised her eyebrows at him. It seemed believable, but she guessed he had reasons to doubt it. Tim promised he did have reasons, and it would be used against her if she kept lying. "Laura, I plan to turn my cheating wife into my ex-wife as soon as I can," he said. "But I also plan to make sure the others involved are punished. Just be patient, and I will keep you both informed." Tim looked around at the lovely place. "But I like being here. We need to go back. I've booked a hotel room close to my bank and my lawyer. I have a lot to do in the morning." His friends were sad to see him go, but they helped him pack up and put his sons in the back seat. He hugged Will goodbye, then turned to Laura. He gave her a big hug and a kiss. "Take care of Will," he said, "and remember, he can help you if you need it." Laura giggled and slapped his arm before hugging her husband. "He's tougher than he seems. I think we'll be okay, but he has your number if there's an issue." Tim laughed and promised he would try very hard to help, hoping it would be enough. He felt grateful to have such good friends and was ready to forgive what Will and Karen had done before. On Sunday, on the way home after being with Karen, Andy felt guilty thinking about what had happened. He knew she was trying to charm him, and he understood why. Still, she was so beautiful he almost gave in. He couldn't stop thinking about how beautiful she was. She had shown off her lovely figure to him. They once had a great relationship, and he remembered that fondly. But now, he had doubts about the plans they made in a moment of anger. He ignored his worries. He had all the information Tim wanted from the police. The power and phone lines were working again. When he got home, he called Tim, even though he felt unsure about the talk. His heart raced, and he felt confused. He shared what the police found when they got to the place. There were burned buildings, downed power lines, and cars, along with 8 people who were almost frozen. He told Tim that the police believed it was due to a storm. The sheriff's department worked with the fire department and power company to reach this conclusion. They based their findings on the evidence they gathered. The electric line hung down near the cars, which were so badly burned that only the metal frames were left. The burnt remains of a shed and a pile of stones showed where the house used to be. It was all covered in ash, charred wood, and bits of metal from old appliances. What was left behind seemed to match the owner's story. So the officials moved on to deal with other things they had to decide after the storm. The proof was convincing enough that even the insurance investigator was happy. Tim shrugged his shoulders and said it was karma. Andy replied that while the fire might have been karma, the outcome had both good and bad points. The good part was that he no longer had to worry about getting arrested for sneaking in or starting the fire. The bad part was that using the photos and videos as proof would be tricky. How could he explain where he got them? Tim's response was what he expected. He didn't think about losing that evidence because he was focused on carrying out his plan for revenge. Andy warned Tim not to let his anger and need for revenge take over his thinking. He asked Tim if he was really sure that he wanted to go through with the divorce plans. Andy reminded Tim that his wife was a lovely woman and they had a strong relationship until now. She was also the mother of his kids. He suggested that maybe with some help, she could deal with her problems and they could find their way back to the happy marriage they once had. Andy then shared something personal. Tim, I never got over my divorce, and I don't want you to feel the sadness I go through every day. If I had stayed calm and let my ex explain, I might have saved my marriage, maybe not. But by choosing to hurt her instead of listening, I lost my wife and kids. I really don't want that for you. But Tim would not listen. He insisted that Andy prepare the divorce papers so he could sign and file them the next day. Andy sighed and told him that if he was set on this path, he needed to hire a private investigator to check their house and phone, hoping to find some proof that would help him. The investigator would need to collect solid evidence of her bad behavior, which was crucial if Tim wanted to get full custody of the boys. Andy explained that having this information ready before filing would avoid a huge mess. He said he knew the perfect person for the job and might even get Tim a discount, though private investigators were not cheap. Tim quickly agreed and asked Andy to arrange a meeting with the investigator after their talk the next morning. Andy suggested that Tim go home and talk to his wife, but Tim said he wasn't ready for that yet. As he worked on the divorce papers, Andy kept thinking about Karen. Sure, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite. He often thought about her. At first it brought him joy, but soon guilt took over. Tim decided what to do next. He called a lawyer he believed to be the best family law attorney around. Her name was Patricia Houseman. The next morning at 8:15, Tim took his sons to a daycare near their motel. He got them settled and went to the bank. He split the money from their checking and savings accounts into his own and his wife's accounts. He also canceled their bank credit card. They had 2 $5,000 certificates of deposit. He removed Karen's name from one and kept his name on the other. After the bank, he headed to Andy's place. He wanted to go over and sign some papers and make sure Andy knew he was serious today. When he arrived, he was surprised to see a woman, maybe in her 40s or 50s, sitting with Andy. Tim, this is Patricia Houseman. She's married to my good friend Jimmy, and she's the best family law attorney in the state. She'll also be your lawyer for the divorce. Tim looked confused. Patricia quickly explained, I talked with Andy last night. He told me the basics of your case and asked me to help because it's a tricky situation. If you agree, Andy will handle everything with your wife's partner, and I'll take care of everything with your wife. You'll get good support, and Andy won't have to choose sides. Tim nodded. He glanced at Andy, who looked uneasy. I assume our talks are private since you're both my attorneys? He asked. "Please call me Patty," she replied. "And yes, that's true. Andy, can you give us a few minutes to discuss things?" Andy stepped outside. Tim took around 20 minutes to share his story and answer Patty's questions. Soon, Andy knocked and said a private investigator would arrive at Tim's home in 10 minutes. Patty told Tim she would represent him in the meeting with his wife later that day, but it would still be at Andy's office. He thanked her for being on his side and turned back to Andy. "Looks like she has your back after your call yesterday. Do I need to add your name to my list of people involved? It could cause a conflict of interest if you're representing me against her partner," Tim said. Andy looked pale and then red. He finally looked up and met Tim's gaze. "No," he said, "but she is very tempting. We can discuss this later. Right now, you need to meet the private investigator and his helper at your home. They should arrive in 5 minutes, so go let them in. They'll show you how to use the equipment. Then head to work and let them do their job. We need today to feel as normal as possible. So please don't cause any trouble at work that we will have to fix." It was just a 20-minute drive to the high school, so Tim had some time to meet with the private investigator and the tech team. On Sunday afternoon, he told Chet, the assistant principal and his good friend, that he would arrive at school after 11:30. Chet let him know that school wouldn't start until 10 anyway. He said he would teach Tim's only class that morning because no one else was available to supervise the suspension center. Tim promised to be there for the athletics period and asked if Chet could wait for him in the coach's office when he arrived at 11:40. Chet agreed without asking many questions, but he jokingly asked if he should bring his baseball bat or his gun. Tim laughed and said if anyone gave him trouble, he would need both to deal with some of those people. He needed the full 20 minutes to show the techs around his house so they could quietly set up their equipment and learn how to handle the tapes. After signing in at the high school office, Tim and Chet headed to the coach's office and the locker room. As Tim walked by, he noticed JW and Frank in Steve's office, so Chet stepped in to chat with them. Tim went into the locker area, said hello to the other coaches, and got ready for athletics. After a while, Chet and Frank left when the coaches gathered. The kids followed the coach's instructions. The linemen went to the weight room while the backs and receivers went outside to work on agility, speed, and skills. Tim and 2 other coaches took the players outside. At the same time, Rogers, Slaughter, and a new coach named Slaughter, who had joined this year, went with the linemen to the weight room. Tim was the same as usual, guiding the players through drills to improve their skills before they practiced their offense. After the workout, everyone changed back into their school clothes and rushed to get lunch. Tim walked out, chatting with his friend Gary about the storm's impact. Just before he left, Slaughter called out to him, "Coach Kelly, can I speak with you for a moment? Come into my office." Tim told Gary, "Please hurry and tell Chet to come back." Gary ran off, and Tim went back inside. Slaughter held the office door open for him. Inside, he saw Robertson and Hughes waiting. Slaughter pointed to a chair between the other two, but Tim chose to sit on the couch against the wall. He took some newspapers off the seat, folded them, and hid the recorder he had in his hand inside the folds. "Coach, we heard you weren't home to greet your wife when we finally got rescued," Slaughter said earnestly. "We just want to make sure you understand what happened. This trip was planned at the last minute. I wanted to be at the game to help organize things for you, and that had to change the playoff plans. I offered to drive, and we thought it would be nice to invite your wife since this might be the last game of the season. She agreed, and we all helped pay for a babysitter. We should have paid attention to the weather report, but we were in a rush to see some sub-varsity games. Plus, Karen wanted to sit and chat with you for a bit." Tim looked very serious, staring at Slaughter, who seemed to be struggling to keep his thoughts straight. Rogers spoke up. "We almost got all the way there before we found out they had canceled the games, so we turned back. On our way back, we stopped by the house to check on the poker players who were waiting for us. We had planned to play with them, but since we said we were heading to the game instead, they went ahead without us. We thought we had enough time before the storm hit. So we stayed in the house, watching them play and having a drink when everything went wrong. The power went out in the house and our trucks caught fire because of a hot wire that was sparking. The fire spread from the trucks to the house. We ran to the boathouse and had a really rough night there, almost freezing. Karen was wearing a light dress, so we gave her extra blankets to keep warm. But she still got sick and had to spend the night in the hospital because you weren't home, Rogers said, looking at Tim like he was blaming him. Hugh jumped in. Tim, you know I think your wife is great. She's the best teacher I have. You have to believe us. Nothing happened between her and us. It was all innocent. Tim kept his cool, looking at each man, knowing their eyes and faces were hiding something. Chet came in and asked, "What's going on?" Tim replied, "They were just telling me they didn't do anything wrong with my wife when they all spent the night together last Friday. As Frank said, it was all innocent." Chet remarked, "You seem a bit doubtful, Tim." Tim tilted his head and said, "You know, when I got home and found a babysitter instead of my wife, I was pretty upset and started to worry. I drove around for a while until the blizzard hit. When she didn't come home that night, I got even more worried. I got really mad and took my sons to stay with family who had electricity. When I learned on Sunday around noon that my wife was found with you three good guys, along with the school board members, Benton and Allen, and Jeannie Barnes's husband, I tried not to think the worst. But then the questions came to me. Would that group of coaches and school leaders actually cheat on my wife? Would they really be that foolish? That made me ask more questions. Are they the kind of people who do stuff like that? We're talking about teachers, a lawyer, a realtor, a city worker. They're not criminals, but real professionals. Sure. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite. Would they really do something like that? To ease my worries, I thought about each man and what I know about them. I looked at their past jobs and their marriages. Honestly, this didn't help my worries at all. I began to wonder about myself and what I could do. Would they really be foolish enough to go after my wife together? The trouble with that question is that none of you know me well enough to understand what I might do. That thought didn't make me feel better either. In the end, I asked myself if they were so foolish and confident that they would risk everything. They knew it might cost them their jobs and ruin their own lives, as well as the lives of others. I realized I couldn't answer that because I wasn't sure how foolish they really were. I didn't know how much they would risk, or if they believed they could get away with it. As the men listened, their friendly expressions slowly changed to worry, anger, and disgust. Tim stood up and said, "I'm meeting with my wife, her lawyer, and my lawyers this afternoon. I'll hear what she has to say and decide what to do next. But listen, if you're lying, what you experienced last Friday will feel like a light rain compared to the storm that's coming." After saying that, he turned to Chet and said, "Let's go." And they walked out. Outside, Chad asked, "What's the name of this storm about to hit Central Texas?" Tim replied, "It's the first and worst one of the year. It's called Abaddon, the angel of death and destruction." Chet was quiet for a while as they walked back to campus. Then he put his hand on Tim's arm and said, "Just remember, this isn't South Texas with all its little creeks and ponds." Tim answered, "True, but there's one very big and deep lake here." Chet laughed. What were they thinking? Especially Karen. Wow, that might be the least appealing group I've ever seen. Well, except for that guy who's married to Jeannie. By the way, she called in sick today. She said she would be out for a few days, maybe all week. Something in Chet's voice made him turn to his friend and ask, "Did she say why she would be out all week?" "Yes," Chet replied, still staring ahead. "She said she fell at home and hurt herself." They walked in silence, getting closer to the school when Tim spoke up. "You think what I'm thinking, right? She got into a fight with him and he hurt her badly. Do you still have your boat tied up at your house? He might be the first bad guy swimming in the deepest part of Lake Travis with a heavy block tied to him." Chet laughed and gave his friend a friendly pat on the back. "You should probably get a few more details before you go off making accusations. All right, let's get to it. When you're ready, you should share the real story about what happened to the people who survived the storm." Tim promised he would do that and went to teach his only class for the day, which was AP Biology. After the class ended, he headed to the gym parking lot to meet Sharon. She had all the notes he had asked for except for one. Mary Perry didn't want to help. She said she didn't want to get involved, but everyone knows why. Mary has liked Coach Rogers ever since he got divorced. Anyway, we know when she was there, so we added that night to the list. Everyone else wrote down the dates and times they watched your kids. They also included the name of the person who hired them and who brought them to your house and took them home. If they didn't have their own car, they wrote down the names of anyone who rode in the car with your wife, just like you asked. She gazed at him eagerly as she talked. He looked back at her with warmth and thanked her. She responded with a cheeky smile, pointed at him, and quietly said, "Anything for you, Coach?" She flipped her long blonde hair, turned around, glanced over her shoulder to ensure he was watching, and walked back to her car. She wore a tight dress that ended mid-thigh, and he found it hard to look away. She was rare, a beautiful blend of strength and smarts, and all he had to do was ask. Shaking his head, he called himself foolish and headed to his truck. Slaughter's car was at the admin office, so he went by the field house to grab his recorder from a folded newspaper. His wife had sent word that she could leave early today, so he made his way to their meeting, now set for 3 o'clock. Before the meeting, Tim spoke with Patty again. He told her he wanted Karen to speak openly. When she explained the situation, he said he wouldn't stay if Karen didn't share her story. When Patty told him the name of her lawyer, he instructed her to have the lawyer verify Karen's account. Tim agreed to go home only if Karen was willing to share her whereabouts from Friday night. Karen assured him she had never been with those men before, and what she told him was the truth. There was one more requirement. She agreed to get tested for STDs and to attend counseling. They entered the large meeting room where Karen, Barry, Benson, and Andy were waiting. Karen looked great in a stylish navy blue jumpsuit that showed off her figure. She was sitting at the big table next to Benton, who did not seem pleased to see Patty. Andy sat next to her at the head of the table. She chatted happily with Andy, but stopped and beamed a big smile when Tim and Patty walked in. Tim nodded politely and said hello to everyone without trying to shake hands. He sat next to his lawyer, directly across from Karen. She kept smiling at him, but he looked away. "Of course. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help simplify it." Andy introduced everyone, though most were already familiar with each other. He explained that the purpose of the meeting was to discuss what happened last Friday when Mrs. Kelly spent the night away from home instead of being with her kids and husband. Benson, representing his client, said she wanted to clear things up and show her husband that she cared about him when he took their children and left instead of waiting for her to come back. He claimed that this made her feel even worse after everything that happened. He also said that he, Barry Benson, could help tell her side of the story because he was there. Patty spoke up, saying that neither he nor his client would mind if they recorded the meeting. She mentioned that her client had heard one story from the police and different ones from the coaches and the school principal. He wanted to hear his wife's side of the events too, in case he missed anything. So she asked for the meeting to be recorded. She looked around and said she assumed there were no objections. Benson frowned and was about to say something, but Karen interrupted him, saying they had no problem with the recording. "The truth should be known," she added. Andy looked uneasy and Benson appeared unhappy. But Patty quickly thanked everyone and began recording. She named those present and stated that everything said would be official for legal reasons. Then, she leaned back and asked each person to introduce themselves. She told Karen to go ahead. Tim, however, interrupted and said, "This is Tim Kelly." Karen spoke up. "As I mentioned in my note, there are things I need to know. I want you to tell me the truth and nothing but the truth. You only get one chance at this. Is that clear?" Karen replied, "Oh yes, that is very clear. I want to share what happened so you will understand why you acted the way you did." Then Patty noted, "The previous speaker was Karen Kelly." Andy seemed even more tense now and looked at Tim, wanting him to say something to warn her. Tim Kelly spoke again. "Karen, you don't know what I know. But before we go on, I want you to understand that I know more than you realize. If you say anything I know is not true, I will start the divorce process and ask for temporary care of our boys. You only have one chance. This is it." Karen hesitated for a moment. She looked at Benton and he nodded, which seemed to calm her. "Tim," Patty cut in, "this is Karen Kelly speaking." "Mrs. Kelly, you can continue," said Patty. Karen took a deep breath and started again. "Tim, dear, last Friday was just a bit of bad luck. Steve asked me to come to your game. I called Sharon to babysit, and while she told her usual story, she also talked to Andy. The three of them then went to Tim's office. Tim watched her closely, hoping to see some sign that she felt guilty, but there was no sign when she started talking about being saved. Tim looked over at Andy, who was slouching in his chair. Karen said, "So Tim, it was just a big misunderstanding. Nothing happened with any of the men that I wouldn't want my husband to find out about. Now, can you come home and bring my boys back to me? I want to go back to our happy life, so I forgive you for doubting me." Andy let out a small groan and lowered his head. Tim turned to Karen and said, "Let's go over this again. I asked who, and you said Roger, Vince, Ward, Allen, and Barnes. I asked what happened, and you said nothing that your husband wouldn't be okay with seeing. I asked how long this went on. You said it was just once last Friday, and I asked why it happened. You said it was just bad luck. Now, Mr. Benton, can you tell us what really happened?" Benton looked Tim straight in the eye and said that everything Karen had told them about their time at the ranch was true, but he couldn't say anything about what happened before. He wasn't in the truck with them when he stopped talking. Karen rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, now you know I'm upset. You jumped to conclusions and took my sons away. But I will forgive you if you bring them back. Just give me a hug and kiss and say you're sorry tonight." Tim looked at Benton, then Andy, and finally at Karen with a serious face and answered her. "Karen, we won't be home tonight or any other night. I told you what I would do if you lied, and you lied too many times. Any trust I had in you is gone. Any love is gone too. Don't look at me like you can't believe it. I warned you before we started that I knew more than you thought," he continued, glancing from his surprised wife to her shocked lawyer. "Why would you think I would ever take you back after you cheated on me and then lied about it? Is there something about me that you see that others don't? I'm not going to be treated like this. I won't let you mess around with people like these and pretend I don't see it." Vincent went pale, and Tim kept going. "Now I've said my piece. I'm leaving, but you can expect to hear from my lawyer soon. Mr. Benton, you should also get your other clients ready because they will hear from my lawyer soon too. Goodbye." Tim stood up and walked down the hall to the small office where he had talked with his lawyer before the meeting. Patty packed her papers, notes, and recorder. "Sure. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite." Karen sat there, her mouth open, shocked by what Tim had said. Benton quietly grumbled as he picked up his papers. Karen glanced at Andy and noticed a look of disgust in his eyes that she had never seen before. This made her start to cry. Andy stood up and told everyone to leave through the front door. He wished them a nice day and walked down the hall to meet Tim and Patty. When he entered the small office, he saw Tim sitting by the wall. Patty picked up the phone and asked Tim about the custody and divorce papers. Tim nodded and looked at Andy. "What about the others?" Andy asked. Tim replied, "You know what you're doing. I want to get the boys right away. Getting rid of the 304 is the next step, and after that, I want to deal with the people who caused this. You tell me what to do now or later." Andy had some news that might surprise Tim. My good friend, who is the president of the school board, heard about what happened on Friday night. He added 2 items to the agenda for the Thursday meeting. They sound simple, but if we are ready by Thursday, he plans to suspend all the school staff involved and take action against 2 board members. He's also looking for ways to remove them for bad reasons if they don't quit. With this news, I suggested we wait until Friday to take action against them. Tim handed out half of the babysitter statements to his lawyers. He mentioned that one girl wouldn't give a statement, but added that this shows it has been happening weekly since 2 days after Christmas. "I want to hurt them, but I'll settle for ruining their lives if that's what it takes," he said. "No one like them should be teaching, and Larry shouldn't even be allowed to be around people." Tim learned that Larry's wife took the week off because she fell and hurt herself at home. "But we know what really happened. I'm going to talk to her before I get the boys," Patty said. "If he hurt her, she should call my husband. He's a good lawyer who helps victims. He will make sure she's safe and that he pays for what he did. Here's his card." Tim stood up with Patty, and he put his hand on Tim's arm. "You were right about her. She lies a lot, and I can't tell you to get back with her. But Tim, don't let your anger keep you from being there for your sons. If you end up in jail, she will get the kids no matter what, so stay calm." Tim thought for a moment, shook hands with his lawyers, promised to stay cool, and then left. When Tim rang Jeannie's doorbell, she wouldn't open the door. She told him she was sick and didn't want him to catch what she had. He reminded her that she had told the school she was hurt. He said he would call the police if she didn't let him inside. She finally opened the door a little and asked him to go away. Tim gently but firmly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Jeie hid behind the door, trying to cover her face. Tim felt a wave of anger when he saw that the left side of her pretty face was swollen and bruised. Her eye on that side was almost closed. He noticed bruises on her arms, and she was holding her side. That terrible man. I'm going to make him pay, Tim thought. Jeie quickly shut the door and pleaded with him. Please, Tim. He just got angry. He promised he won't do it again. Is this the first time he has made that promise, Jeie? Tim asked, not believing her. Jeie looked down at the floor, and he already knew the answer. Jeie, a tiger doesn't change its spots. He is a bully and an abuser. He won't stop until he hurts you badly. You need help, and I know the right person. Jimmy Houseman is waiting for your call. I will call him for you. You need to tell him you want his help and share what really happened. I will make sure you are safe until he can take over. Jeie looked scared and ashamed. No, please, not that. She shook her head and avoided his gaze. Do you want to get hurt more? Do you want to live a life in pain? No kids, no friends, just a husband who says he loves you but hits you instead? You have to stop this now. I'm calling him. You need to talk. Jeie still looked upset, but she took the phone when Tim handed it to her. She listened for a while, then said yes. With tears in her eyes, she told her new lawyer about her fears when Tim was gone from Friday to Sunday. When he came back, they had a big argument, and he hurt her badly, using his fists and a broomstick. Tim felt sorry for her, but then he got really angry at the mean man she had married. He promised himself that the bully would understand the pain Jeie felt after talking to her lawyer. Tim helped her pack a bag for the night and gently helped her into his truck. He took her to the Houseman home where she would stay until the police charges were made and a protection order was arranged along the way. She hesitated. Larry was upset because I didn't trust his story about playing poker and getting stuck somewhere. He was really angry that his favorite BMW was ruined. I told him the problem with his story was that I had never seen him play poker. In fact, I remembered him laughing at others who do. I was so mad that he was lying to me, so I said, I've never seen you play poker, but I know you've been with other women. That's when he lost his temper and started to hurt me. I begged him to stop, but he just kept hitting me while I was on the ground. He grabbed the broom and began hitting me with it until it broke. Then he got really angry with me for doubting him and for what happened to me. After that, he helped me get up. He told me I wasn't really hurt and said he would take care of me. He laid me down on the bed. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was too upset and my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe if I just believed what he said. No, Jeie, no. Did he mention that my wife was with him? No, I didn't think so. You can't trust him. But you can trust me when I say that last night was not just a simple game of poker, unless he really said they spent the whole night playing cards. That means my wife is involved. We're in this together now. I want to support you, and I hope you'll support me too. I need it, and I think you do too. It won't be easy, but we both got hurt in a really bad way, and then he hurt you. I'm sorry, but he's a terrible person, and you need to get away from him. His lies, his control, and his hurtful ways, it's too much. I care too much about you to let you stay in this situation. Jeie looked at him while he spoke, then moved closer and rested her head on his shoulder. I didn't know Karen was with them too. I'm so sorry, Tim. I know how much you care about her. This must be really hard for you. You're right. We need to help each other. I want to do anything I can for you. Will you let me? Tim tried to lighten the mood a bit and joked back. Sure. I can think of a way you could help me and I could help you, but it might take a few hours or even all night. Do you have to go to your lawyers today? Jeie looked up at him with a tired face, gently hit his chest, and joked back. I don't think my sore body could handle helping you like that right now, and you'd have to put a bag over my head anyway. I'm a mess tonight. One bag for my head and one for yours, right? Maybe we should wait for our first time until I feel better and I'm not so hurt. Can we do that? Tim tilted his head to see her better, but Jeie ducked her head down so he wouldn't see her bruises. Jeie, you still look beautiful even with the bruises. Though I do miss seeing your lovely blue eyes. She giggled and gave his chest another playful hit, but it felt more like a gentle touch than a real slap. Tim continued, The most important thing I heard from you is that you want there to be a first time. As long as you promise me there will be one, I can wait. Jeie kept her head down and quietly said something. Tim softly asked her to say it again, but she wouldn't look at him. She lifted her head off his shoulder, leaned in closer, and said, "I'll wait happily if you promise it will happen as soon as I'm better. Of course, please provide the text you'd like me to simplify, and I'll be happy to help." His response caught her off guard. Despite all their talks and his light teasing, she had never shown any interest in moving beyond friendship. She was too good to flirt back, let alone be unfaithful to her husband. Yet her words showed she had been thinking about it for a while. "That is the easiest promise I've ever made. Sweet, Jeannie, get better soon, okay?" They were at the horseman's home. Tim parked his truck and helped Jeannie with her bags as they walked to the door. He met Patty's husband. The men were told to wait there while Patty took Jeannie to her room. Jimmy shook his head, took Tim's hand for another handshake, and said, "I'm really sorry. Our cases are linked, and Patty told me just enough to prepare me. She insisted I take Jeannie's case, and she wanted your friend to stay here to keep her safe." He chuckled, released Tim's hand, and with a smirk said, "You've got a good plan. From what I've heard and seen, you might want to work with me. I'm also a criminal lawyer." Tim took out a $100 bill and gave it to Jimmy, asking, "Where do I sign?" Jimmy laughed again and led him to their nice home office. He took out a contract, filled in the main parts, and handed it to Tim to sign. After Tim signed, Jimmy said, "Now you have a team, 2 men and 1 woman. I have a feeling you'll need all of us before this is over." Tim looked Jimmy straight in the eye, his gaze cold. "I've never let anyone disrespect me without taking back my respect. I've never let a friend be mistreated without making the wrongdoer pay. My friends will tell you I'm a loyal friend but a fierce enemy. I consider my wife and every man involved to be my enemies. And Larry Barnes is at the top of my list. You probably know that I was there taking pictures and gathering proof, but what you don't know is that I was carrying a weapon and thought about whether to just end their lives or ruin everything for them. Andy doesn't want me to share the pictures or the audio and video recordings because that would show I was at the scene. If I did, the sheriff would want to look into the fire again. Let me be clear, Jimmy. I plan to use the evidence I have, even if there are risks, to get full custody of my sons and to make sure those people pay for what they did. I will not let A304 raise my children, and I will not let those sorry individuals go unpunished. So, you should be ready if I need to take action. I'll need your help. If her husband hurts Jeannie again, I'll need you even sooner." Patty and Jeannie were standing just outside the door, listening to it all. Jimmy noticed them and invited them in. Tim told Patty that he was now working with her, too. He asked, "What did you hear?" Patty said, "We got here when you were talking about not letting anyone disrespect you, so we heard a lot." She then looked at Tim and said, "I think we should ask Andy to come over and bring the proof you have. I know you have a private investigator on this case and that you've put cameras in some places, but we can hold off on those for now," she added. "Jimmy, please call Andy. I'll order pizza if everyone shares what they want. We can start tonight." Tim said he was eager to begin but needed to pick up his sons first. Patty encouraged him to bring his boys and offered 2 more bedrooms for them to stay in. Tim agreed and called to cancel their hotel room. Then he went to get his excited little boys and all their things. When he returned, everyone was ready to have a good time. Patty, Jimmy, and Jeannie cared for them. They made sure to order their favorite pizza, kept their milk glasses full, and listened closely to all the stories about their new friends from daycare. When they asked Jeannie about her long hours, she told them she had fallen down and hurt herself. She hoped she didn't look too scary. The boys quickly hugged her and comforted her. Little Mark said he would help with her boo-boos because he wanted to be a doctor when he grew up. So their dad bought him a doctor kit. While he played with Jeannie, Patrick entertained Jimmy and Patty as they started to feel sleepy after a fun day. Tim gave them baths and got them ready for bed. After saying their night prayers, he told them a story about brave knights, mean dragons, and fair maidens. Soon, the boys drifted off to sleep. When Tim went back to his office, the others were discussing their options. They talked about timing and plans while Tim took out a tape recorder from his bag. Andy was there too, holding the video and audio tapes that Tim had brought from the ranch before the fire. He greeted Tim warmly. The ladies asked if the boys were asleep, and Jimmy suggested they move to the den where he had a big TV and a video player. Jimmy put in a video labeled KK, but Tim wanted them to listen to the tape from the coach's office that day. He was curious about how they reacted when he spoke and left. The first 10 minutes was just their chat, but things got more interesting later. After he and Chet had left, JW started complaining loudly. He wondered how Tim could possibly know what was going on. Frank said he wasn't so sure and suggested they hear what she had to say. As long as they all stuck to the same story, they would be fine. Steve told JW to call his brother and see what he knew about Tim. They might be dealing with a more dangerous person than they thought. If he had caused the fire, JW looked at his watch and called his brother's office at a small but wealthy school in South Texas. "Tommy, I'm glad you're in your office and not out wasting time with some cheerleader or her mom," he said. "Sure. Please provide the text you would like me to simplify, and I'll get started on it. Hey, is it okay if we put you on speaker? I've got Steve and Frank here with me." "Hi, guys. Are you and my little brother up to no good again?" Steve said. "Actually, that's why we're calling. Don't you have a coach who grew up with Tim Kelly?" Tommy replied. "Yeah, I do. He's here with me right now." "Hey, Carlos, we're on speaker now. Just the two of us are in the office," Tommy said. "Glad to hear you, Carlos," JW said loudly. "Wow, Jay, you're still around. I thought someone would have taken you out by now," Carlos joked. "You know, like that guy tried down here. It was just a misunderstanding. The woman said they were separated," Steve added. Carlos cut in. "Let me tell you about something, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?" When Carlos agreed, Steve shared a story. He made sure to mention the 2 explosions, the live wire, and the fire that followed. "Does that sound like your guy, Tim Kelly?" Steve asked. "You said the back of the house was on fire, right?" "That sounds like something that made him known, but it wasn't him." "How do you know?" asked JW. "Because you're still alive. When Tim Kelly sets the back of a building on fire, he runs to the front and shoots anyone who comes out the doors or windows. That's what my cousins back home say." The police figured that the fire started from chemicals that were stored the wrong way, and the people living there went back to Mexico. No one looked too closely for them because they were involved in drug dealing. Everyone knew they had hurt his friend's sister and 4 other girls, so people thought it was better they were gone. No bodies were ever found, so it was all a mystery. "You're not making me feel any better," Steve said. "When did this happen?" "It happened when he was in college, either his sophomore or junior year. I think he came home after a game and learned about what happened to the girls. The bad guys got what was coming to them. People were happy about that." "Who disappeared at the same time?" Carlos asked. "The girls who kept vanishing. Bad drugs stopped being sold and shop owners didn't have to pay for security anymore." The police pretended that nothing was wrong. When asked, they said that only the police were involved. Just regular people were not doing anything. "We know it was those guys from La Rosada, or Raton del Siglo, as they like to say. Some are Americans, some are from Mexico, but all of them are trouble. If it really was him, or if he finds out you've been with his girlfriend, it could be a big problem. I hear Panama is nice this time of year. Maybe you should get some tickets just in case." There was a lot of worry in the coach's office after the call ended. They promised to gather with everyone else after Karen, Tim, and the lawyers had their meeting to decide what to do next. The recording went quiet after a door opened and closed until Tim listened to it later. Tim had been watching the tape when he looked up. He saw that everyone else was looking at him with questions in their eyes. "Tim, is that story true?" asked Jimmy. Tim replied, "If you call the sheriff, he will tell you a very different story. Carlos is just adding to the tale the people down there made up." Jeannie nodded and said, "I find it hard to believe that the kind man I share coffee with every day could do such things, even if the people in question are drug dealers, kidnappers, and probably killers too." "I can believe it," said Patty. "From what I hear, that's how people in the Big Bend and parts of South Texas take care of things when the law fails. 150 years ago, that's how they dealt with criminals, although many were just hanged." At first, neither Andy nor Jimmy said anything. They both stared at Tim with a mix of respect and fear. Finally, Andy turned to Jeannie and said, "Jeannie, people who knew Audie Murphy say he was one of the nicest men ever. He was also the best American soldier in World War II. It's hard to know what a person can do until they are fighting for their life or for others they care about." He added, "I'm not saying Tim did any of that, but being nice to you is very different from facing drug dealers who hurt people and take them away." Jeie looked thoughtful, and then turned to Tim, wanting to shift the focus away from him. Tim said, "Do you want to hear more audio? We have 2 more tapes, or we can watch the video from Friday night." "The video?" Jeie replied quickly. "I need to see it for myself." Andy seemed unsure. "You both know that watching this video will be hard, and once you see it, the images won't go away. If it's as bad as they say, then divorce might be out of the question," Tim said. "For me, there's no other choice left, Jeie." "No, I want to see it," she said, though she looked unsure while speaking with confidence. Jimmy put the tape in the player titled KK3 and pressed play. They found seats on the couches and chairs, their eyes glued to the screen. The video started with a scene where Karen came to the door in a revealing dress. Tim welcomed her inside and gave her a warm hug. Everyone in the room watched closely, but nobody was more focused than Jimmy and Andy. On the screen, JW and Karen were kissing. Tim promised himself to stay calm, but watching their closeness was upsetting. It was clear that this was not their first time being together. "Of course, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I will gladly assist you in creating a simpler version." Everyone in the room was watching, but his eyes focused on Jeie. She looked hurt and tired. Her face was swollen and her eyes were red. He could feel her sadness for what he was going through. She was beaten down. She knew her husband was going to be shown for the liar he really was, and she felt sorry for him. For 1.5 years, he had known Jeie was a special woman, but tonight he saw just how caring she truly was. Jimmy spoke up. "Tim, I'm really sorry about everything. Those guys are terrible, but can I ask a favor? Can we skip ahead to when Larry Barnes gets involved? Jeie has a meeting with a police officer in 15 minutes about what her husband did to her. I think seeing what happened will help her decide to go ahead with the charges." "Sure," Tim replied. "I didn't know about that." He fast-forwarded the video. Jimmy said Jeie made this decision while he was with his kids. Jeie nodded at him, agreeing. Tim sat down by the TV and moved the video ahead until he saw Frank getting up from the bed. He pressed play and returned to his seat. Jeie watched as her husband held Tim's wife, bragging about their time together. Tears fell freely from her eyes, but now there was a strong look on her face. When Larry made fun of Tim, she clenched her jaw and said to Jimmy, "I'm ready. I don't need to see more. He betrayed me and hurt me when I asked about his poker game. I'm done with him. I want him in jail while I take my things from the house. He wasted our money, so I want it all in the divorce." "Good," Jimmy said. "First, tell the officers everything about what he did to you. Show them your bruises. If a woman officer is there, have her take you to another room and show her everything. Don't leave anything out. There's no shame in being a victim. Also, tell them about the times he hurt you before. We need him in jail, and we need to get a protection order for you for when he is released." Just then, the doorbell rang. Patty, Jimmy, and Jeie went to open the door. There stood 2 officers, 1 man and 1 woman, along with a female EMT. They were invited into the living room, and the door was closed behind them. The others decided to keep watching the video. Tim rewound it to where they had fast-forwarded. Karen was with JW. Steve slipped in from the bedroom behind her. The acting was good, but the video quality was poor, even for a low-budget production. Everyone was looking. The video went from being gross to strange when Tim laughed loudly. His laughter broke the serious mood, and soon everyone else was laughing too. Once Tim calmed down, he said, "I must be the worst husband ever for Karen to look at these short, ugly guys. Why would these fools even show their odd bodies in front of others, especially on film? Is that really a thing in this industry?" Andy finally stopped laughing enough to say, "They should have asked me to join." Patty was now giggling hard and managed to say, "You 2 would need to show me, but my Jimmy looks better than those guys." Tim and Andy exchanged sly smiles, got up, walked over, and stood in front of Patty. "You said we'd need to show you," Andy teased. "Seriously? With 2 police officers, an EMT, and my husband in the house? You want me to check you out?" Patty replied, glancing at the door. Tim said, "You said we have to prove it, so here we are. Are you going to check us out or just sit there?" Patty, a pretty lawyer in her 40s, glanced from one man to the other, looked at the door, and seemed unsure. But then she made up her mind and said, "No thanks. I'll take your word for it. After all, you don't need much to have more." Tim, Patty, and Andy were still laughing, watching the video when the door opened. But Jimmy's first words took away the fun. The EMT is worried that Jeannie's eye might be hurt. She wants to get x-rays done. Patty, it might be best if you went with them to the emergency room and brought her back if they let her go. Patty took her purse and a coat. She asked how the woman was doing. She's tough, they replied. She was clearly a woman who has been hurt, but she held her head high. She told them with great detail about the beating she took on Saturday. She also talked about the other times it happened before and shared the mental and emotional pain he put her through during their 2 years of marriage. I wanted to cry for her many times, but she stayed strong and shared her story. She's much stronger than she seems, and even stronger than she knows. Tim put on his jacket and said, "I'm going too." But the 3 lawyers explained why that was not a good idea. He nodded and told Patty to let Jeannie know he was there for her. "Be brave," Patty said as she left. She nodded back before walking out. Jimmy looked tired. He suggested they watch more videos tomorrow when they were rested, and Andy agreed. Tim said, "I'm going to watch some more now. I can't sleep anyway. Will I see you both back here tomorrow?" They agreed to meet for dinner, get the kids to sleep, and then have a serious talk. Tuesday went by without much happening. Even gym class was calm. Tim noticed JW and Steve giving him some harsh looks when they thought he wasn't paying attention. Maybe Chet, who was standing nearby, made them hold back. Tim had changed into his gym clothes before coming over so he wouldn't have to go into the office. He felt like standing up to them, but he kept his cool for now. Chet walked next to Tim as they headed towards campus. "I heard you didn't believe the story Karen told. I also heard that you helped Jeannie get away from her troubles and got her some help." Tim said he agreed with the first part, but he believed it was the other housemates who pushed her to get help. "That's an interesting view, Tim. You do remember that Jimmy and I were in the same fraternity, right? And then I introduced him to Patricia, remember? Let's just say they see things differently. What happened to our private talks?" Tim asked, smiling. Chet replied, "Sometimes those talks take a back seat to what a friend worries about." Just before they got to the building, Chet stopped and quietly told him, "That Monday afternoon, the school board president changed the agenda for the next meeting. Now, it includes a private session about some problems with following the educator code of conduct or something like that. After lunch, I have to tell Frank Hughes, Steve Slaughter, and John William Rogers to come to the meeting. They can bring their lawyer or someone to help them. Joe Ward heard from the board president about an hour ago. Just wanted to tell you in case you want to stay away from them until after the meeting on Thursday night. I think they will blame you instead of owning up to their mistakes. And yes, you can thank the principal for me being at athletics today. And for the rest of the week, I asked. He said I had to. Seems the old guy has more connections than we thought. Plus, given your regular teacher status, he seems to like you a lot." Instead of having lunch, Tim ate a sandwich while he drove to his old home to change some audio tapes. He rushed back to school, taught his afternoon classes, led a short meeting with the science team, and then hurried to pick up his sons, as Patty suggested. The boys were at a nearby daycare in their gated neighborhood. The manager had strict rules to only let Tim pick up the boys. He got them and took them to the horseman's house, where they found 2 young girls, about the same age as his boys, and their nice mom. After they said hello, nice mom Casey took all the kids into the kitchen for snacks, allowing Tim and Patty to chat in her office. After school, Casey received an order for temporary custody, and she did not take it well. At first, she cried, but then she pulled herself together, went to Frank's office, and yelled at him for at least 5 minutes. "Sure. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll take care of it for you." His secretary, who he was also involved with, kept the conversation private, but I could hear her from outside his window. I won't share all the details, but the main point was that they promised to keep everything secret. She said she would make things hard for them if she lost her sons. Frank replied that if we stick to our story, she would keep her kids. She finally seemed calmer, or maybe she just got tired. They are meeting tonight at your house to discuss their plans. I hope you have new tapes ready. Tim promised that he did and said he wished he could secretly watch. He knew his wife and the men would face the anger of a very upset woman, which he wanted to see, but he guessed recording it would have to do. The hearing for temporary custody is tomorrow at 2 in front of a judge who knows the social circle of Barry Benson and his wife. She knows this too, and she knows I won't accept any nonsense, so we should be fine. That being said, I want to make sure that you want us to subpoena all 7 men and have each of them testify under oath." Tim agreed. She warned that this plan might backfire if the judge believes their stories. "We'll figure it out. I'm sure we will gather enough proof to win. If not, I'll have other recordings in my briefcase. Trust me, Patty, she is not getting custody of my sons. If she does, you can expect to hear from me again when the boys and I find a new home in Peru." Patty smiled but shook her head and warned, "Don't tell your lawyer that we are law officials." At that moment, Jimmy and Andy joined us, and the 3 lawyers talked about plans with their client until Pretty Mom came back with all 4 kids. She and Patty took the casseroles out of the oven and called everyone to dinner at the big table in the dining room. It was nearly full of vegetables, salads, casseroles, desserts, and drinks before they all sat down. One of the young girls ran to the back and came back with a man Tim didn't know. Aunt Jeannie looked really bad with her puffy face, stitches in her lip, and a big bandage over her left eye. Still, Tim noticed that some of the swelling had gone down and some of the bruises were changing from purple to yellow, which were good signs. The other 3 kids ran to her. She knelt down, wincing in pain as she did, and again when the children hugged her. But she smiled on the side of her face that wasn't as swollen after the hugs. Little Mark helped her to the table and wanted her to sit next to him. Everyone else found a seat, leaving just one empty chair next to Pretty Mommy Cassie. That chair was soon taken by a stranger named Eric, a good-looking dad. He got warm hugs and kisses from his wife and daughters. They chatted easily, and the food was great. After they enjoyed some French silk pie for dessert, everyone carried their dirty plates to the sink. Patty rinsed them while Cassie loaded them into the dishwasher. The men went to the living room, and Jeannie took the kids into a spare room that had turned into a playroom. The kids didn't seem to notice her bad injuries anymore. This showed once again that kids can look past what is right in front of them and see the good in people. Eric told Tim that he was the doctor on call when Jeannie came into the hospital. It was just lucky that he was working that night. But Jimmy had called the hospital to check on her and shared the news. Eric had to make sure Jeannie got the help and care she needed. The mood grew serious when Eric revealed that Jeannie had 2 broken ribs, a small crack in her eye socket, and a mild concussion. Her kidneys were hurt, and doctors found an old break in one of her ribs from a past attack. Eric had told all this to the police. Jimmy, a friend, informed them that the police had arrested Larry Barnes at his home just an hour after they left. Larry was released on bail a few hours later, but he was given a court order to stay at least 1,000 feet away from Jeannie and her home at all times. He faced jail time with no bail until his trial. The police officer who gave the order called Jimmy to say that Larry was upset about the charges and the order. The officer doubted that Larry would follow the rules. The officer said a police car would check on the house every day, but they couldn't promise Jeannie's safety. He suggested she might need to go somewhere safe for a few weeks. As the story unfolded, everyone in the room noticed Tim's changing mood. When he heard that Larry might ignore the order, Tim looked very troubled. Eric turned to Tim and said, "Jeannie is worried about you because of everything you've been through. How are you doing?" It was so like Jeannie to care about others even after what had happened to her. Tim replied, "I'm fine, or at least as fine as I can be right now. She needs to focus on getting better and getting rid of that guy for good." Tim continued, "Honestly, most men who hit their wives don't change. Court orders and jail time don't stop them. They usually come back to take what they think is theirs, unless they are dead. I'm not sure Jeannie will ever be safe." "Tim, you have to trust the system," Jimmy urged. "Right now, we don't have any proof that he will come after her or harm her if he finds her." "The police are on alert," he added. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to simplify and rewrite, and I'll take care of it for you. Everyone is on edge. We're going to keep Jeannie safe here until things get sorted out. We hope that after we deal with him, he will go back to his mom in Illinois, and Jeannie will never hear from him again. My main worry is that he might get blamed for his wife's death before anything is done about him." Tim stopped and focused on Jimmy. "Let's get straight to the point. Do you have any guns here?" Jimmy answered, "Just a pistol in a safe under the bed." Tim asked, "Do you mind if I bring some of mine inside? I'll keep them safe around the house, but I don't think a gun under the bed will stop a crazy person if he gets inside." Jimmy felt embarrassed. He hadn't thought about how dangerous it could be for Jeannie, Tim, and his sons living here. He quickly agreed. Tim walked out to his truck. Dr. Eric watched him leave and turned to Andy and Jimmy. "He's really fired up. We need to make sure things don't get out of hand." "True," he continued. "We all know that people who hurt their partners often don't care about the law. We need to be very careful. Are your alarms working, Jimmy?" Jimmy replied, "They work, but I haven't been using them. I mean, in this neighborhood. But now I'll call the company to turn them back on." "Good idea," said Andy. Just then, Patty and Cassie came in from the kitchen as Tim returned with his pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. Patty looked at Jimmy and he whispered, "I'll explain later." Tim put the pistol on a shelf above the coat rack by the door. He set the shotgun on a bookshelf in the office and took the rifle to the pantry close to the back door. They were all stored safely out of reach of even the best little climbers, but still easy for an adult to access. "I kept one in my truck. Who here can use a gun?" Everyone raised their hand and Tim chuckled. "I guess we are still in Texas, even in Northwest Austin," Andy joked. He reminded the group that Tim had good reason to worry about how Larry or any other person who hurts their partner might react to Jeannie telling the police and going to the hospital after he threatened her. Patty nodded sadly and said, "I agree. We have to be careful. Those animals will attack anyone they think helped their partner." Cassie agreed and told Eric that he might blame him for getting caught. "We should go home. Let's lock all the doors and windows. We need to set the alarm and hide some of our guns where we can get to them quickly, just like Tim did. We have to watch out for any strange people or cars in our neighborhood." While Cassie went to get their kids, Tim put on his jacket and slipped a Colt .45 gun into his pocket. "I'll walk you home if that's okay," he told the little girls. They jumped up and down, excitedly asking him to stay and see their new dollhouse. Patty said she would make sure the boys took a bath, and then Tim left with the doctor and his family. The short walk was quiet and safe, with no cars around. But Tim, Eric, and Cassie were all very aware of everything happening around them. "It's funny how a simple 2-block walk can make you feel so alert," Eric said softly. The boys were already asleep, and Jeannie had read them a story by the time Tim got back, 20 minutes later. He helped the kids say their night prayers and tucked them in bed. Jeannie gave him a small smile and smiled at his sons, too. Then she went to the kitchen, grabbed her ice mask and some pads, and went to her room. Tim returned to the living room and saw everyone had gathered in the TV room, ready to play the audio tape from the night before. The tape only had Karen crying and a phone call to JW, where she talked about their meeting on Monday afternoon. Tim felt strong dislike for her and looked disgusted after hearing the part of the story they had agreed to tell. Once again, she complained about them, insisting they wouldn't get caught and suggesting that Tim seemed to know all about it. I tried to comfort her, but we didn't say much more. "I bet tonight's video will be very different," Tim said after the board meeting news. He pointed out tomorrow's hearing and Larry's arrest. "I bet they are planning something right now at my house. Does anyone want to disagree?" No one spoke up. Patty then suggested they finish watching the video from last night. Tim, feeling strong about it, shouted, "No! I'm going to drive by and see who is there. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Andy quickly looked at the others and said, "Wait, I'm coming with you. I want to see too. I don't want you to go alone and scare everyone if Larry is there." Everyone agreed, since it was clear that Tim's truck was easily recognizable. They decided to take Andy's car. After 15 minutes and a few quiet words, they passed Tim's house. They parked in the driveway of an empty house across the cul-de-sac and counted 6 cars besides Karen's. Tim reached out his hand expecting a bet, but Andy said he wouldn't make a foolish bet that they wouldn't be there. Tim's impatience showed in his face. He suggested they sneak back, find out who was inside and listen in. Andy hesitated, but Tim opened the door, jumped out, and ran across the street with Andy chasing after him, mumbling under his breath. They went off the street and followed a small creek, moving quietly through the bushes near the house. They found a hidden spot behind the chimney and got close to the south side living room window. Just as they expected, the whole group was inside. They saw Rogers and Slaughter there. Ward, Hughes, Allen, Vinton, Barnes, and Karen are all friends. They often spend time together. They share stories and laughter. Each person brings something special. They support each other through good times and bad. Their bond is strong, and they enjoy every moment together. Tim took many pictures with his camera using fast film. Afterward, he agreed to Andy's wish to leave as soon as they got back. Patty asked what they learned. Andy went over what had happened. He said they didn't hear much, but they did catch Karen, Reem, JW, and the others talking about how Tim would never find out. She warned that if she lost custody of her kids, she would tell everyone and ruin them. Vinton tried to calm her down. He said he thought Tim was just trying to trick them into giving up. He reassured her that if everyone stuck to the same story they had agreed on, they would be fine. She would keep custody of her kids, and then she could either kick her husband out or let him beg for her to take him back. Benton suggested they all write down their statements. This way, when it was time to testify, the other lawyers could only ask questions about what they had written. This would help them remember what to say. Joe Ward, the superintendent, told everyone to stop arguing and focus. The custody hearing was the next day, and they had a board meeting the night after that. They needed to get ready. Jeannie's husband reminded them he had been arrested and was going to trial. They had to support him, too. If they didn't, he might admit to things to get a lighter punishment. Vinton promised he would help him and told him to stick to the plan. It seemed that both Tim and Jeannie had acted too strongly, which led to all these issues. Slaughter scoffed at that and told Barnes he didn't care about him since he was a wife-beater. He thought that his mistakes would ruin them all. They left before hearing the reply, as Karen and JW walked into the kitchen where they could see them. Tim smiled and said, "If the recorder worked, we've got them." He told the others they needed to make sure they were questioned under oath and that they could play the tape from tonight after everyone had testified. He had pictures with dates and times so they could place them in his house and match the voices. If they did that, they'd be in a strong position. No one had noticed Jeannie standing in the kitchen door. When they called Larry to testify, Jeannie wanted to sit up front. She wanted him to see her while he lied about what he did to her. Everyone turned to her, surprised by the strength in her voice. Patty asked if she was sure. Jeannie said yes, she was certain. Patty replied, "Then I'll call him right after Roger and Slaughter. He'll be the first of the poker players called." That should surprise everyone, and it will make the judge think for a moment, just to be safe. "David and I have a plan, and we want you to be in the audience when the board meeting starts with your tape recorder ready. Tim, we won't call you into the closed meeting right away, but just knowing you are there with the tape should help speed things along. If they decide to, you can come in, play the recording, and then the other 5 board members will likely vote to fire all the employees involved and remove Allen and Benton from their positions, or whatever the school's lawyer tells them they can do. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime. I want to face those people every chance I get," Tim said eagerly. "I would love to reveal their wrongdoings, and I would claim that Karen was pressured by her bosses to do things she shouldn't have done. Whether that's true or not, it gives her a way to protect herself and go after them. I'm sure she would jump at that chance. I don't just want them to resign, I want them to lose their teaching licenses too. Forget the resignations. We have them in a good spot now. I want them all ruined so they can't harm teachers or kids ever again. And we need to do the same with that Larry guy. The city has rules about this kind of behavior too. We need to make sure he is fired for serious reasons. That way, it will be on his record, and he won't be able to find good jobs like that again. Is everyone on board? Let's take action against them." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jeannie gave Tim a gentle hug and said, "Thank you for looking out for me, Tim." He hugged her back and kissed the top of her head. Patty, Andy, and Jimmy glanced at each other, and Patty said, "You two are pretty easy to read, so we need to keep you apart until this is all over. Then you can do what you want, but not now, okay?" They nodded in agreement, but they didn't pull away from each other until Patty spoke up. The first video showed Karen and JW together, then it included Steve, and later Hughes joined them. It was very wild and upsetting, but the things they talked about were also revealing. If we listen to the audio, even if we can't see the video, they could all lose their teaching jobs and even go to jail. It would be hard to deal with, but it had to be done. "You need to see this," Jeannie said. "I want to watch too," Patty replied, giving her a worried look. But Jeannie stared back with determination, her face showing signs of struggle. They all wanted to be in the TV room. Jimmy started the tape, and they began to watch. Jeie sat next to Tim and held his hand tightly. One upsetting scene followed another as they saw what happened when Karen left after being with the three of them. They made fun of her rude husband, and Jeie noticed Tim getting tense. She held on to him even tighter, trying to comfort him in a soft voice, telling him everything would be okay. It was surprising to see the pretty cheerleader and prom queen looking so hurt. Her left cheek was swollen and purple with bruises, and her left eye was covered by a big patch. There was also a stitch sticking out from her lip. Despite all this, she told him that everything would be okay. Tim felt his love for her grow even more as things were coming to a close. The three lawyers were discussing how to use parts of a story without putting Tim at risk of getting into trouble. Jeie held onto his hand and rested her head on his shoulder. Tim was lost in his thoughts, thinking about revenge and chaos. However, Jeie carefully stood up and gently pulled him to come with her. When the other people looked at them, Jeie noticed that Patty did not seem pleased. She firmly said, "We won't be close to each other in public, and we need to be careful here. But I need him, and he needs me for company. So you three should mind your own business. We'll see you in the morning." The others looked at each other and smiled. The shy and nervous Jeie was gone. Now the strong woman that Tim admired was here. Tim followed her into his bedroom, feeling unsure. "No funny stuff, Tim, but I want to hold you and be held, please." Tim nodded and offered his hand, showing he wanted her to use the bathroom first. She told him she had already bathed earlier. All she needed to do was change into her pajamas. Tim came back in just his boxers and a t-shirt. He saw Jeie in soft satin pajamas in his bed. She looked at him and said, "Please." He climbed in but stayed on his side of the big bed. But as soon as he got settled, she moved over, took his arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and cuddled close with a sigh. The only view he had was of her eye patch and the scarred part of her face. That made him feel uneasy, but he thought of how he usually saw her and let himself relax. "I won't lie, Jeie. This isn't the first time I've imagined you in my bed like this, but tonight is very different. Take whatever you need from me, sweet one. I'll be your support or your cuddle buddy. It's up to you," he said. She sleepily replied, "This isn't my first time dreaming about this either, Tim. Please hold me. I need you to cuddle me tonight." He held her closely, and she fell asleep quickly. He stayed awake a bit longer thinking about his plans for Wednesday. As usual, Tim woke up at 5:30. He carefully got out of bed without waking her and left her sleeping on her good side. Tim went through his morning routine, got dressed fast, and made sure the boys didn't come into his room to jump on him. He turned on cartoons in the living room, made breakfast, and fed the boys green eggs and ham with toast. Once they were dressed and ready for the cold morning, they headed out to the pickup. "Sure, please provide the text you would like me to rewrite." Patty came to see him wearing a light robe. She reminded him to get the tapes from the house and listen to them soon. This way, she could change the presentation based on what they found out. She also mentioned that he had to be at the family court in Georgetown by 1 for the 2 p.m. hearing. She wanted to hear the tapes too, just in case. He looked at her playfully, winked, and said she could be in his movie any time. She felt shy and pulled her robe tighter around her. He laughed at her reaction but promised he would be on time and took his boys to the truck. After teaching 2 classes, Tim stopped by the principal's office. He reminded Mr. Jones that he was taking the rest of the day off. Mr. Jones put down his pen. He looked at Tim with a sad face and said, "Good luck, son," before going back to his paperwork. Next, Tim visited Chet. He closed the office door and asked, "What are you hearing?" "Not much," Chet replied. "There isn't much gossip about your wife and the weekend from hell or anything about the board meeting." He added that only the curriculum director had mentioned it. When she asked him about his plans for the weekend, he joked that he wasn't paid enough to know what that meant. After Chet told her they could find something to both enjoy, she laughed and said, "Whenever you're ready, just bring a toothbrush." Chet then asked Tim how he was doing and how Jeie was holding up. "I'm okay, but she's hurting and feeling weak. I'm going to gather the proof we need," Tim replied with seriousness. "We need to handle this once and for all and get my other guns." Changing the topic, he asked Chet if he knew where to find a sniper rifle that couldn't be traced. something like a Remington 725 or a .300 mag, perhaps. After thinking for a moment, Chet said he knew where to find one. Tim explained, "I'm thinking about going hunting in West Texas next season, but I want to buy it now to get used to it." Chet smiled and asked, "Would tomorrow be soon enough?" After leaving high school, Tim rode past the elementary school and saw Karen's car in her usual spot. He went straight home but noticed Benton's car in the driveway. Great. Karen was meeting her lawyer at their house before the hearing. This was bad. He needed those tapes. He was scared he might lose custody without them. Feeling worried, he drove right to the horseman's house and told Patty what was going on. She felt less worried, thinking the judge would accept Tim's request based only on the facts of the case. But the final hearing about custody would be much tougher. Tim knew where he, Karen, and her friends would be. He called his private investigator and asked him to get the tapes and replace them while everyone was at the courthouse. The investigator said it would be done as soon as they left, and he would send someone to bring the tapes to the courthouse. When Tim and his lawyer arrived and sat at their table, Karen and Barry Benson were already at theirs. The six stooges were sitting in the front row behind them. They all smirked at Tim when he looked their way. The judge started by explaining the reason for the hearing. She needed to decide the best temporary living situation for the safety and well-being of two young children. She said this is a legal process, but with fewer rules and a more relaxed approach because the main goal is clear. What is best for the children? After the opening statements, the judge asked Patty to present the case for Tim. Patty worked hard to help Tim get temporary custody of his two boys. She pointed out that his coaching season was over so he could pick them up from daycare early. She emphasized his good parenting skills and how close he was with his sons. Then, Patty argued that Karen, the boys' mother, often left them in the care of young babysitters. Some of the babysitters were qualified, but others were not. She mentioned a storm that happened on a Friday as a big example. During that storm, the boys could have been left alone for more than 2 days if their reliable dad hadn't returned. The judge knew that Benton would call witnesses because she had copies of their statements. She was surprised that Patty was taking this case so seriously, knowing it would be tough to argue when the witnesses said Karen had done nothing wrong. Patty then made a statement that surprised everyone even more. "Your Honor, we have just read the statements from the men sitting here in the courtroom. My client wants to hear what they have to say, as well as Mrs. Kelly's side from the stand. He doesn't want to go on with this case unless they can show him that he got it wrong. So I called John William Rogers as my first witness." As J.W. was getting ready to give his testimony, the wives of Barry Benton, Frank Hughes, Joe Ward, and John Allen walked into the small courtroom and sat in the back. The looks on their husbands' faces were priceless. If you could show a feeling of shock through facial expressions, you would see it all today. Of course, please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to simplify it for you. It all started with just one phone call from Jeie to Jamie, the wife of Frank Hughes. Jeie needed to talk to another woman whose husband was also there because something about the story seemed strange but possible. Jamie told her what her husband said was true, but when Jeie mentioned that Karen was with the men, it was enough to bring the other wives to the hearing room, looking very angry. It turned out that the men had not told their wives that Mrs. Kelly was also at the poker game and that she spent the night in the boathouse with them. Patty guided the questioning like she had done with the other men, prompting them to repeat their statements, which they had practiced and written down, but with slight changes to sound believable. Tim's face stayed calm, but he leaned forward, showing that he was interested in what they were saying. After the three men spoke, Patty called Larry Barnes next. As he sat down and took the oath, Jeie Barnes limped in and carefully took a seat behind him in the first row. The judge noticed her hurt face and the angry look she gave to Larry, who looked pale and avoided her gaze. Larry seemed nervous by her condition, and his jumbled words showed it. Still, he was now giving his testimony under oath. Then Patty surprised everyone by calling Barry Benton, the usually relaxed lawyer, who looked really nervous as he objected. But since he had given a sworn statement, the judge allowed him to be called. While giving his testimony, he kept saying things like, "I was drinking, so I might not be clear." He said, "I'm not sure, but what I remember." Patty reminded him to look at his written statement to help him, and soon beads of sweat were rolling down his red face. The look of happiness on his wife's face as he struggled said a lot to the judge. Next came Karen. She was dressed nicely and looked like a good school teacher, wife, and mother. She told her story in a soft voice, saying she was innocent and had been wronged by her angry husband who jumped to conclusions. She said she had tried to support him and his team and kept repeating that nothing happened that would upset him. Tears ran down her cheeks as she finished, looking very sad. The judge seemed moved by her story, as did Tim, who then called his lawyer to the table before Jeie was let go. Patty came back and started asking more questions. "Miss Kelly, you say that nothing inappropriate happened while you were with these men. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's right," Karen answered. "Nothing at all." "Is this the first and only time you have been with these men?" Karen seemed surprised, but nodded in agreement. "Can you explain why on these days you got babysitters for your two kids to go with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Slaughter to basketball games your husband was coaching in other towns?" She handed a list of dates with the babysitter's name for each date to the judge and Karen, then gave one to Benton. Karen turned pale and shot Benton a fierce look before she spoke. "I wasn't with those men on those days. I went shopping with other wives. I don't know where they got that idea. I was going to the games out of town." As soon as she finished, the courtroom door opened, and 5 out of the 7 high school girls whose names were on the list walked in and sat near the wives. Patty went back to her briefcase and took out the statements from each babysitter for the judge. She asked to include them in the record and offered to bring each girl to speak in court. Benton strongly disagreed, but the judge said Karen could share her statements. Karen was getting more nervous, but she tried to look confident, even smiling at the girls. The girls looked back at her angrily, and Tim noticed small signs of worry on his wife's face. Taking a quick look at Benton, Slaughter, and Rogers, he saw that they all had worried expressions that seemed to stay on their faces. "Miss Kelly, please read the statement of Sharon Malden about the first 2 times she babysat for you on December 27th and 28th. Karen didn't want to, but started reading when the judge insisted. The statement revealed that Coach Rogers had asked her to babysit on December 27th, saying he was taking Mrs. Kelly to the basketball tournament where Mr. Kelly's team was playing. He called again the next day, and she sat with the boys while Mrs. Kelly went to the tournament with Coach Rogers and some parents. He asked her to read the rest of Miss Malden's statement. Mrs. Kelly slowly read that Coach Rogers had also called Sharon at home and asked her to babysit. On that important Friday in February, Sharon was told that he and Coach Slaughter would pick her up after school and bring her home later that night, around midnight. Her statement also mentioned that Mrs. Kelly was ready to go when she arrived on each of the 3 dates. She got into the truck with Coach Rogers the first 2 times, and with both coaches the last time. "So, Miss Kelly, do you still say you went shopping with your female friends on those December dates?" Karen glared at the men, adjusted her dress, stood tall, and answered defiantly. "Okay, I did leave with them, but they dropped me off and I went shopping with Beth, Coach Slaughter's wife, both times. This is just another misunderstanding." Patty looked at Karen with pity, shook her head, and told the judge that Miss Kelly was excused, even though the PA had not brought the tapes. Then, she called her final witness, Mr. Kelly. After Tim took his oath, Patty prepared to explain what happened that Friday. She asked him what proof he had to disagree with the statements of many witnesses. Tim said he didn't need to argue against what they said right now. Instead, he just had to show that his wife often neglected their kids and left them with babysitters every time his team played away. He wondered what she was doing during those times. He continued, "Your Honor, after every game, I would talk to my wife at breakfast. She would ask how the game went. When I asked about her night, she would say she had a quiet night taking care of our sons. Now, we know that isn't true. I doubt what my wife and these men said happened on Friday night. I plan to show proof of their dishonesty when I file for divorce and when we discuss who will take care of the kids. I understand today's meeting is to show I am the better choice for temporary custody. If my wife gets custody while I'm not living at home, I worry she will keep neglecting our children, or it might even get worse. I'm really concerned for my sons if they stay with her." The judge then moved back to the defense team. Benton gave a strong speech, and then Karen spoke again. She argued that she was a good and careful mother, and that no one had ever accused her of doing wrong before. She said the kids should stay with her at home while she and Tim worked on their problems. She believed Tim's anger and doubts would fade soon, and he would come back home. The judge didn't believe her. There were too many signs that Karen had left the kids with young girls to be with other men and had lied to Tim about what she was doing. The story told by the men did not hold up well, but that would be dealt with in the future. The judge gave temporary custody to Tim until the next hearing, which would happen in 2 weeks. The judge looked straight at Karen and said she was not convinced by the defense. Karen had used babysitters at least 10 times and didn't tell Tim when he asked her. She also avoided direct answers when asked about the babysitters. Karen did not take this news well. She shot angry looks at Tim and her friends, who returned the glare. Tim smirked back, thinking, "If only they knew what I have planned. Their time is coming." Benton quietly warned the others. "We underestimated him. We need to consider other options. Meet at my office tonight at 7, and it doesn't matter what your wife thinks. Just be there." Dinner at the Horseman's was a cheerful event. "Of course, please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help." Jeannie made a tasty dinner of spaghetti with meat sauce and meatballs. She also prepared a big salad, fresh fruit, and gelato for dessert. Andy, Eric, Casey, and their kids were enjoying the lively party atmosphere. But after dinner, the men went into Jimmy's office to listen to the recordings from the night before when they had dropped off some pie. As they listened, Tim grew more worried. "This is unbelievable," he said, feeling upset. "Their arrogance and lack of care is shocking." Andy spoke slowly and carefully, reminding them, "That's true, but did you hear the threat in what Benton told Katie? She warned them she'd ruin them if she didn't get her kids back." "And then Vincent told her they would do anything to fix the problem," he continued. "Rogers even told her not to worry. There are many ways to handle this." Tim replied, "Those could seem like friendly words or real threats. I hope they come after me. They have no idea what I'm capable of." "Just make sure your boys don't get caught in the middle," Eric warned. Tim replied, "They won't hurt the boys. Karen would protect them fiercely. No way. If Andy's right, they will try to go after me when I'm alone or with someone else, not with the boys." They returned to listening to the new recordings from the phone and house. The recordings showed that those people did what they said they didn't do, and they worked together to create a lie before the hearing. When the tapes finished, Jimmy said, "They're done for. Judge Williams will hear about this plan and send them straight to jail for lying and trying to lie in court." Then, Tim started the video of Karen's first meetings with JW, Steve, and Frank. By the time they finished watching, he felt protected against Karen's charm, like he was wearing strong armor. At Andy's suggestion, they focused on the Board of Trustees meeting scheduled for tomorrow evening. After discussing different choices, they decided on a plan that would lead to all the teachers being fired and the 2 board members being removed for bad behavior. They created a special plan for Larry Barnes, wanting to not only get him fired, but also increase his time in jail. Thursday arrived bright and sunny, matching Tim's good mood. Jeannie had spent the night with him again. They lay close together, sleeping peacefully until he stood by the bed, looking down at her. He saw that the ice and heat treatment had really helped reduce the swelling on her face over the past day. Her calm sleeping position showed that the medicine had eased the pain in her face, ribs, and lower back. Still, from the side, she looked like the same beautiful person Tim loved. From the left, she looked like someone from a scary movie. Because of this, she stayed inside and kept away from others as much as she could. Eric kept visiting her at home to give her privacy while she got better. At school, Tim found out that JW and Steve had both handed in their resignations this morning. They had been offered better jobs at a wealthy school in the West Texas oil fields. Beth had also quit to take a teaching job there. The superintendent had given all 3 of them time off. Tim quickly called Andy. "I can't let them resign and leave. I want them to answer for this. Should I file a complaint against them for breaking school rules? But what would I say?" Andy shared that he had talked to his friend David Pierce, the president of the board, about a meeting to discuss bad behavior. This included issues like blackmail, threats, and harassment against Rogers and others. "Word is out that you will be there, and you have proof of their wrongdoings," Andy said. I heard they have a meeting at Benton's house at noon. He's home because his wife left him and is getting a divorce. Doesn't that make you feel sorry for him? Andy asked with a smirk. Tim just scoffed. So what time should I be there? David would start the meeting at 7 p.m. He would read the minutes from the last meeting and go over reports before having a short private session. They would talk about the claims and look at the rules. Members of the board or staff could speak in private before returning to the regular meeting. They would discuss the evidence and vote in front of everyone. We might have to speak in the private session or share what we know during the open meeting. David wasn't sure what the lawyer would say. After they talked, the president would take motions. Then they would vote, and the regular meeting would start. Let's meet in front of the administration building at 6:30 to see when the board's lawyer wants us, Andy suggested. Tim agreed and went back to his regular routine. At the start of the athletics period, Chet joined Tim at the field house. He quickly told the athletes that coaches Slaughter and Rogers had stepped down. He welcomed questions and then told everyone that Coach Kelly would lead the strength and conditioning program in the off-season. The news brought cheers and clapping, and the kids were excited to hit the field after Coach Kelly shared his plans to help them improve and get stronger. The workout was lively, more so than Chet or the other coaches had seen before, and Tim was thrilled with the energy from the kids and his fellow coaches. His afternoon classes went smoothly, and he left right after his last class ended at 3 p.m. Sure, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll make it simpler and clearer for you. Tim was at the daycare to pick up his sons. Mrs. Gonzalez, the director, came out with him, holding Tim's boys, Mark and Patrick. She started chatting excitedly about a costume party that was happening next week. They stood on the sidewalk, just a few steps from the door, talking about the superhero event. While they talked, Tim noticed something strange about a truck parked across the street. He looked over Mrs. Gonzalez's shoulder, trying to see what was wrong. Then he saw a shiny object. It was the barrel of a rifle sticking out from the back window of the truck. In a split second, he threw his children in different directions, shouted a warning, and pushed Mrs. Gonzalez out of the way. Tim's boys flew away from him just as he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and heard a gunshot. He felt another sharp pain in his hip, but didn't stop. Tim ran towards his truck, wanting to draw the shooter's attention away from his sons. He heard another gunshot just before reaching his pickup. That shot missed him, but he heard it hit something behind him. He quickly reached inside to grab his gun from under the seat. As he stepped outside, another shot hit the windshield and narrowly missed him. He aimed his gun at the shooter and felt something strike his leg, throwing him off balance. He steadied himself and fired 3 shots into the truck. The rifle disappeared, and the truck raced away. Feeling weak and dizzy, Tim leaned against his truck. His head dropped, and he noticed blood on his shirt and pants. He looked at his boys, who were now with Mrs. Solis, the daycare director. They were crying out, "Daddy! Daddy!" Tim tried to move toward them, but realized he couldn't feel his legs. He collapsed onto the ground, just as a police car pulled up beside him. Knowing his sons were safe, he let himself sink into darkness. After a while, Tim began to hear beeping and buzzing sounds and noticed voices calling to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was attached to tubes and wires, surrounded by monitors in a hospital room. His mouth felt dry, and his neck and shoulder hurt when he tried to lift his head. Suddenly, he heard someone gasp and turned his head slowly. A hand grabbed his, and a woman's voice exclaimed, "He's awake!" He saw Jeie, but he was surprised because she wasn't wearing her eye patch. Her stitches were gone, and her face looked normal. She looked really nice, but he recalled that her husband had hurt her before. He wanted to speak and ask how she was doing, but she quickly came close and whispered that everyone was fine and he should get some rest. He shut his eyes and fell back into the dark again. When he opened his eyes again, there were doctors and nurses, both men and women, all around his bed. He looked at the man in a white coat with a name tag who was standing closest to him. He wanted to ask him why he was there, but his mouth felt dry and no words came out. A woman in blue scrubs gently put a straw in his mouth and let him drink a little water before taking it away. The doctor asked if he knew why he was there. Tim's confused mind tried to find a reason why a healthy man like him would be in a hospital, but he couldn't understand anything. He weakly said no, and the nurse gave him another sip of water. Dr. James then asked what he did remember. Tim thought about his family and recalled picking up his boys from daycare when something went wrong. But what happened next? Suddenly, it all came back to him. He had been shot. He said this out loud, feeling scared. "Are my sons okay?" he asked in a panic. The doctor reassured him that they were fine and said he would heal and be back on his feet in a week or two. "We're all happy to see you awake and glad that you remember your family. Those are good signs, and we expect you to get all better," he continued. "For a while it was critical because of the blood you lost. But you're young and strong, so you have done well so far. You will need some time to heal and regain your strength, but you will get better every day." Tim asked, "When can I see my sons?" The doctor and nurses looked at each other. Dr. James said, "For now, let's focus on helping you get stronger. We will make plans for visits when you feel better." Tim felt a little confused. Where are they? Who are they with? "We don't have all the information you need about your family, Mr. Kelly. We are here to care for you. Your lawyers asked that we call once you wake up. Your sister just left to clean up and eat. Nurse Phillips will tell them you are awake, and maybe they can give you the answers you need." Tim nodded. The team started to leave while Dr. James talked to Nurse Phillips. Tim slowly drifted back to sleep, wondering why his sister was here and not at home with her kids on the ranch between Carrizo Springs and Catarina. Familiar voices nearby pulled him back to reality. He heard someone explaining his condition. He is still weak from blood loss, but his infected leg is responding well to the antibiotics. The other wounds look good and we are hopeful, but he needs plenty of rest. You can spend 15 minutes with him, but then you will need to go. "Can I stay? I promise I won't disturb him, but I want to keep an eye on him like I have since he was shot," said a woman's voice that Tim thought he recognized. He opened his eyes a little. In his room, he saw Patty, Jimmy, Andy, and Jeannie. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to assist you." His confused mind wondered why his wife was not there, but then he remembered. Along with the sounds of beeping and alarms from the machines around him, a nurse rushed to his side, but the noises faded as he looked at his friends in the room. "It's great to see you," he whispered. "Thanks for coming." The nurse let him sip water through a straw. He noticed tears in his friend's eyes. "We thought we lost you," Patty said softly, forcing a small smile. "I'm tougher than a few bullets," Tim replied. "Are my sons okay?" Andy answered, "They are, thanks to you. If you hadn't pushed Mrs. Gonzalez out of the way, she and Mark could have been killed. The first bullet hit you in the shoulder, close to where Mark was. The second bullet went through your hip. That bullet would have hurt Mrs. Gonzalez. She and the police say you are a hero." Tim didn't want to hear about the praise and asked again, "But my sons are okay?" Andy assured him, "Yes. They were very scared but unharmed. They were mostly worried about you. Mrs. Gonzalez took them inside and looked after them while the EMTs worked on you. The police were there too. She let the boys stand by the window to see you getting help. They were really shaken up by seeing you hurt. They calmed down when your wife arrived and went with her when the ambulance took you away." Seeing Tim's anger, Andy continued, "I know you don't want them with her, but in all the confusion, she took them away. We talked to the police about custody. We wanted to keep them for you, but knew that wasn't allowed. We felt their mother was the best choice. It was her or the state, and the state doesn't really have good care for kids who are upset. So her boyfriends tried to kill me, almost killing Mark too, and she conveniently shows up right after the shooting to take the boys. You think that's a good idea?" "What the heck?" Tim asked, feeling frustrated. Jimmy chimed in, "Did you see the shooters? That's important. The police will be here soon to ask you about it. They already know one person involved, but not who the shooter was." Tim's anger grew, and the machines around him beeped louder. The nurse asked the 3 lawyers to leave but let his sister stay if she helped keep Tim calm. "So you're the sister who has been with me all the time?" Tim asked. Jeannie nodded. "Yes, that's the only way they let me stay in your room." "Well, that's interesting," Tim said, feeling too weak to show how he truly felt. But Jeannie smiled and leaned closer to him. She gave him a soft touch. "There's plenty of time for that when you're feeling better. I don't think you could handle what I need from you right now," she said softly. Jeannie sat down next to his bed. "How are you feeling? Really?" "Pretty good for someone who's been shot 3 times," he replied. I guess it's because of whatever they gave me in the IV. Just then, there was a light knock on the door, and two tall men in suits walked in. One man had a badge on his belt and held his hat in his hand. The other man showed Tim his badge and said, "Hi, Coach. You might remember me. My son is Abe. He was on your basketball team last year." Tim nodded and said, "Good to see you, Mr. Wellington. I wish it was under better circumstances." The two men nodded to Jeannie, and she nodded back. The other man introduced himself as Jim Boyd, a Texas Ranger. Tim nodded at him and said, "I'd shake your hand, but I have tubes coming out of both of mine." "We see that," Boyd replied. "Can you tell us how this happened? I believe you know the basics." Tim started to explain. "I went to daycare to pick up my boys. The director came outside with me and was telling me about a party coming up. I noticed a pickup truck with several people in it parked a block away. It wasn't there when I got there, and it felt strange on that quiet street. I kept watching it when it pulled out and came closer. The back window was down, and I caught a flash of sunlight off something that looked like a gun barrel as it got nearer. I realized it was a gun aimed at us. I was holding my sons, one on each arm. I pushed them away and moved the director out of danger. I felt a sharp pain on my left shoulder and heard a gunshot. I quickly ran to my truck, hoping to pull the attention away from my sons at the daycare. Something hit my hip, and I heard another shot, but I kept going. I think there was another shot, but I wasn't hurt. I reached the truck when a bullet hit the windshield as I grabbed my gun from under the front seat. I stepped out and aimed at the truck, which was now at a strange angle, and my leg was hit. I think I fired 3 shots as the truck drove away, then I turned to check on my boys. Mrs. Gonzalez was holding them in her lap on the ground, and they were crying but looked okay. I started to move towards them but fell, and everything went dark. The next thing I knew, I was in a room with doctors and machines beeping and humming. The ranger and the detective exchanged looks. Then the ranger said, "You did really well under fire. Mr. Kelly, it's like you had training, but your records don't show any military or police work. Your story matches the other witnesses, including one lady who was watering her plants across the street. The other person is the daycare director." "Coach, did you see the shooter?" asked Detective Wellington. Now it was decision time for Tim. He answered, "Not really. I was focused on the gun and the danger it posed. I think it was a man with blonde hair, but I couldn't see his face because of the scope on the rifle. If I remember right, the 2 men in the front seat had dark hair. There was also a 4th person in the back seat, but I could only see their shape. I think that person was also a man. Can you tell me who any of them are?" the detective asked. "I feel a bit foggy right now from all the medicine I'm taking. I might still have a chance to win. I've stopped taking the painkillers, but I'm not sure," Tim said. "Do you have any leads?" "Yes, we do, and we'll share them with you soon," the ranger replied. "But let me ask you this. Do you know anyone who would want to hurt you?" "Actually, I do. My wife was having an affair with at least 7 men. When I found out, I moved out. I set up recording devices in my house and on my phone. I heard my wife and her partners planning to make sure she got custody of our sons, even though she isn't fit to raise kids. The men thought they might have to get rid of me to achieve that, since I had proof that could ruin all of them. My wife told them it didn't matter what they did, but if they didn't make sure she got custody of the kids, she would make trouble for them. There's more to say, but I need to talk to my lawyers before I share anything else." Ranger Boyd replied, "That's enough for now. What you told us matches what we already know, including the names of the men," Detective Wellington added, "so you won't be surprised to hear this. John William Rogers borrowed a truck from a friend. The friend spoke up when he saw bullet holes in his truck after hearing about the shooting. Rogers and 3 other men your wife was with have gone missing. We have alerts out for them and are watching the rest because we are worried about your safety. The sheriff has guards on duty all the time, and the hospital security is aware of your situation. We think you are safe here, but please stay alert if you see anyone acting strangely. Press the call button, and our guard will get here right away. Remember, it doesn't have to be one of them. It could be someone helping them or even someone they hired." Tim nodded and then asked, "How is it that my wife, who just lost custody of our kids a few hours ago, was at the scene to take my sons right after I was shot? I'm not saying she knew I would be shot, but it seems very suspicious. Also, why does she now have custody of our sons?" The detective answered, We found that strange too, but we were told she was with a friend, a fellow teacher who lives nearby. Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll simplify it for you. After the hearing, they heard the sirens. They knew the boys were at the daycare center, so they hurried there. Jeannie's friend supported her claim about why she should have custody. Your friends and I discussed the situation. Back then, we didn't know if you would live or die. We thought your boys had already faced enough hardship. They didn't need to be placed with strangers by social services. If a parent can't be there, the kids must go into state care. We believed their mother could comfort and take care of them better. We spoke to her when she tried to take them. She explained that she wanted to take them to her parents' home, which was 50 miles away, where they would be safe from everything happening. Wellington looked at Jeie and then said to him, "Coach, I know you're upset with her. You have every right to be." My partner, who was your good friend, shared more details with me. First, the choice we made was the right one for those circumstances. Second, I had never seen a woman so upset. The officers had to hold her back so the EMTs could help you. She was crying out, "No, no, please, Tim, don't die, I love you," over and over again. I had to tell a female sergeant to comfort and calm her down because she was making your boys even more scared. Mrs. Gonzalez took them inside until we could help her calm down. Once she settled, the boys felt better, and they wanted to go with her after the ambulance took you away. Her friends said she would drive the boys to her parents' home since they were too upset to go alone. So, as unhappy as I'm sure you are, I truly believe we did the right thing in that moment. When you are well again and can take care of them, you can go back to court. But until the people trying to hurt you are caught, it's safer for the boys to stay away. After they left, Tim turned to Jeannie and thanked her for being there with him. Jeannie looked worried when she told him, "Tim, I heard what they said about watching for anyone strange. I want to tell you that I'm worried about the night nurse who was taking care of you when you were still in a coma. She was very harsh with me. She questioned why I was allowed to visit you, and it seemed like she didn't want to be your nurse at all. All the other nurses think you are a hero and are very kind to you. But she was rough and didn't seem to care about checking on you. It was during her shift, while I was in the bathroom, that you almost died a few days after you came in. Do you know her?" Tim said he didn't remember seeing her and he wanted to be awake when she came in tonight to check on you. Jeannie said she wouldn't leave Tim's room and stayed awake whenever Nurse Simpson was working. Tonight is the start of another one of her 3-day shifts. Tim told her to go to the horseman's house and rest for a bit so she could stay awake later. She didn't want to, but she agreed. She gave him a soft kiss on the forehead before leaving. After she was gone, Tim took a nap. He woke up when his doctor came in during the late afternoon. The doctor checked on him and had the nurses take out the IVs. He gave Tim some pain pills instead and told him to take them on time. This would help him heal faster, as feeling pain could slow things down. The doctor said he could not take out the catheter yet because Tim's leg wasn't strong enough to walk on. But he did say Tim could start physical therapy the next day to help him get better. Tim argued that he was already good with the bedpan and would soon learn to use a urine bottle too. The doctor smiled and shook his head, then decided to remove the catheter. He made sure Tim promised not to do more than what the physical therapist said. Tim thanked him many times. Jeannie came back at 6:30. Just before the nurses came in to check his charts, Tim saw something strange. The new nurse shot Jeannie a nasty look before looking at him with dislike. When Miss Phillips left, Tim asked Nurse Simpson, who looked serious, "Do I know you? You look familiar?" She quickly turned to him, her face showing worry. "I don't think so. I took care of you for a few days when you were asleep, but I don't think you'd remember." Tim didn't stop there. "That's odd. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Do you have kids in high school?" he asked. "No, I don't have any kids. I'm not married and never have been." "Okay, I'll keep thinking about it," Tim said. "I'm sure I've seen you before, maybe with someone I know or at a store. I rarely forget a face," he added. Nurse Simpson looked a bit uneasy after he said that and shot another glare at Jeannie. Then she left the room. Tim noticed her alone at the nurse's station a little later, chatting happily on the phone. She didn't come back until 9, bringing him a pain pill and a glass of water. She also had a glass of water for Jeannie, offering it with a smile that felt cold. Jeannie accepted it, thanked her, and took a sip. Tim swallowed his pills with a big gulp of water. Nurse Simpson seemed glad and then walked out. As soon as she left, Tim spit the water back into his glass through the straw and pulled out the pills he had. Jeannie did the same with her glass of water. "What do we do next?" he asked. Jeannie answered, "I'll pour the water into the plastic cups in the restroom and hide them in the shower. You hide the pills in your bed. Then we'll both pretend to sleep. We might be wrong, but we have to stick to our plan. There's something off about her, and we can't take risks." "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help you simplify it." 10 minutes later, Simpson came back and found Tim asleep in his bed, while Jeannie was slumped in her chair, fast asleep. Simpson smiled and took a syringe from her pocket. She rolled up Tim's sleeve to give him the injection. "What are you giving him?" asked a rough voice from the door. Simpson jumped but quickly said, "Just something to help him sleep. He needs to rest so he can get better." "That's strange," the voice replied. "There's nothing written about an injection for him. I think I need to call the doctor to check. Hand me the syringe and sit in the other chair." When she didn't respond right away, the man took the syringe from her hand. Tim and Jeannie opened their eyes and looked at Simpson. Tim asked coldly, "So, who are you working with?" "My guess is Jeannie's husband Larry. Or maybe Benton is paying you. Or are you just one of Roger's people? Which is it?" The nurse looked scared and said she didn't know any of those names. Just then, a lab worker showed up with hospital security. He took the syringe, the water glasses, and the pills for testing. The police officer and security asked the nurse what was in the syringe. When she wouldn't answer, the officer said, "You don't have to answer my questions. You have the right to stay silent." And he read her rights. After he was done, he added, "With your rights explained to you, I still need to tell you that I think we'll find some sort of poison or something dangerous for Mr. Kelly in the syringe. We'll probably find something to knock both of them out in the water and in the pills, too. If we do, you will be charged with attempted murder. You could lose your nursing license and spend 10 to 20 years in prison. Your best chance is to tell the truth, and we can talk to the district attorney for you. But if you want a lawyer, we will take you to jail first, and then you can get your lawyer. So what do you want to do?" Simpson broke down and cried for a few minutes, then shouted, "They both deserve to die. They've been having an affair. You broke Larry's heart. You lied and got him put in jail. And you made up a story that got Larry and Steve fired. I might go to prison, but they will get hurt sooner or later." For a moment, Tim's Irish temper flared up. "You tell your boyfriend Larry that the next time we meet, I'll be ready and I won't miss my chance. Do you understand?" Jeannie moved closer to her, kept her voice low, and warned her, "And if I see him before you do, I'm going to make him pay for lying." Officer Dan grinned at the back and forth between them. He told Jeannie to stand up. He put handcuffs on her and called for the police team outside to come take her away to jail. When the lab team arrived, Detective Wellington walked in too. He thanked Jeannie and the other man for paying attention and letting him know about their worries. "We're adding more guards inside, and we'll have a hidden car parked outside all night. We take her threat seriously, and you should too," Tim said. "Oh, we do," he replied. "I need a gun by my bed from now on. Can you get me one?" He looked around to make sure no one was watching. Wellington took a gun from his leg holster and gave it to Tim. "Keep it out of sight and don't tell anyone where you got it." Tim said, I won't." Then he asked, "What's happening with the investigation? Who are you searching for? Have you found any of them?" The detective said, "No, but we are watching all 4 suspects closely. They are keeping an eye on their homes and their friends too. The suspects are Barnes, Rogers, Slaughter, and Benton. Your wife and sons are with her parents. The police there are keeping them safe and watching them closely. They will act quickly if anyone goes to their house or if Mrs. Kelly tries to leave. So far, only her mother has left, and that was just to buy groceries. Earlier today, we got permission to listen in on the phones of all 8 suspects, including your wife. It's already been set up," Wellington said, looking seriously at Tim. "Are you sure you didn't see the shooter or anyone else in the truck?" "It would help us find them," said Kelly, keeping her gaze steady. He replied, "Well, he looked a lot like Larry Barnes, but I didn't see his full face." "That doesn't change much, does it? Larry is already a suspect, and so are the other 3. Maybe one of them was in the truck. Give me a day or 2. If I really think about it, maybe I'll remember more," he added. Wellington said he would keep them updated and then left. Jeannie asked, Was it Larry who shot you? Tim wasn't sure, but motioned for her to come closer. He whispered to her, "Yes, he was the shooter. Rogers, Benton, and Slaughter were in the truck watching." He gently pushed her back and warned, "I care about you as much as I care about myself. If Larry is involved, and I believe he is, he will come after you too. He might even be angrier with you than he is with me. So don't go anywhere without someone to protect you, okay?" Days passed quickly. Tim had visitors twice a day, along with many friends and supporters. The principal, several teachers and students, a few parents, and the president of the board all came to see him. Every member of the basketball team visited, along with most football players and track athletes he had coached over the past 2 years. His lawyers took turns visiting him, but Jeie, his strong supporter, stayed close unless she had to clean up and change clothes because of a threat from Nurse Simpson. She traveled to and from the house with 2 friends named Leo, who helped her get inside too. Tim's parents, along with his brothers and sister, had visited for 2 days. Because of this, the nurses understood that Jeie was not his sister. The head nurse asked Tim with a smile if it was okay for Jeie to stay, even though she wasn't family. After that, Jeie was treated like a wife. The nurses, technicians, and orderlies offered her a temporary bed and meals. The one person who was not there was his loving wife, who did not come to visit or call. On the 4th day, Tim called his in-laws' house and spoke to his father-in-law. "Good afternoon, Gramps," Tim said. "Hi, Tim. How are you?" his father-in-law replied. "I'm okay. We have Karen and the boys with us, safe from harm. They are doing well, and so is Mom. But I want to know how you are. We heard you're getting better, but we haven't heard much in a few days. I don't understand why you haven't heard anything. Karen is listed as my spouse, so she can get updates from the nurses anytime. And your wife? My sons and Karen are on my family list, so you can come see me whenever you want. I really want to see my sons soon. I'm moving around now, doing physical therapy, and I might be released soon. I think seeing me doing better would help them forget what they saw. Me lying there hurt with so many people around me after being shot by Karen's friends." Tim heard his father-in-law gasp. When he responded, his voice was shaky. We're not sure they are ready for that. They are still scared from what they saw." "Maybe later would be better," his father-in-law suggested. "Okay, but let me talk to them and calm their worries." "I'm okay," Tim said firmly. There was silence on the line, but he heard whispers. Then his father-in-law said, "Call back tomorrow. We'll see about it then." Tim felt frustrated and said, "How about a different plan? If you don't let me talk to my sons now, the police will be there tomorrow to take the kids and arrest Karen for breaking the custody order, and none of you will ever see them again. Which option do you prefer? I can stop my lawyers and you will be in big trouble. Or you can let me talk to my sons and bring them to see me tomorrow. What will it be?" The line went quiet again. Then Tim heard Karen say, "Patrick, your daddy is on the phone. Do you want to talk to him?" Patrick shouted, grabbed the phone, and started speaking non-stop. "Daddy, are you okay? You were shot by bad men and you were bleeding. We were so scared and they wouldn't let us come to you. They said you might die. Are you okay now?" In the background, Tim could hear Mark saying, "I want to talk to my daddy too. I want to tell him I love him and I want to hug him and make him better." Tears filled Tim's eyes, but he answered Patrick with excitement. "My dad is doing well. Those bad men hurt him and made him bleed. But he is getting better, and soon the bad people will be caught by the police. They will go to jail for a very long time. Daddy wants to see his boys. When are you coming to see me? I have to stay here for a few more days. But soon, I will go home. I will come and get my boys so we can be together. Would you like that?" Patrick yelled with excitement. "Yes, Daddy is coming home to get us so we can all be together." "Patrick, can I talk to Mark now?" Tim asked when Patrick calmed down. Mark took the phone and said very seriously, "Hi, Daddy. I love you. When I come to see you, I will bring my doctor kit and help you feel better. Thank you, my special little one. I know you are such a great doctor that you can fix me up right away. When are you coming to see me? When can I see my daddy? Mommy? He wants me to come help him soon. Soon, baby. Can I talk to Daddy now? Daddy, Mommy wants to talk to you now. I love you, Daddy. I love you too, Mark. Be a good boy." "Tim, can we talk?" asked the shaky voice of his wife. "The boys are in the living room with Mom and Dad now." "What do you want to talk about, Karen?" Tim replied calmly. "Tim, I am really sorry about all of this. Karen said, her voice trembling. He could tell she was trying to keep control, but Tim could not hold back. What exactly are you sorry for, Karen? Are you sorry that you hurt our marriage and family? Or are you sorry I found out? Are you sorry your boyfriend shot me, or that they only hurt me? Tell me what you are really sorry for, Karen. All of it. Everything. I can't believe it all happened, but I know it did. Would you like to see the videos, Karen? Tim interrupted. Can you believe everything that happened? Do you want to see the movie you were making with those people? Would that help you remember, Karen? It really makes it easy for me to remember Tim. But how do you know about that? Karen asked, shocked. I told you I knew everything. Your only chance was to be honest, but you still lied to me. I don't know what makes me angrier, you being with those guys or lying to me so easily or the way you disrespected our marriage. But let me tell you this, you and each of your boyfriends will regret what you've done. When I'm done with you... Tim stopped because Jeie was putting her finger on his lips and shaking her head. He understood she was reminding him that the police were recording their talk. He had already said too much. Mentioning the movie and making threats were both bad ideas. Taking a deep breath, Tim spoke calmly. I'm sorry, Karen. I lost my cool. I promise I will calm down now. What did you really want to talk about? Oh, Tim, I'm such a fool. I'm so sorry, Karen cried. I know, Karen, I know. Tim cut in. Let's put your guilt aside for a bit and talk about something else. Can you bring the boys to see me tomorrow? I'd really like to see them. That's what I wanted to tell you. I want to. But I'm worried that the men who hurt you might still be looking for you. And I'm scared that the boys could get hurt. Can't you understand that? I don't want to keep them away from you, but I'm scared. Why, Karen? How do you know they are still after me? Have you talked to them? Tim asked. Karen stayed quiet for a bit too long. So Tim went on. If you have talked to them and didn't tell me, you could be in trouble for what happened. You won't see your sons again until they are grown men. If they even want to see their mother after 20 years in prison. Think about that for a moment. Have you talked to them? Don't lie. I can get a court order to check your parents' phone records before the next custody hearing, and I'll tell the Rangers if you have. Tim, I swear I haven't called them. Barry called me the night after you were shot. He said they took care of my problem for good. My parents were right next to me, so I tried to make it sound like a friendly talk. I told him you were shot 3 times and had to have surgery, but you were expected to get better. I told them not to worry. They would come up with another plan. I told them I love you, and I'm praying for your full recovery. He laughed and repeated what I said. Some others in the room laughed too. He said, "Sure, babe, we understand." And then he hung up. The day before yesterday, they called again. They told me that Larry had someone in the hospital ready to take care of your problem. Soon, no one was around except the boys, who were playing in the other room. I told Barry I never said I wanted you hurt and that they should stop what they had planned right away. He laughed and said if I changed my mind, they wouldn't call it off. He said he would see me soon and then hung up. And then you called the police, right? You reported that someone would try to hurt me again at the hospital? Tim asked, knowing the answer but wanting it on record. I told them to stop. Didn't they? Karen replied. Actually, your honest friends tried to hurt me last night, even after saying they wouldn't. A nurse Larry was seeing tried to poison me, then planned to finish the job with an injection. Has it crossed your mind that they can't be trusted? My loving wife, maybe it's time for you to tell the police everything. Or is there more? After a short pause, Karen said, They called me again today. They told me the plan in the hospital didn't work, but they are going to keep trying. Sure. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I will simplify it for you. I was alone, and I shouted at them to stop. I said, I don't want you to get hurt. I told them again that I love you. I want us to stay married and grow old together. I begged them to leave you out of this. They just laughed at me. They said they wouldn't stop until you were dead. Then they said they would come for me soon. I told them I wouldn't go with them, and JW said, Oh yes, you will, or he won't be the only one dead. Then he told me I would love Mexico. I cried and told him I wouldn't go, but they hung up on me. You called the police, right? You were worried about our sons, so you called them. You told them about another plan to hurt someone and the threats made against you and our family. Is that right? Tim pressed her. Karen started crying hard. Tim let her cry for a few minutes before asking again. Did you call the police about this new threat? She sniffled and said, No, I'm too scared of them. If I tell the police, they might kill me. So your new friends, the ones you left your marriage for, are now saying they will hurt you. And maybe our sons and your parents too, if you don't go to Mexico with them. Wow, Karen, your choice in friends is terrible. What happened to the good person you used to be? I'm still married. Did they take away everything good in you? Karen started crying again. Tim listened for a moment before saying, I'm giving you 1 hour to calm down and call the police. When I call back, I want to talk to a police officer or hear that you've already talked to one. He added, if anything happens to my sons, you and your friends will pay the price. Do you understand me? The crying turned into loud sobs. Tim shouted that he would call back in an hour and then hung up. Jeie calmly reminded Tim that their sons were being watched. Anyone getting too close would be arrested, so they were safe. She also reminded him that their calls were being listened to, so he needed to stay calm and avoid making threats. Tim shook his head, took a deep breath, and promised he would do better. He walked into the other room just as Tim came back from the bathroom with his walker. Jeie hugged him and told him to look after her patient while she went to the house to clean up and change her clothes. Tim told her to eat a good meal, too. She laughed and said she liked the hospital food because it helped her lose weight. Tim looked her up and down as she stood in the doorway. He said, Don't lose any more. You look great just like this. Jeie rolled her eyes, waved her hand as if to say, whatever, and walked out the door, disappearing from view. The female officer assigned to protect her gave him a sly smile and then walked with them. Andy and Tim watched Jeie leave, her beautiful shape moving. Andy said, She really is almost perfect, right? If she wasn't the nicest person ever and already with one of my friends, I'd be thinking about her all day and night. Tim replied, Yes, she is the nicest person ever and she's married, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to look at her amazing shape. Well, since you said that, I might have been stretching the truth about my thoughts a bit, Andy admitted. They all laughed. Andy was closest when the phone rang, so he picked it up. He told Tim it was the police chief from Karen's hometown, then handed him the phone. Hello, Chief, Tim said. I just got an interesting call from your father-in-law and your wife. That was the call I hoped for after how you spoke to her, the chief said. I was glad when she told me everything she shared with you, and even a bit more. We could charge her for messing up the investigation or something, but I'd like to save that for later if needed. You can handle it however you want, Tim replied. I just want the bad guy caught and put away. I'm tired of hiding and watching. I'm ready to get this boil taken care of, Chief Lewis said. That's an unusual way to talk about your problem. You know it's usually better if the surgeon is someone from law enforcement instead of a private person, right? Of course, Chief Tim replied. He took a moment and added, I'm tired of being chased, shot at, and treated badly like an old bear. I won't put up with too much more before I fight back. You get that right? I do. Just be smart about it and make sure you have no way to run when that happens. When a bear feels threatened, people get really scared. Now you need to rest. Let me speak with your lawyer for a moment, okay? Here he is, Chief. And good luck, Tim, said Mr. Robbins. I think we haven't met, but my friends in Austin and Williamson County say good things about you as a lawyer, the chief said with a laugh. I'm glad to hear that, Chief. How can I help you? Andy asked. Can you and the other 2 lawyers, plus his new best friend, help make your client understand? I know him from when he married the mayor's daughter. People say he's a really good man, but can be a little too eager for revenge if he or his friends are hurt. He has good reasons to feel that way this time. I heard him when he was talking to his wife. I can tell he's about to lose control and cause a lot of trouble if we don't catch these guys soon. I think we would be looking for their killers instead of searching for them if he hadn't been hurt. The best friend I could have in a tough situation is the sheriff from his county. He talked to me and my crew, which includes the police from Austin and Cedar Park. Even the Texas Rangers really want to find and punish those bad guys, just like he does. But we don't want to take your client to court because he lost his patience with us and decided to take matters into his own hands. I understand, Chief. We'll do our best. But as you said, patience isn't his strong suit. The sooner they are behind bars, the safer they will be, Andy replied. The chief promised they were working fast and then hung up. The chief thinks you might be getting close to going off the rails, as he called it. You're not, are you? You need to let them do their job, Andy pleaded. Tim's angry voice came back. I've been shot. Jeie has been hurt badly. They even tried to poison us both, and now they're threatening my sons, their mother, and her parents. The police can't find them, but those guys seem to know everything going on in this hospital and at Karen's parents' place. How much longer am I supposed to wait until they kill my sons and me? No way. When I get out of here, I'm going to take action. A wounded bear has been trapped. It's time to fight back. Andy sighed, knowing that once his client could move, there would be no stopping him from becoming the hunter instead of the hunted. He thought about asking the doctors to keep him a few extra days, but Tim was safer here than at home, even with his guns for protection, and that was also for Jeannie's safety. Just then, Chet walked in. He greeted Andy and Tim, and they hugged before Chet took the last chair. After Tim got back in bed, the friends relaxed and caught up. It turns out Alan and Benton were busy saying they did nothing wrong to the school board until Andy showed the recording from Tim's home. Then they got mad, shouted some harsh words, and stormed out. Their resignations were accepted right away when the board returned to the meeting, and a notice for their empty spots was quickly posted. Warden Hughes was fired for a good reason. Roger and Slaughter were also let go, even though they handed in their resignations just before the meeting. Those resignations were all turned down, their firing was approved, and their actions were reported to the Commissioner of Education. The careers of all 4 men in education were basically over. The meeting also talked about Karen Kelly, but since they thought she might have been forced into the situation, they decided not to fire her. Of course. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to simplify it for you. The assistant superintendent for finance became the acting superintendent, and Chet was moved from being the high school assistant principal to acting principal at the elementary school. He said he liked his new job and told them that Karen had quit, effective the Friday after he was shot because of a family emergency. The acting superintendent accepted her resignation, and a recent college graduate had taken her place. There were no plans to take action against her teaching license. Benton's wife asked for a divorce based on their agreement before marriage, wanting 80% of their assets because of his unfaithfulness. Alan's wife didn't have a pre-marriage agreement, but she was using the same lawyer and a similar strategy. Slaughter's wife quit her teaching job right away and had not been seen since Larry Barnes was suspended from his job with the city of Austin. He was suspended because a warrant was issued for not showing up at a court hearing about spousal abuse charges. Jeannie had asked for a divorce, but she had not been able to serve him the papers since he was missing. Barnes, Slaughter, Rogers, and Benton were wanted for questioning about Tim's attempted murder, but they had vanished despite the hard work of law enforcement. The Housemen hired a private security service to keep watch over their home and grounds, and they hoped Tim would come back home. When Tim was finally released, he was explaining to Andy why he thought he should go back home instead of going to Jimmy and Patty's house. He lost his train of thought when a blonde woman appeared in his doorway. She had a nervous smile that turned into a smirk when she saw the 3 men staring at her in surprise. She stood with her hand on her hip, balancing on her 4-inch white heels, posing like a model. Her bright blue dress hugged her body until mid-thigh, where it stopped suddenly. The halter top showed off her elegant neck and shoulders, with the back cut low almost to her waist. Chet and Andy jumped up, welcomed her in, and offered her their chairs. She walked into the room in her high heels. She greeted Chet and Andy with kisses on their cheeks, but said no to their offers and chose to sit on the bed next to Tim, who looked very surprised. She leaned over to Tim and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Andy and Chet stared, surprised at the sight. "Cat got your tongue?" she asked with a sweet smile. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Okay, who are you?" She puckered her red lips and gave him a playful pout. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I just left a few minutes ago and you've already forgotten me." Tim looked her up and down and then said, "The pretty blonde who left here a couple of hours ago in jeans and a sweatshirt is just a friend. I've known her for 2 years, but I've never seen her wear high heels or red lipstick. I don't think she even has a short, shiny blue dress. So who are you?" Andy and Chet jumped in with cheesy lines like, "Are you a movie star? And did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" Jeannie smiled happily but pretended to be annoyed. "Can a girl wear a dress around you guys without being hit on with silly lines?" "Not when she looks like that," Chet said quietly. "Hey there!" I'm about to go eat at a steakhouse nearby, enjoy a few drinks, and then head to the nightclub next door to dance all night. Wouldn't you like to leave this boring hospital and join me for a fun night of good food and dancing?" Jeie turned away from the bed, stepped up on the stool, and sat down on the bed next to Tim's good leg. She gave the boys a playful look before pulling her dress down a bit and turning to Tim. "I have a nice offer for my company tonight. Can you find a better plan than dinner, drinks, and dancing? Or should I just go out with Chet?" Tim leaned toward her, looking at her beautiful legs. He reached out to touch her legs softly. "I doubt they will let me leave to take you dancing, but if you stay, I will do my best to make it worth your time." A few days later, "Your choice tonight will be worth the wait. Should I take the fun offer on the table now, or wait for a promise of fun later? Can you tell me more?" Jeie asked. "Lean in and I'll whisper in your ear," Tim said as he leaned closer. Andy and Chet watched with envy. Tim stopped whispering, lightly touched her ear, and playfully pulled on her earlobe. Jeie smiled as she turned back to Chet. "Can I save your offer for later, Chet? I would love to go out for dinner and dancing, but Tim reminded me that I promised to be with him tonight. I never go back on my promises, so I will have to say no. But maybe another time when Tim doesn't need me." Chet chuckled. "He's fine. Jeie, there are nurses and doctors everywhere, and he will be out soon." His voice was tempting, but his smile showed he was just teasing his friend. "How about we both take you out? A double date, you know, to make sure you get to dance with both of us. Or maybe," Chet jumped in, "we could both take you home and share a goodnight kiss or two. That sounds better than a hospital room with a grumpy guy, don't you think?" Tim raised his hand behind Jeie and made a silly gesture, quietly saying, "You know they are both jokers and flirts, right? You can't trust either of them alone with you, especially not both." "Of course. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help you simplify it. You notice how they said take you home, not take you to your home. That makes it hard to trust them, but you know you can trust me." Ignoring Tim, Jeie replied kindly, "As nice as your offers are, boys, I am still healing. I think it's best for me to stay here and rest. Tim will probably be asleep soon, and then I can rest too." The boys shook their heads and laughed as they stood up to leave. Chet stopped and said, "Don't let him fool you. His reasons are no better than ours. He's been checking you out at school for 2 years, even when you wore sweatpants or nice suits. Just think of what he wants with your lovely blue dress." Tim playfully flipped them off, and everyone laughed. The therapy sessions were getting tougher, and this morning's was the hardest so far. Despite this, his progress made the therapist smile. He congratulated Tim and said he might suggest letting him leave soon, but first, Tim had to promise to attend all his physical therapy sessions. Tim promised with a big smile and walked back to his room with his walker in front of him. The charge nurse gave him a disapproving look, but the young aide smiled at him. He waved one hand, held the walker with the other, winked, and said, "I've loved all the care, but I'm ready to leave now. I won't forget you all." He walked down the main hall and turned the corner to his room. The deputy sheriff protecting him nodded as he passed, and he saw another officer further down the hall. When he got to his room, he spotted his father-in-law in the doorway. His father-in-law startled him by patting his back as he walked inside. His 2 young sons jumped off the bed and ran towards him, with their mother and grandmother yelling for them to be careful and not to hurt Daddy. Tim reached out his right arm to grab the older boy and lifted him up for a hug and a kiss while his little brother hugged his leg. Tears filled Tim's eyes, but he blinked them away and happily welcomed his beloved sons. After putting Patrick down, he lifted baby Mark for a hug and kiss. Mark held him tightly, rested his head on his shoulder, and said, "I missed you, Daddy. Can you come home now?" Patrick echoed, "Yeah." "Can you come home and play with us now, Daddy?" "We'll see, boys. The doctor is supposed to visit this afternoon to tell me when I can go home. Are you going to stay and have lunch with me? Maybe he'll come after we eat." The boys looked at their mother and asked together, "Are we eating lunch with Daddy?" Tim's eyes went to Karen, who stood across the room by his bed. He caught his breath as he looked at the woman he loved and trusted. She was his wife and the mother of their dear children. The tears on her cheeks did not take away from her beauty. Her honey-colored hair framed her lovely face and fell to her shoulders. She wore a bright green dress that matched her eyes. She looked as beautiful and sweet as the day they first met. But when Tim remembered her betrayal, it felt like an ice pick went through his heart, and he couldn't help but frown. Karen had smiled when he looked at her with love, but that smile turned to worry when she saw the hurt in his eyes. "Tim, I am so sorry," she said softly, trying to push back her own pain. He tried to sound cheerful and replied, "Hi, Karen. How are you? Thank you for bringing the kids to see me. I know you have been busy, so I really appreciate you and your parents coming all the way to the hospital." "Hi, Granny. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling well." Just then, Patrick tugged on his pant leg and said, "Daddy, Daddy! Our policeman came with us. He watches our house and goes places with us to keep the bad men away." Tim looked at Grandpa and asked, "So, no trouble driving here?" "None at all," Grandpa replied. "It's really good to see you up and about. Is your healing going well?" Tim said that all 3 of his injuries are getting better. His physical therapy is going great, and he thinks he can go home today or tomorrow. Before he could finish, Karen jumped in. "Can you ride back with us today? My mom and I can take care of you. Your boys would be so happy to see you." The boys cheered loudly, wanting their dad to come home with them. Tim replied, "That sounds like a good idea, Karen. Let's talk about it in a bit." Just then, a medical worker popped her head in the door. "Would you like your meal in your room or down in the cafeteria with your family?" The boys shouted, "Cafeteria!" Tim nodded and thanked the worker. "Boys, why don't you and your grandparents head to the cafeteria and grab us a nice table? Mommy and I will be there soon, okay?" The boys grabbed their grandparents' hands and pulled them down the hallway. Tim turned to Karen and said, "I think I'll pass on your offer to come home. It's not for the reason you might think. I have 2 important reasons. 1, my pet is close by, and 2, while I'm being chased, I don't want to put you, your parents, and our boys in danger." "They're dangerous," he continued. "The people hunting me could do anything, like shoot at the house or set it on fire. Do you understand? I don't want to put you all at risk by living with you. We will talk later about everything that has happened. But right now, I need to rest. We all need to stay safe. We should tell the boys gently before you get ready to go back to your parents' house. But first, let's enjoy lunch and let them play a little. I need to exercise and go for a walk anyway." Karen's face showed her feelings clearly as he spoke. He felt scared when he was kept there, sad when he was told he wouldn't come home, and a mix of hope and fear when he heard why. But pure hope filled him when he was told they would talk soon. She knew she couldn't fight back, but at least he was willing to listen to her now, or soon. That gave her more hope than she had ever hoped for. If nothing else, she could really say she was sorry. Lunch was nice and fun, even with the policeman watching over their table. They walked outside in the pleasant spring weather for a while, then sat around a big picnic table. The boys told their dad everything they had been up to. His mother-in-law shared a few funny stories about the boys, and Gramps asked if he would go back to work when he felt better. He said he didn't know. It depended on whether the bad guys had been caught. Gramps then asked if he could handle the house payments if Karen didn't go back to work. He said he could. After about 90 minutes, the deputy said they should head back before the traffic got heavy, and they agreed, though not very happily. Tim could see that everyone, including his in-laws, wanted to go back to when Karen hadn't done what she did, when they were a big, happy family, and he was their favorite son-in-law. He wished them well, shook Gramps' hand, kissed Granny and Karen on the cheek, and hugged and kissed his boys. The deputy in charge of their safety led them away, and Tim turned to see the other deputy watching him. When he went back inside, he noticed the deputy on the phone and looking worried. As Tim approached, he couldn't tell what was happening, but he felt uneasy about that call. He was tired now, and the walker was helping as he moved slowly down the long hallway to his room. At the nurse's station, one of the nurses called out to him and directed him to the conference room on the right. He went in to find his doctor waiting with his file and some papers. Dr. Collins smiled and said happily that Tim could go home today at 6 o'clock if he followed the doctor's orders and did the things on the list. He agreed right away and was given the papers to sign. While sitting there, he noticed that his security had left again. When they returned a few minutes later, he wondered if they had just taken a restroom break or if something else was going on. Tim wasn't sure, but he asked to stay and use the phone. "Of course. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite." When the doctor left, he quickly called the Texas Ranger who was working on his case. He spoke softly, making sure no one would hear him. "Boyd, I'm worried," he said. Boyd listened carefully and replied, "That would explain a lot. They seem to be staying one step ahead of us. We thought maybe someone was sharing our secrets. Let me check into this and I'll call you back. Do you think you can talk safely in your room?" Tim paused. He was worried but said, "I can. Just call me, let it ring twice, and then hang up. I will leave the room and call you back from the conference room." Just as they were about to hang up, Ranger Boyd said, "Wait, something just came up. I need to check it out before I talk to you again." Tim's heart raced as he waited. It went even faster when Boyd told him that someone had tried to force the deputy who was watching over his family off the road, but the deputy managed to escape safely. Police in the area were looking for the car used by the attackers, which had stolen license plates. "Tim, this shows we were right to be worried. Stay safe. I'm only 10 minutes away," Boyd said firmly. Tim felt a mix of anger and fear. It made everything around him feel sharper. He took a deep breath and called the deputy outside into the conference room. "I have some good news for you, Deputy Jackson," Tim said with a cheerful voice, opening the door with his injured arm. "Your family will be glad to know you don't have to keep watching over me." When the deputy walked past him, Tim let go of the door and, with his good hand, took the gun from the deputy's holster. "But the next few minutes will show if you'll see them again," he said with strong anger in his voice. Tim cocked the .38 caliber revolver and pointed it at the deputy's neck. The deputy stepped back, alarm on his face, and raised both hands. "We're going to play 20 questions while we wait for Ranger Boyd," Tim said. "When he arrives, he will either see you sitting at that desk, getting ready to tell him exactly what has been happening, or he will find you lying on the floor, hurt badly after trying to attack me. Somehow, I managed to take your gun and used it against you. So, Deputy Jackson, are you ready to answer my 20 questions truthfully and fully? Or did you say goodbye to your family for the last time when you left home this morning?" Jackson looked pale and confused. He was scared by what he just heard, but he also thought about whether he could grab the gun and take back control. "No, you can't," Tim said calmly, noticing Jackson's confusion. Tim continued, "You can't grab the gun before I shoot you, so stop thinking about it. You can probably tell I have already pulled the trigger back, so even a small move from me means it's over for you." Jackson's shoulders drooped as he faced the truth of his situation. "Please sit down and put your hands flat on the desk," Tim said. Jackson did what he was told. "Now answer my questions honestly and clearly. If not, there will be consequences. Who are you reporting to?" "The sheriff," Jackson replied in a flat voice. "What does he want from you?" Tim asked. "To watch you and your visitors," Jackson said. "I listen to what I can and change the tapes in my room before I go home." Every night I brought the tapes to him. Tim was only a little surprised to find out he was being recorded. He thought about where the hidden devices might be and if the phone was also tapped. Then he turned back to Jackson and asked coldly, "How did they know? How did they find out about my wife and kids, the times they were leaving, and the route they took home?" "Today, I was told to call him if they showed up, find out what their plans were, and then call him back. I talked with another deputy about keeping your family safe while they traveled home. He shared how he was going to avoid the busy highway until they passed the town. I called the sheriff and told him what I found out. Did you know that someone wanted to harm them after I told him their route?" Tim asked in a serious tone. "The sheriff said he needed this information so he could send help. He called me back just before you brought me in here. He told me that someone tried to run the Leos off the road and shot at them. But the deputy and your family managed to get away and everyone was all right. He acted like I had done something great for telling him so he could save them. But watching you with your nice family and knowing they were attacked right after I shared their route made me doubt everything he said about you. He mentioned that you were going to be released today, so I should take you to the next county where another sheriff would help." "Honestly, Coach, I had no clue what was going on. He said you were the bad guy, that the other officers were mistaken. He claimed that you hurt your wife and threatened some of his friends when they tried to help, and they shot you to protect themselves. Now that I know you and your family, that story doesn't add up. I know you might not trust me now, but I plan to speak to the task force leader from Cedar Park tonight. get his side of the story, and tell him I had been watching you for the sheriff." Tim heard Ranger Boyd asking where he was. He quickly gave the revolver back to Officer Jackson, told him to put it away, and then sat down. Jackson looked surprised until Tim greeted the ranger with, "Jim, Officer Jackson has something he wants to share with you. He told me already, and it backs up what we thought. Of course, please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll be happy to help make it clearer and simpler for you." Tim listened while Elias talked about what Sheriff Collins had said. He explained where the recording devices were and how Collins said it was necessary to record Tim. He also mentioned the deputy who was on the night shift. Boyd asked Jackson why he got this job. Jackson replied that he wasn't sure, but it was the best job he'd had since starting over a year ago. For the last 9 months, he had been on night patrol in the eastern part of the county, even though he lived to the west of Cedar Park near Jonestown. Boyd then asked if Jackson had ever doubted the sheriff. Jackson snorted and shook his head. "Yeah, he just seems shady. My dad and granddad were both sheriffs in West Texas, so I grew up around police work. My dad told me about his bad reputation when I applied for this job. But my wife grew up by Lake Travis, and all her family is near Jonestown, so I took it." 2 months later, at the department Christmas party, the old man started flirting with Jennifer right in front of his wife and everyone else. When January came, Jackson got a new assignment which had him working nights around Taylor. His wife was not happy about him being away 4 nights a week, but he told her it would only be for 6 months while he got settled. Now, she always acted like she was mad at him, and their marriage was on shaky ground. He blamed it on the sheriff. Now that he believed Collins was corrupt, he wanted to help take him down. He thought Collins used the information he shared to set up the attack on Coach Kelly's family. Tim was listening closely, but part of his mind was on a movie he had but had not watched yet. It was called Jennifer Jeie. When the ranger turned back to Tim, he asked, "Officer Jackson, do you know any of the men who tried to kill me?" He named all of them. Jackson said no to each name until he got to Barry Benton. Jackson's face turned red and he shouted, "Yes! I know that guy. He's one of the sheriff's friends. And he flirts with my wife, too. I think my wife is beautiful, but his wife is stunning. Why would he pursue my Jennifer?" Tim and the ranger exchanged looks, and Tim raised his eyebrows in question. He didn't want to do this, but Boyd nodded, and they turned back to Jackson. "There is a chance we can help with your questions, but you will need to come with me to another place after I'm free. I have a video I want you to see, and then we can talk some more." Boyd said he needed to call his wife or her family now that they were home. Karen picked up the phone and asked, "Are you guys okay?" Tim replied, "Yes." But Karen started to cry and said, No, we're not okay. None of us are hurt, but we are scared again. Tim, the one who was driving was JW. The man who shot at us was that awful guy. Larry, you need to come here and stay with us to keep us safe." "Maybe I will, Karen, but right now, I need to ask you something important. We have a clue, and this could help us finish this quickly if it works out. What you tell us is very important, so please think carefully before you answer. Did the sheriff from Williamson County ever join your gatherings at the lake?" Karen was silent for a few moments before she spoke. "I don't want to say because it brings up my past mistakes, but yes, he came twice and brought a young girl with him. I think her name was Jennifer Johnson or something close to that. She seemed even more scared than I was, but she told me that her husband was a deputy. This was his boss, and he warned her that if she didn't do what he said, her husband and family might be in danger. I refused to go along with what they wanted from her, hoping it would help both of us out of trouble. But the sheriff warned me that my kids and husband could disappear too if we didn't comply. She advised me to go along with it, because the sheriff was a powerful and dangerous man." "So what did they want from you? And did you do it?" Tim asked. Karen paused again before she answered. "They wanted a scene between girls and then one where the sheriff and Benton were close together. They filmed both scenes, then the sheriff made the girl do something else. After that, he took her away, and JW and Steve drove me home." Tim covered the speaker with his hand and said to Ranger Boyd, "That's probably the tape called JJ plus KKK. Then, with a deep breath, he asked Karen, "Are there other things we need to know? Please tell us everything. Your life, my life, our sons' lives, and your parents' lives could depend on it. Stop giving us bits and pieces of information. I'm putting Ranger Boyd on the phone so you don't have to tell me, but please, just tell him everything." Tim handed the phone to Boyd and moved his chair to sit closer to the deputy. He asked, "What's your first name? I don't think anyone introduced us, at least not when I was out of it." The deputy extended his hand, and as they shook, he said, Randy Jackson. So my wife Jennifer is the Jennifer you mentioned with your wife? She's involved in this mess too. I'm not completely sure, but I can show you the start of a video and we can find out. Are you okay with that? Tim asked. Randy shook his head, closed his eyes, and said quietly, "Not really, but I need to handle this in my marriage. I guess you have to think about what she did and why she did it. Karen says the sheriff scared her. He said he would make you and your daughter disappear if she didn't follow his orders since he's the boss. Maybe she thought he could do it. What they were doing was making adult films. No, let me say that differently. They were tricking, pressuring, or forcing women to act in front of cameras. Sure, here's a simpler version of the text. Yes, those silly, funny-looking people thought they were the center of attention. This group includes the sheriff, who was with my wife Karen and another woman named Jennifer, along with his friend Barry Benton. I got some recordings from a source I can't share, and now I have them in my hands. If you want, I can show you a video with Jennifer Jeie on the cover and another one with JJ plus KK on it. Let's hope neither video shows your wife." Boyd had just finished his call with Karen and was now listening to the last part of the conversation. Deputy. The Jennifer in the videos is described as a tall, slender brunette with long hair, a light brown skin tone, and bright blue eyes. He paused when he saw Gary flood Jackson's face and exclaimed, "Well, wow, Randy. We need a plan to bring your bad sheriff down and get him locked up with Bubba and his anti-cop friends. We also need to make sure the 4 people who tried to kill us are brought to justice." "Any ideas on how we can do this?" Tim asked. Jackson's sad face turned into anger. He looked at Boyd and Kelly and said, "I might have an idea, but it's dangerous. It depends on Ranger Boyd and who he trusts. This plan follows the orders he gave me. Take the coach home in my Ford. If he's going into Travis County, have their deputy meet me there. I need to tell him a few hours before we leave so he can help keep us safe. Then we'll follow the route he gave me before. It's on back roads, and I really think something bad will happen along that way that could get us killed. But I don't know how. If we follow the plan, Ranger Boyd, what can we do to stay safe?" Boyd told Jackson and Kelly to decide what weapons they would need while he called his captain. After about 10 minutes, he asked what they would need. He told the captain, and then said the equipment would arrive in an hour. Tim leaned closer and looked at Randy. "Are you sure you want to do this? They want me, not you. I can drive myself home. You and the Rangers can help from a distance. You don't have to take me, Coach. I think the sheriff wants both of us out of the way. Either way, I'm going to do my job and get you home safely. If we're together, our chances are better. 2 pairs of eyes and 2 guns, assuming you can hold a gun and shoot it. Can you?" Tim grinned, raised an eyebrow, and nodded yes. Ranger Boyd agreed, and they began to set their trap. The phone tap on the sheriff's line was approved and set up. Then Deputy Jackson called the sheriff to follow the Ranger's orders. They would leave for Tim's home at 5 p.m., giving the Rangers time to get a helicopter and get ready. "Of course. Please provide the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll simplify it for you." The sheriff used the time to plan a trap with his trusted helpers. Getting permission for the wiretap was hard because it was on a phone belonging to an elected officer, but it turned out to be very helpful. Randy was correct. The sheriff wanted him and Tim dead. They aimed to use Jennifer and Karen to please more big shots and make more adult films before selling them for a lot of money. Some leaders in Austin debated if they had enough evidence to arrest the sheriff or if they needed to actually catch the other bad guys trying to kill Tim and Randy. Tim worried that the dangerous group led by Robertson and his friends would never be stopped if they just arrested the sheriff. He thought they needed to stick to their plan. His thoughts won, and they left the parking lot geared up and alert right at 4 p.m. Before they left, the Ranger made Tim a deputy for protection on this mission. They thought the trap would happen along the quiet back roads, but they were almost in Cedar Park when the helicopter told them a big truck was moving on a side road. The truck was now hiding behind some bushes near the highway, and it could either shoot from hiding or crash into the deputy's car at the intersection. The truck was on their right side. Tim turned sideways in his seat to aim the semi-automatic rifle out the passenger window. He kept the rifle in the car, but the barrel was ready to go through the open window to shoot quickly. His injured left arm made this hard, but he ignored the pain and focused on the threat. They launched their attack together. They roared out of hiding in a big truck with a strong bumper, and the person sitting in the passenger seat fired at Tim and Randy as soon as they broke free from behind the bushes. Randy hit the brakes hard and turned left to get a better aim. He fired at the truck, trying to hit the driver. The truck swerved to the right, crossing right in front of them and landing in the ditch by the road. The driver managed to keep control and turned left, heading down the ditch away from them. As Tim aimed his rifle at the truck, he noticed that JW was driving, and Sauer was sitting in the passenger seat. The shooter pulled his gun inside and ducked as bullets hit the truck, but Tim and Randy saw that it was Barnes. The truck sped off and turned right. A quarter of a mile down the road, Randy backed up to the intersection, made a quick turn, and then sped after the people who tried to attack them. The helicopter warned them that help would arrive in 5 minutes and told them not to engage until it got there. In just a minute, the helicopter said the truck was parked at a store near Highway 620. Then they heard, "Oh no, they see us and they are shooting." Randy quickly turned the copter around and drove fast to the back of the store. They got out, each holding a shotgun and a semi-automatic rifle, and moved to the side of the building. They could see the truck in the middle of the parking lot, but nobody was inside it. A car with 2 state troopers drove into the lot from the other side, blocking the way out, and the troopers took cover behind their cruiser. Another ranger arrived, followed by a police cruiser with 2 Cedar Park officers. They parked behind the store and told Randy and Tim to stay where they were. The ranger and 2 officers walked through the parking lot to check the truck. They confirmed it was empty and began looking carefully at the 30 or so other cars in the lot. Randy went into the closest store and asked if anyone saw the people in the truck shooting at the helicopter. He found out that all 6 people in the store were witnesses. They shared that the 5 men split up. 2 of them got into a black pickup, while the other 3 jumped into a dark Mercedes-Benz. Randy hurried back to his cruiser and used the radio to share this information, asking for a notice about the vehicles and warning that the men might be armed and dangerous. Tim stood outside, shaking in anger. He couldn't hold back his tears again. End of part 1. Stay tuned for part 2, coming in just 5 hours. Thanks for listening to One Infidelity Hit. If you liked what you heard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and drop us a like.